fuck it, we ball becomes far more weighty once we account for the pre-existing axiom that is, ball is life. For the latter effectively transforms the former into, fuck it, we live. And what maxim could be more gravely important than that which urges man to persist at all costs?
Yes, yes, dare bitch, yes. Do not try this at home. I don't know about sex. I have to blast this guy's cock. I'll have you know, I masturbate to cooking shows.
I suck my brother.
You suck your brother.
Thank God nobody else can see it.
Don't you fucking dare. God fucking damn it. It's always the whites. Ignore the cum, okay? Bravo 6 going dark. If it's your own kid, it's different. Because you can beat them as much as you want. I got to find out what happened to my foreskin. You look at these legs, and you tell me that Meals on Wheels here is not getting fucked over in the future. They didn't even give him a wheelchair. Player will hear is it's going to fix their parents' divorce and suck their cock under the table and do their laundry. And they'll finally have a girlfriend.
Oh, I hear a moose. Oh my God!
Let's see if this kills me. Oh, yeah. No, that killed me. For legal reasons, on this stream, this is water. Okay, now I understand why no one cares about this game. When am I getting molested in this office? Dong is for absolutely everyone. Don't let them tell you that only kids can enjoy dong. One of them was Dragon Ball Z porn, and the other was RuneScape. I think we need to give the Germans back the ovens. Dead grandma! Why the fuck do they keep killing all the hot, tall, 8-foot-tall mommies? Fuck Australia, it's full of criminals. This is what streamers do, this is what the professionals do, is they find creative people who have good ideas, they fucking steal them, and then they never credit them. That's how they, you know... 9 to 11 cats in my life, depending on... That's not a 9/11 joke, by the way. Now, I know that a lot of what I said is very non-acceptable in society and stuff. But there's two things I want you to understand. Number one, a lot of what I do is jokes. And number two, I'm allowed to do these racial jokes because I'm actually mixed race. You see, my dad's white.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
And my mother's Italian. Is that working now? There we go. That's working. You see that title? You see that title? Do you see that title? Sorry, excuse me, I gotta stretch a little bit. Ah, yeah, early OnlyFans content for you. What up, Super? I'll take a look at your profile picture now. How you doing? I can't believe I'm live. Can you believe it? I only skipped one day. Mostly because I'm figuring some stuff out. But, like, somehow, I set myself to have no fucking schedule and all of a sudden I'm way more consistent. This is bullshit. Maybe it was the schedule that was fucking me up. Maybe I'm mentally ill. And it's like, you know, there's that form of... I don't know if people know this, but there's like different demarcations of autism. Maybe I got a little bit of that one where it's like when people tell me to do something, even if it's me, I immediately don't want to do it. You see that title? Did you read that title? What does that fucking thing say? What does it say? That's right. That's right, I want you to all know finally happened. It finally happened. I'm baiting you. I'm biting. I'm fucking with you. I'm being a fucking bastard. I'm figuring out how the pros do things. They lie to you in the title, and then you come in and you get disappointed, and then you leave. So when I said I'm signing up to OTK, I'm signing up to do a co-stream of their expo, their games expo, because surely OTK is going to do a better job than all these other bullshit like company sponsored things. What's up, Jester? How you doing? It's been a while since I saw your name. A whole week, I think. Maybe shorter, actually. I'm signing up to stream something that I think is either going to be hilariously retarded or might actually be interesting. Ironically, I
have local friends discussing industrial cow milkers and how they have seen them used on Tumblr, not on cows, but on humans.
I've got one worse for you, Super. There's an image I got sent a long time ago. Okay, let me show it to you. I didn't believe this image was real when it was first sent to me. I truly believed when I first saw this image that it was fake. And I'm trying to figure out, how do I show this on stream without getting banned? Okay, there's no way I'm going to be able to show it. So to your cow milker there's an image of a man in a green body bag with a woman standing next to him. And one of those cow milkers being used. I'll find the image, I'll send it to you. How horrifying that was for me. Absolutely fucking terrifying. So, this is what we're going to be doing today. Right? Obviously, we've been sent some things to react to. Gonna take a look at that. Apparently, Bungie set itself on fire with its new game, which I knew nothing about until I saw a Twitter post this morning, which was exciting. I hope Bungie fucks itself up and then comes back and becomes something it was always meant to be. Let's be honest, Bungie's made some fucking banger games in the past. And maybe this is a little bit of cope, but I hope they go back to the Halo days of designing games. Maybe that's never happening, but I really hope it does. Can't score me more than the dude fucking the maggoty corpse. Oh yeah, that was a beautiful one. I caught a few people with that one, huh? So, we're going to sign up to this. The whole idea behind this, before we carry on, is I am going to be streaming this event. That's happening on May 25th. So this Sunday. I don't know how interesting this is going to be for you guys, but I hope it is at least interesting, or at least, you know, memeable enough that we can just laugh at how much bullshit this is. We need a bingo sheet, you know? That's not a bad idea. But I'd need help creating a bingo sheet, because I don't know what to expect from, like, games expos and shit, because it's been a while since I've actually paid attention to any of them. Because let's be honest, most games expos have devolved into, like, the shittiest show on planet Earth. Or you go to a games expo in real life, and there's no games. And they're just, like, pushing some weird fucking technology on you. And they're like, this is going to be the next big gaming thing, and it's just not. Is this a physical expo people can attend? Asmund lives 5 hours away from me. Oh, damn. Well, let me see. Let's find out. I just got this. I got like a message on Twitch being like, yo, do you want to co-stream this? So I'm going to sign up for this. I'm hoping it'll be interesting for you. I'm hoping you'll like it, and we'll do a little bit of research beforehand. Right, so as always, story time before we begin. Right, let me just put in my full legal name. Now, I can't show my full legal name on stream because of, like, the racial kind of stuff that happened on, like, Friday, Saturday, right? It's still got me a little bit shaking, like, a little bit shook, thinking, I don't want these people tracking me down, right? More than they already have. I don't want them to have my legal name if they ever find out that I am streaming. But, to be honest, if anyone wanted to find my full legal name, it would honestly not be difficult. If anyone wanted to fucking hack me or dox me or whatever the fuck, I know I'm fucked already. I know there's nothing I can do to stop them. So we're just gonna sign up for that. Quick. And we'll take a quick look into what the OTK Games Expo is gonna be about. Whether it's a physical event, whether it's like just online. I'm hoping there's a physical event behind this. So we'll find out. But before that, let's do some story time, right? So, there is a guy I know who's like, he's done a lot of PC repair work for me, and he usually does it dirt cheap. And he's really good at what he does. But this guy is like straight off the boat from China, barely speaks a word of English, but he is so fucking good at what he does. I went into his store, right, looking for broken shit that I could pick up, because obviously I'm a cheap fuck, and he's trying to get rid of like broken inventory because, you know, sometimes shit breaks. Sometimes shit from China breaks. What are you gonna do? That's life, right? And I was asking him a question. I said, yo, so I've got this PC that I play games off of. It's a solid system. I really like it. I got it from some guy who saw a Guild Wars 2 video that I made in my country, sent it from Cape Town. He said he was going to use it as a tax write-off, blah, blah, blah. You know the story. I noticed something the other day. So I went here to the task manager, and I noticed that when I went to performance, my memory was not running at the megahertz of the RAM sticks that were inside this thing. It had defaulted to the lowest setting of 4,000 megahertz, right? And okay, let me put this out in a linear time scale. I went into the store, and I was like, it takes me some time to communicate with this Chinese guy because he doesn't speak English good, but he's really good at his job. So I can't default, like, I can't be mad at him for that. So I was like, look, sometimes I'm playing games on this high-end PC, and sometimes the games just quit the fuck out on me. Right? What the fuck is happening? Like, this should not be happening on a PC that's this powerful. Right? So he said, okay, the first thing you want to check is you want to check your RAM. Right? So I checked my RAM. Came home, went to the memory panel. This was running at 4,000 megahertz instead of 5,600 like it's meant to. I asked him, what the fuck's going on here? Because I went back to his store. And he was like, he spent, this poor Chinese guy who barely speaks English, he must have thought he was talking to a Down syndrome kid, because the poor man had to spend about an hour trying to explain to me that it's likely because my system's XMP hadn't been activated in the BIOS, right? And because he didn't know the translation from Chinese to XMP, and when he was trying to explain what the fuck that was to me, this poor man was having a near stroke. But eventually, he demonstrated on a PC in his store, and he was like, go to the BIOS, check if XMP1 is activated. If it's not, you need to activate that shit, because it's likely the RAM, because it's defaulted to a lower memory usage, right, to try and preserve the RAM sticks. And he said it's very common when companies build PCs that they don't actually fuck with the BIOS. They leave it as default. So what's up, Brock's Place? How you doing? By Kosi, glad you've been streaming more. Yeah, so am I, dude. So am I. It feels so good. So, he's like, this poor Chinese dude is doing his best not to fucking get mad at me, because he's realizing he's dealing with a retard, and the language barrier is killing him. Eventually, he whips out a PC. He shows me exactly what I gotta look for. I go into this, and immediately, I fix the RAM, and all of my gaming problems are solved. No fucking games I'm playing are just randomly shutting down on me anymore. Are you putting the flashlights into the plushie? Yes. The second that plushie gets here, the second I got that flashlight, you're damn right I'm doing it. Right? So, this angel of a Chinese man just saved my gaming experience. And he didn't charge me shit, so I felt kind of bad. So I was like, look, I gotta do something. So I asked him, hey, what's that over there? And he's like, that's just a desk lamp. I'm like, how much is that? He's like, 50 rand, which is like nothing. Right? I thought, if you want the US price for this desk lamp, divide it by 20. It's just like, it's like $2.50. And he said, by the way, I do actually have something that's fucked up, that's straight off the boat from China. I just fixed it. And I'm going to fix all of these things so that they work on like the systems down here. Because I'm not sure that you can actually run these things. So he gave me something for free as well as helping me. This man is an angel. So now, I want you to know something. I want you to see this. This is so fucking cool. You see that? You see that right there? That absolute angel not just fixed this up. He gave me a mini screen for free. That is now a dedicated chat screen. So now I can miss your messages at twice the fucking speed I usually would. How amazing is that? All for the low price of buying that light over there, so I don't look like I'm part of the fucking Blue Man group whenever I'm streaming. Isn't that fucking gorgeous? How amazing is that? And you know what the best part about this shit is? I literally plugged it in and it worked. I don't think I've ever had anything come out of a Chinese store that I plugged in and worked. And this angel of a man was just like, tell me how this works. Give me your feedback. If it does everything I think it needs to be done, I can sell this to people who want extra screens on laptops and shit like that. And I was like, I will do whatever you fucking want. You want me to tickle your pickle as well? I'll do that too. I'll do whatever you need. And he was such an angel. He got that working. I was so happy with him. Didn't like Freerun as an anime. I found it really boring and slow. I think it's meant to be boring and slow, Benji. I don't think it's going to be for everyone, but I think the idea behind Freerun, now that I've watched it, is it's meant to be one of those, you're not paying attention to the anime, you're doing something else, and it's like background noise while you're doing shit. And I gotta say, English voice actors in anime need to be paid less. Holy shit, the voice acting in English is terrible. In comparison to like the original like Japanese language. Holy shit. What happened? What fucking happened? That like, I don't know if there's like some conspiracy behind this, or whether there's like nepotism going on or something in the English translation scene when it comes to animes. But like, if you watch something in like the original Japanese with the subtitles, and maybe this is an uninformed opinion because I'm still getting into anime. If you watch something in the original, you kind of get like the emotional tone they're going for. You kind of understand, like, there's no weird intonations in the language because it all kind of matches up, right? And obviously they're speaking very dramatically because it's an anime. But when I switch it to English, I almost want to kill myself. Holy fucking shit, it's bad. He is guaranteed you will come back in the future. Absolutely. Sheldon, I've been going to that Chinese dude for years. Whenever I have a problem with something that I can't fix, I go immediately to him. He has been such an angel to me over the years. So, I can't be mad. I can't ever be mad. Wait, your wallpaper, are furries demons too? Yes, but demons of a different nature. Ugh. They're just Slaneshi demons trying to fuck you. That's all they are. English voice acting for animes on 90% dog shit. 90%? I've yet to see the other 10%, Shelde. Holy shit. I've not seen a single good anime yet. Like I tried both. So I tried both ways because obviously I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Sometimes I don't want to be watching an anime. I want it on like a second monitor while I'm doing my job. And I can't read subtitles and do my job. So I'll have it in like English and then I'll do my job. And like when I actually want to sit down and watch it, I will switch it back to the Japanese language. But holy fuck, I don't know what's going on in the voice acting scene in English, but someone needs to fix that. There's an opportunity there somewhere for voice actors who don't act like retards to make a lot of money if they just did like a normal ass voice.
Hello, cunts.
What's up, Edward? How you doing? There's a small amount who do it perfectly, then the rest just suck. I have yet to come across those. And to be honest, I don't think I'm the kind of guy who's going to come across those because I'm still getting into anime. I'm still figuring this out. I missed the boat when anime exploded and now I'm playing catch up. Jojo Phantom Blood is great in English. Is that... Wait, hold on. Is that the 90s JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? That's the gay anime with the gay dudes, right? I've seen some of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I like the art style. I do think it's cool. But it seems kind of gay. Off-topic question, where you at in Guild Wars 2 story? So I'm currently Living World Season 2, Episode 3, but I'm not playing Guild Wars 2 tonight for the specific reason that when I wake up tomorrow morning, the first thing I have to do is spend like an hour or two cleaning out my fucking bags. I have to clear out my goddamn bags of all the shit that they've been filled with. Because it's that bad. It really drives me insane that they made it that bad. Like, I think that's actually one of the worst parts of Guild Wars 2 is they keep on putting shit in your bags that doesn't help you. Don't worry, we're gonna get into this Red Pill University shit. I saw someone linked it and I was like, what the fuck is this? Is this like Andrew Tate's university now? Has Hustlers University fallen off, or did he just change the name? I'm very curious as to what it is. Solo leveling English dub, not half bad. I'm not sure about that one. I haven't actually watched it. Solo leveling. I've heard that name. I think I've seen it posted somewhere on Twitter. But I haven't watched it. So that one's still on the list. I'll need to check that one out. God, it's so much easier to read what you type now. This is amazing. Now you know I'm a fuck up when I miss your messages. I never understand that Ghibli movies were advertised in the US through stars that make dubbing for it. It's like saying we've got one of the best animated movies, but a lot of... Okay, I've watched this previously, and then I watched it again with my wife. And I realized my wife is more of an anime elitist than I am. Right, we started watching Howl's Moving Castle because we wanted something that was going to distract our kid, and she's like, well, it's a good movie, we might as well watch it. And so I like put it on, and it started playing in English, and it took about half a second of English language before my wife got mad at me. She was like, what the fuck are you doing? Put it in Japanese, please. I cannot fucking stand this. She got like physically angry. Like, I could see her shaking mildly. She was like, this is disgusting. Put it in Japanese. Get the fucking English trash off this fucking screen right now. I married a weeb. And I didn't even know it. But the Ghibli movies are generally good. I'd say I'm willing to bet they're like infinitely better in Japanese than they are in English. Man, what a disaster. You should definitely watch High School DxD. No idea what that is. That better not be like one of those animes where like high schoolers are fucking each other in like the back rooms or something like that. Because that sounds like a porno title. That really sounds like a porno title. But let's work our way through things. Okay, first thing, I'm gonna look into this OTK Games Expo. We're gonna find out if it's like an actual real event and whether we're gonna be following like a camera around, or whether it's gonna be like just a purely online experience. Check reacts for the English dub clusterfuck from a few years ago. I'll take a look at that now. Only way to cure her weedness would be to go for no. I have a child and a gorgeous wife. I don't need her to dress up as a dog or whatever. I don't need her to look worse to bang her. Nothing good. Basically just a softcore porn anime. Okay, so it is a porn anime then. You're trying to make me watch porno here. God damn it. A bit off topic as well. Figured since you also had a STEM education, wondering if you could offer some advice. I'm almost done with my master's in a STEM field. I'm a bit confused what kind of jobs to aim for. Entirely depends on what your major is, what your degree is going to be in. Since the public job market seems to only have generic jobs, so you got a few options. If we're going to speak as broadly as possible, Khaldun, you've got a few options, right? Your first option is, if you've done a STEM field, it's likely you had to do some form of work study kind of thing where you go into like a job field and you have to work somewhere underneath someone to satisfy the requirements of whatever regulatory body that you guys function under. So like for engineers in South Africa, that would be EXA, which is Engineering Council of South Africa. And in order for them to verify you as a junior engineer before you leave, you have to have done a certain amount of hours of work within an engineering field. So for example, I worked in a factory building inspection tunnels for aircraft. I worked in another factory that was the design and development of like small motor vehicles like scooters and shit like that. I did another one where I can't mention that one. I'm just gonna say that it had to do with drone technology. And then I did another one where I had to do all the reworking of all their 3D design models for manufacturing purposes, right? Because the problem was they were working with these gigantic sheets of metal and shit, and they needed like a 5mm hole in a very specific spot. And now imagine trying to give a mechanic like a 25 by 25 meter metal sheet that needs a hyper specific 5mm hole in a specific spot, and you're trying to show him this on like a CAD sheet so that he knows exactly what he's looking at. It's fucking impossible. So we had to do like a bunch of workarounds for that, right? You're not entirely wrong, except the students are demons and angels and whatever. Okay. Yeah, okay, that comes down to the softcore porn. Of course it is. So, it entirely depends, Khaldun, on what your STEM field is and what you're getting a degree in. But what you might want to do is, if you had to do any kind of work study stuff, you might want to go back to the people you worked for and be like, hey, you don't even need networking. Just message them and say, hey, I would really appreciate it if you've got any contacts that are looking for what I'm qualified in. I'm willing to learn, willing to adapt. Please let me know. And even if it's something, and this is a trick. This is actually a trick for getting a job in these fields. Do not email them. Emails get lost. Emails piss people off. What you want to do is you want to phone someone. Right? Actually phone them and be like, hey, I really appreciated working for you guys. I respect what you do. suck the dick a little bit, work the balls, right? And then you say, I would trust you with knowing a good job that might be available for me. And and you say this to all of them. You say, you are my first stop in looking for a job. That's how important I consider you to be. Even if it's a complete lie, that's what you say to them. You suck the dick a little bit. They love that. My degree was in applied physics and data science. Was mostly diving into scientific computing, numerical methods, modeling. That's a rough one because that's a very saturated field. So what you might want to do, this might actually be a better option for you. Here's what you want to do, right? This is actually how I accidentally got involved in certain military work, because I didn't know these public companies were involved in it. Yeah. So what you do is you do this. Find a company you like, right? Whatever company that is. So I wouldn't know the data science fields as well as I know other fields, right? But let's say you've got company X, right? And company X is a fairly strong company that's got like a good work ethic. They pay the people who work for them well. What you do is you go to company X. You don't go and apply and throw a CV at them. That's the laziest fucking shit ever. It's not going to work. I'm not kidding when I say this. I've seen bosses have stacks of CVs, rifle through them, and throw like 2/3 of them in the trash. And when asked about this, they're like, well, I don't like hiring unlucky people. I'm not kidding. That's a meme out there somewhere, but it started because it's a real thing that certain companies do. So, you find company X, whatever that is, whichever field you like that company X does. You find out what are the biggest problems with the products that company X is offering, right? Now, what you're going to do is you're going to spend a month or two doing this, right? You're going to find out what is this problem, what is this issue, what within their company could be improved. You are then going to spend 1 month or 2 months, depending on how big the problem is. And you're going to try your best to resolve this problem, and you're going to come up with 3 different solutions. Once you've got your 3 solutions, you are then going to message someone in this company that you would like to work under. You can find them through LinkedIn. You can generally find them through any work platform, but you don't want to go through like recruitment hiring. But you just want to message them or email them, and you want to say, hey, I've noticed you guys have this problem, and I have 3 potential solutions, right? Don't come at this saying you must hire me. That's a fucking terrible idea. You say, I've got 3 potential solutions. I highly respect what you do. I would like to try and help solve these solutions. I want to work for you guys. You give these solutions away for free, right? And this is going to suck. This is going to really fucking suck. And sometimes you're going to get burned. Also, Calman, thanks for the follow. But you're going to give these solutions to them. And I know this. I know this because this is going to fucking happen. Right? But you're going to say, okay, here are the 3 solutions I've come up with. Maybe they apply, but if you let me work for you, I can refine these solutions into something that has a higher efficiency ratio, has a higher, a better fineness ratio, whatever you need to say, that's going to get you in the door. And you say, please hire me. I'm very interested in working for you. This will get you in the door faster than I wrote out an email. Here's my CV. Send it through to some boss. And he's like, fuck this guy. I don't want to do this. Right? This is how you don't get hired, especially in 2025. Right? But if you tell this guy, I've got 3 potential solutions that I've noticed you have an issue with this, or I'm aware that these certain issues within the data science fields are a real problem, and I may be able to offer a solution. I would really love to become a part of your team and help solve these issues so that you're more efficient and you can outcompete other groups around you. Right? Sometimes you're going to get a no fuck off. and you can't take it personally. But if you keep this up, this circulation here, eventually one of these guys is going to say, even if all your solutions suck, this guy showed more interest in our company than any other person who just shit out a CV at us through a recruitment agency. So maybe he's a better hire than all of these assholes up here who are just like, please give me a job. And it's just gonna sting. I promise you, this is gonna sting. You gotta put your hand in the fire a little bit. I know, I had to do it as well. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna talk around this. So I'll give you my personal experience with this. Sorry, I need to like figure out in my head how to talk around this without getting in trouble or without like breaking certain things. Okay, so one of the companies that I had applied to help when I was younger, right, while I was still in my degree and while my thinking process was, I want to walk out of university with a job. This was before I changed my mind, was these guys are developing this drone, right? I went home and I did all the performance calcs on these drones that they were building. And I noticed they had like 5 or 6 different flaws, right? So like a good example of this is there's a novel way in a drone situation that's not a dick, by the way. There's a novel way to solve for the wing-body interaction in fluid dynamics that occurs here, right? It's a highly unsolved problem. But what I knew, because I was interested in the time, is there's a sailplane called the Junker, right? Developed in my country. The Junker sailplane. And these guys had worked out a way to deal with this wing-body interaction of fluid, depending on different velocities, right? And now, obviously, I couldn't get these guys' research, but they helped me figure out how to do the fluid dynamics of this in a novel case, right? I then went to that company and I said, you've got this problem. You've got like 4 other problems with your drone. Your performance calcs on your engines are like all theoretical. They're not practical. They will not hold up under a realistic situation. And I can help solve this. My solutions that I offered, right, ended up getting passed off to their boss at the time. That boss, who had a military contract that I didn't know about, then passed it up to a military contract. And this guy said, you are going to hire this fucking guy because he's going to help you solve this problem. Even if you do it contractually, even if you do it part-time, I want this guy doing the performance calcs because he's already showed us where like a bunch of things we've overlooked have happened. So they hired me. Were my calculations perfect? Absolutely not. Once I got in there, did I get more data to work with? Absolutely. Did I contribute to their team? Yes. And I still get emails from that guy sometimes being like, are you sure you don't want to like come back and like work on this? And I'm like, look, I found out where that drone was going. I thought you guys were doing like farming tech and long distance shit and surveillance. No, that's not what they were doing. Are the models, etc., generally not open source, especially in Multech? No, they're not open source. That's why I had to build the model from scratch myself. I had to reverse engineer the models. Think about it this way. In World War II, both the Germans were exceptional at this, right? They used to capture Allied planes and then reverse engineer them as much as possible, right? The Russians, I think, are top tier in the world at doing this. But the Germans during World War II were really good at this. So you can do this. So this is obviously related specifically to aeronautical engineering. But if I can get a picture of a certain fighter jet, right? And they taught us to do this in university. There are certain fighter jets that you can get a picture of. And if there's any reference to size in the background, you can figure out, based on the perspective, how far away that thing is in the background, figure out the measurements and lengths of this aircraft. Depending on what engine you see strapped to this thing, you know what its flight regime is. You can then figure out its shape and size. You will then know what its drag is. You can figure out its CD0. I said CB, but CD0. You can figure out what its fineness ratio is, and then you can start doing all the performance calcs on this thing. Once you've rebuilt that model, you can then throw it into something like CFD, or you can do it by hand, right? I keep on putting B's, but it's D, right? And then you can reverse engineer it that way. So you can reverse engineer it. There's certain, think about it this way. There are certain specs that come out of War Thunder in particular that are military stuff, but they're not from military papers. Some of them are, but some of them, it's some guy, some autist who knows just enough about this shit to be able to reverse engineer it and figure this shit out. Right? So you can kind of do the same. When it comes to like data science and stuff, I know that's a lot more difficult. But if you show initiative, you're more likely to get your foot in the door than if you don't. Man, I went off on a fucking tangent there. But yes, Banatu's got it right. You're gaslighting a company into hiring you. If military ever prototypes, builds, researches something new, it's either for killing or will somehow be adapted for killing. Absolutely. I'll give you I'll give you one that's pretty public knowledge so I can talk about this. The donkey. Where is it? It's not the Strix, that's Australian. There is a donkey drone. I don't know. Oh, this is not Google Images. That's why it sucks. This drone was initially being built to survey. See if I can find a picture of it. Doesn't look like I'm going to find a picture of it. Okay, but essentially, there's a drone that was called the Donkey, right? It was meant to be a surveillance drone for land surveying over unfarmed land in Africa, so it could fly around for fucking hours, endlessly, surveying land, mapping out land shapes, so that you could turn whatever the fuck you needed to into the perfect farmland for Africa. Now, unfortunately for the people who designed that drone, it was just a little bit too good in surveillance. And all their tech was picked up by the US military. So they kind of got fucked. They were trying to do something good. They were trying to feed the country. And unfortunately for them, they ended up bombing other ones using that. I wouldn't mind some Miltech shit either. We're mostly studying physics, but the data science was added into the name just to market it a bit more because physics isn't very popular in my country. Yeah, okay, your country might be an issue as well, so you may want to look outside of your country. Then you might also want to ask if you can do it through work from home, secure online, like tunneling and stuff like that, if possible. I don't know how valuable that is. I don't know if you can do that. But yeah, that's going to get you in the door a lot faster than shit out 1 billion CVs. I promise you that. You'll get there with 1 billion CVs, but expect to wait like years before anyone even looks at your CV once. By the way, another hot tip. Don't build your CV using Microsoft Word. That's the dumbest fucking thing you could ever do. Your CV needs to be 1 page. And I'll show you how to format it. So what you want to use is you want to use GIMP, or you want to use Photoshop, or whatever the fuck. You're going to format it to the size of one single A4 page. You're going to take all your experience and you're going to make 2 lines here, right? And at the top here is going to be a nice little picture of you. All your details are going to go over here. And your work experience is going to be here, here, and here. Okay? That one A4 page will get you in the door quicker than here's a stack of paper, fuck you, read it. Not gonna work. Now, Adalal sent a link there. Hold on. No, don't fucking save that shit. I'm serious. Build your CV. Yeah, you use LaTeX. That's a mistake. That's a mistake. You've got to get artistic with it, right? 2 columns is fine. Especially if you're a student and you're just coming out of university, 2 columns is fine. I can't react to Kanye's new song, Barando. Unfortunately, that one's an insta-ban, has been set out by the rules of thing, but I have listened to it, and the problem is it is actually pretty fucking catchy. Now, what the fuck is this? Yeah, okay, so this is one of the JoJo's Bizarre Adventures. I can immediately tell from the fucking art style. I can't tell if that's a man or a woman. And I don't know why this guy's got a dick on his forehead.
しばらくこいつらと自己紹介でもしていてくれ。わかりました。
Is this man pissing in a teapot? What the fuck?
ジョルノ君だっけ?
He pissed in a teapot.
立ってるのもなんだから座んなよ。
And now he's serving people hot piss.
さあ飲みなよ。あんた年いくつ?
15です。
He's feeding a 15-year-old boy hot piss. Is this fucking R. Kelly?
が? なんだ、俺より2個も下だぜ。いただきます。
The smell of piss just hit his nose there.
どうした? お前は俺がわざわざついでやったそれをいただきますって言ったんだぜ。いただきますって言ったからには飲んでもらおうか。それともぬるいから飲むのは嫌か?
仲間になりたくねえから飲みたくねえんじゃねえの?
何やってんだお前ら!
いえ、なんでもありません。僕のためにわざわざお茶を入れてくれたんです。
Okay, on one hand, he can catch him on sexual allegation assaults here. Jesus Christ. Okay, this is definitely a gay porno. This is definitely gay porn shit.
お前ら、何を?
お前面白いな。本当に飲んだのか?
違う、飲んでるわけはない。な、どうやったんだ? どこに隠したんだ?
教えてくれよ、俺にだけ。な?
さあね。君たちだって能力を秘密にしてるんだろ?
Okay, this is gay. This is the start to a gay porno.
こいつ、スタンド使いか?
カップの中の液体は歯を1本、体質の 98% を水分で構成するクラゲに
changed one of his teeth into a jellyfish. A jelly puss. There's still puss in your mouth, dude.
変えて吸い取らせた。
I don't think that's the when you think it is.
体を移動させる能力。
口開けてみせろよ。穴開いてねえよな。
よくわからんが、ジョルノ・ジョバーナ。こいつには何か人に認められていく才能みたいなものがあるらしい。
Dude just drank puss. Oh, no, but I turned the puss into a puss jellyfish. That makes it okay that there's still puss in my mouth. What the fuck? No, okay, that's just gay porn. That's just fucking water sports. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Yeah, I think I'll pass on that anime. Thank you for convincing me not to watch that. Now let's get on to the first topic. Let's find out a little bit about the OTK Games Expo, because I have no idea whether it's a physical event or not. And we'll work our way from there. Okay, these... Wow. Holy shit, these are like long things. Is there like a highlights? Maybe... Okay.
Well.
I think it's digital. I think it's online only.
Oh, it's finally time. Sup, y'all? It's me. It's your boy Asmongold, and I'd like to welcome all of you.
Didn't Asmongold, like, water sports are considered a vanilla kink around my circles? That's disgusting. You need to leave those circles. But just step over the piss circle before you leave.
To the OTK Games Expo, live from the We Play studio. We have a lot of games to look at, over 40 today, and there are going to be
Didn't Asmongold, like, leave OTK? I think I remember there was the whole thing where he said that there's, like, something about people in the Middle East having an inferior culture, and then people got fucking butt mad over it, and then he had to leave. Or is that, like, was that just a controversy and now everything's fine and he's back to being a part of this?
Bunch of different games, and you guys are going to be getting involved as well. Now, the first thing that I want to do is I want to show you all what we're going to be doing and what's to come with this show and exactly how things are
Nice out. This was early. Yeah, this is from 2 years ago, so like...
to be broken down, because obviously we're going to have the trailers, we're going to go through all of that stuff, but on top of that, we're actually going to be doing interviews.
Not gonna lie, these things look pretty homosexual. These are pretty homoerotic drawings. I think they could have done a better job with that.
With some of these developers live here in the studio. And on top of that, we're even going to be playing some games on top of it. So I am very, very excited, especially with some of these games. I think they're going to be awesome to watch, and it's going to be a lot of fun. And so, guys, I want to say a huge thank you to everybody who's made this possible. This has been a tremendous undertaking for us, and it wouldn't be possible without you all. So thank you so much. And the other people I want to say thank you to are the people I'm about to announce today. And those are going to be my friends helping me here going through the entire expo right now. And so we got Tectone, obviously the Genshin Impact legend. And then we got, oh man, we've got Jay Schlatt, the Minecraft master.
We watched that trailer with Asmon. He actually turned to me and he went, "Wow, dude, look at that."
Man, if these are the highlights, this is a real fucking slow event. I've just got to say.
Dude.
Jesus.
Wow.
It was cool.
It's a cool game,
man. What can I say?
And over to my left, we've got...
Yeah, that's really cool.
Okay, soda poppin'.
Hi, everybody. I'm Seer. I'm actually a triple.
Recognize him. Recognize him. No idea who that is. No idea who that is. That's like Eddie Murphy's younger, unfamous brother.
Platinum Rank 1 Gas Station Simulator Champion. Also won an Oscar for Best City and City Skylines. And absolutely rolled soda poppin' at Warcraft 3 Soccer, which I won a Nobel Peace Prize for. Bruce?
See, all that sounds good, but to me it just sounds like baloney. Pro Telltale Gamer here, Bruce, drop them off. I'm here to give my insight on some of these games. I heard we got a great list, so I'm ready. I'm excited. Back to Nick.
All right, we are...
Oh shit, he's got the grills.
The Variety Gamers here to give some of the best insight that we can possibly give. So, back to you, Zach.
Who the fuck is Elton John over here? Okay, discount Eddie Murphy, fine. I don't know, who's fucking discount Elton John? Does anyone know who that actually is? I've never seen this human being before anyway.
Thanks a lot, Nick, and I can't wait to hear what invaluable, incredible, and very insightful commentary they're going to be providing today.
We have one more game here in our platformers that we are going to be talking about. And
oh, fuck, look at that. They were teasing Yasuke in Assassin's Creed long before it came out. Damn. It's like The Simpsons predicting all that shit. They did it here as well.
For this one, I don't know what else to say besides the fact that my excitement is almost as huge as its creator's ego. This one is made by Mizkif, and it's called Unrooted.
Okay, so now we know that there's no physical actual expo event. This is fully online. This is This is just Ori and the Blind Forest. What? That's literally just Ori and the Blind Forest.
If you want to stay up to date with everything with this game, you can follow him on Twitter right now at UnrootedGame, and we're gonna get to talk to the
They need to fire the sound guy. That music is way too loud for me to hear what the fuck he's saying.
developer of the game just a little bit more. Mizkif, he's sitting with Asmin and Emeru right now. Let's hear about Unrooted.
Yeah, this game has actually been a passion project for the past 2 years. I'm actually kind of nervous about this because I know people have been asking about this game. I've gotten hundreds of Reddit posts. Asmin, is that really?
I could tell this. He doesn't want to be here. He's like, take me back to my goblin attic. Please, God.
What you're gonna look like when I'm shouting out my game?
Oh, no, I was thinking about something else. That's all.
Anyway, back to what I was saying. So, a lot of people have been asking about this game, and I'm super excited to finally talk about it.
Fire the sound guy, please.
Basically, how it happened is I was at an airport, and I was playing platformers. I've been playing platformers pretty much every day for the past 2 years. I love Jump King. I love other platformers. Jump King is really good. And I always wanted to be able to make one of these games. I always wanted to create one, and I thought the best way to do it was with my community. But it wasn't. Because what happened was I hired a bunch of people from my community, and they all...
Okay, so this is about as cringe as your average expo, generally speaking, is, right? It's okay, it's like, there's fuck-ups all over the place. They're not very good at presenting ideas. They don't, like, show how interesting the game is.
Lied about what their resumes were, and they actually couldn't do anything.
Oh, yeah, I've done that before, yeah.
So I had to rehire a bunch of people, and I was able to hire an amazing team from my community still. We have some crowd favorites, this girl named Courtney, she's in my chat right now, and we have Coaster Music as well, who made a lot of the...
Someone needs to be, like, running backstage and, like, fucking... just hitting the audio guy in the face, screaming, fix it.
Music in the game, and it's just been a crazy project for the past 2 years. I never knew how expensive making a game really was.
So not being rude, but our generation doesn't really do social skills. Yeah, you'd think that it would make things better, right? You'd think that means that if we had no social skills, we'd just be spurgs yelling things at each other, but it turns out no. It just turns out that there's a debuff where we can't figure out speech. We're all locked at like 10 out of 100 speech, and it just never goes higher.
Speaking of expensive, how many microtransactions are you going to have in the game?
Well, I was getting to that. So right now, you know, it's an expensive game. We will have NFTs available right after this.
Okay.
So if you guys want to follow the Unrooted Twitter, it is Unrooted Game on Twitter, I believe. But yeah, it's just a passion project that we've been working on.
Okay, that looks good. For an indie game, that's not bad looking. Got this game. Okay, was Renown any good? It's medieval Rust. Okay, so what you're telling me here is that the OTK Games Expo is really just like indie devs copying the formula of a more successful game and then shitting it out onto a platform. It's still in alpha. Oh man, we've got medieval Star Citizen. Amazing. This reminds me of Chivalry.
I'm not sure if McConnell's watching right now, but that game seems right up his alley.
Bro, I'm really excited about that game. That game looks really cool.
It really...
Oh man. This is a time capsule. If this is a 3-year-old video and that's still in alpha. Look it up, though. It's pretty good. I probably will. Mordhau had similar siege concept. It was funnier because of the bard going around playing some songs. I remember that. Mordhau, for a while, was great, and no one would attack the bard. And they just let that guy be an asshole and just been like sitting there dancing and jumping around and playing music. I remember that. That was such a good idea to put that in the game.
It looks...
Huh?
Yeah. Okay.
Take it right to bed.
It's roughly 6:30.
All right.
Okay, so now they've changed out the one streamer I did recognize. So he's the only face I recognize now. Now we've got like Discount, fucking Timu Eddie Murphy, Elton John after he's failed his career, and what, Forrest Gump? Like, what the who are these people?
Well, guys, Finn, anything else you want to add?
Yeah.
Travis Scott AliExpress.
Okay.
That's accurate.
Let's get back to Rich.
That was awkward.
On Intel saying that it was just a game, but I think the phrase "it's just a game" is such a weak mindset. You're okay with what happened, losing, imperfection of a craft.
Again, listen to the audio, completely unbalanced. What a disaster.
When you stop getting angry, you've already lost twice, S-Fan.
You've already lost twice, and that's exactly it. I mean, the best gamers in the world have said that before, and that's exactly what we consider ourselves. Myself, Seer.
Seer's taking off his jacket. He ready to take this.
What
is this?
What's this?
What are you doing, Rich?
What's going on here?
Well, I would say he's playing Diablo Immortal, but that's not the cache UI, so I don't know what he's doing. What is this?
What you're seeing right now, ladies and gentlemen, is the world premiere of Rich paying money in Diablo.
Oh man, they could have done this so much better. How hard is it for them to plan ahead of time to make this actually funnier, where what you do, right, is you're playing the game and you have someone who's like a Blizzard employee who's like sitting next to you, standing next to you, and every time he wants to succeed or bring his character back, he has to like whip out his actual wallet and hand it to the Blizzard employee, who then takes his money, slaps him in the face, and then he can keep playing. Come on. If you're gonna do these things, if you're gonna do this choreography kind of shit, then again, it says hashtag ad in the corner, and we know that whenever you tie yourself to a company, you're not allowed to do anything fun or interesting.
Mortal, just kidding. He was doing that previously this week. Currently the number
Also, I suppose if they're gonna cosplay a Blizzard employee, that's immediately gonna like get them, the sponsor's gonna pull money because it's like mandatory that the Blizzard employee would have his cock out.
Ranked player in the world, if I'm not mistaken.
That I will be Thanatos. I have my own skin.
Let's make some good memories.
Okay.
That's so bad.
That was some good smite.
Jesus, that's
no
terrible.
way that's it.
Hey, quit staring at my boxes.
Oh, God.
So, who's Thanatos?
Okay. It's Thanatos. But okay, Thanatos. Okay, so what we're in for on Sunday, when we're streaming this, the Games Expo, is we're in for what seems to be a lot of fucking cringe. These are all the social rejects who joined together to make their own Gamescom.
That is level 99 in their scale. Ladies and gentlemen, the world premiere announcement of the RuneScape crossover for Smite.
I'm going to make an observation that's going to upset people, Childo. Oh, finally, good game. Oh no, never mind.
Oh my God. All right, guys. All right, it's time. Come on.
A year and a half. We're in a giant studio like this, and look how many of us. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Stop!
Hold on, just sit in the cringe. Just enjoy it. Just enjoy the cringe. Just soak it in. Soak it in with haha. Funny I slipped. Haha, me too. Doesn't that feel good? Can you feel your spine tingling?
Dude, guys, I just want to say this event has been absolutely phenomenal.
Oh, it's Clear Comms guy. At least I recognize him.
I want to give a big shout out to WePlay and everybody else on the OTK team that's been working on this event, doing a phenomenal job.
Okay, so if that was the best of the OTK Games Expo, we can expect Sunday to be a slow one. So if I'm streaming that, or I'm co-streaming that, just don't show up, okay? Don't show up. It's better you don't show up, okay? Just don't be there. Save yourself the hassle. I'll suffer through it alone. Man. Oh. Ooh, that's painful. Jesus, that's some ninja type of cringe. I mean, I respect them for making the platform to promote indie games, but this expo looks more like it's about them rather than the games. Okay, Khaldun, Chielde, I've got a really fucked up statement to say to you, and you're gonna know it's true, but it's also it might upset you. Most streaming groups that I've seen, where there's like these collective groups, are almost like these people are trying to relive the high school experience, but from a different angle, right? So like, they were all losers in school and stuff, but now that they've like made a successful career out of streaming, they form these little groups, and you've got like the popular kids, and you've got the guys trying to be like the cool, funny nerds, right? So those were like the haha, we're the cool, funny nerds. Whereas like the group that like attaches itself to like Ludwig and Hassan, and they do the streamer awards, they're reliving prom night, where they get to be prom king or queen. Right? They just reliving their school days, but because their actual school day experience was dog shit, they're trying to like relive it and remake that event occur, but now it's good. That's the feeling I get from this. So like, if you go and watch the streamer awards hosted by Ludwig and Ludwig's girlfriend and stuff, it literally looks like prom night from high school. That event right there seemed like it was a bunch of the kids who were part of God, what's it called? I don't know what it's called in America, but you know, the audio-visual club, like the people who are like trying to do some kind of slapstick funny humor and do like a presentation in class, but they don't know how to speak to people, but this time they're cool. It's low entertainment. So that's my perspective on it. On the other hand, the argument you could also make is that these guys are so fucking tied down by sponsors and people who are sponsoring their events and keeping OTK alive, that they're not allowed to do anything that might be considered interesting, fun, or controversial. Right? So if, let's say one of them has a spicy personality, he can't actually speak that entire event because he knows if he makes one joke, all sponsors run away and he fucks up everything for everyone else. So I smell fear. I smell fear of advertisers abandoning them, as opposed to it being an interesting event. Streamer groups are just circle jerking cucks. Fair. Fair. I'll take that. I'll take that on the chin. It's a good thing I'm here alone. There's only me to jerk my circle to. Holy shit, that was devastating though. Right, let's move on. Okay, now that I've sat in the cringe, I've absorbed it, and I know what to expect on Sunday. All of you know that you don't need to show up for Sunday stream. Don't be here. For your own benefit, do not be here. It's probably better for your mental health if you're not. And I don't mean from the regular schizophrenic rants that I go on, but like just purely from the perspective of like it's gonna be a snooze fest. Actually, you know what? It'll be a good lullaby for you. Put the stream on in the background, and you'll fall asleep in 5 seconds. Why will you stream this? Because I think it'll be funny to do it, Edward. I think it'll be funny, and I already signed up before I looked into it. And also, I want to see if there's going to be a difference, right? So that was from 3 years ago. Did they learn their lesson? Did they figure out how to get better, or are they just still as cringe? I'm curious to see where they go with it. That's important to me. Yeah, I jumped before I looked. I do that all the time. That's why I'm such a fuck up in life. So, next thing I wanted to look into was obviously what the fuck is Red Pill University? Oh yes, and that's your new profile picture. It's disgusting. I don't know what the fuck it is. Looks like VR chat. Looks like it's gonna be a horror show. Now before I show you all the dicks in my Discord, let's find Red Pill University, because I saw that shit and I was like, I need to know what the fuck this is.
Humans are living in a...
Hold on. I just realized I didn't show you a thing on stream. Ah, well, fucked it up now. People just have to go into the Discord to see that degeneracy. Red Pill University graduates are stealing all my STEM jobs, which is why I have to resort to streamers to ask for advice. You know, okay, I'm gonna say something. Again, this is very interesting to me. From the perspective of... Think about it this way. You know, there's like people who are like left wing and right wing and whatever the fuck else, right? This is the way I see it, because I can already tell this is going to be one of those fucking things where there's a bunch of grifters stealing money from each other and pretending to do something, right? So let's say the political divide is somewhere here. And on the right, there are like people who lean conservative and right wing, and then you got people on the left. And these people here on the left tend to lean, you know, more progressive, but they're still sensible. Then you got the people on the right there, a little bit more conservative, but they're not that bad. And then all the way out here are the fucking dicks on the right-hand side. And these are your scammers, right? These are the people who are trying to sell you courses and shit about how to be a better person, how to be a real man or some shit. And then on the left-hand side, there's just a bunch of people over here. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to convince you that for thinking logically like a human being, right, everything you think is just wrong. Right? Everything about you is bad. Right? You are original sin incarnate. And these guys will like firebomb houses, they'll dox people, they'll fucking attack them, they'll go to some communist rally because mommy and daddy have, you know, so much money in a bank account somewhere that they can just show up to any event whenever they want in their fucking Gucci boots or whatever. Right? Then these fucking losers on the right-hand side here are the people who are scamming you, selling you courses, telling you how to be a real man. And these two groups are like your normal-ass human beings who are just trying to get through the fucking day. And unfortunately, a lot of young men who get attacked by these people end up bouncing into these people. And they then get scammed, right? And all the young women and people who sit about here who are progressive then get emotionally manipulated by this group and bounce off in this direction. And you've got this massive fucking divide, and it's disastrous. And the fact that this thing's called Red Pill University is already telling me this is probably like very right-wing, very anti, like very heavily fucking conspiracy-based. They didn't look into anything, but they are going to be charging people an online fee for a course that doesn't actually teach them anything. That's what I expect. Let's find out if I'm right, or if I'm just completely on the wrong track.
A state of total illusion. Everything they think they're doing is just in their minds. It's not real. If they want to experience reality, well, then they have to escape the matrix and to...
Oh shit! shit, I just registered. This is the Channel 5 news guy. This is like the... Okay, this guy's actually really good at what he does because he's so fucking chill and he just lets people talk. He doesn't do anything. Like, you know that phrase, never interrupt your enemy when they're making a mistake? This guy is the embodiment of that phrase. It's amazing. I got lucky and found the red pill way before the grifters got to it. Sadly, all the OG retired and remaining people that know it all tried to cash cow it. Yes, of course. This is the problem. Is that, like, people who do the whole red pill thing have some pretty fucking valid points. But the issue is, right, okay, before we get into this, because this is what I expect this to happen, right? If you are like someone who is like suspicious of government behavior, thinks that you're not being told everything, thinks that the system is fucking broken and needs fixing, you're probably right. But the problem is every time you try and have like an intelligent adult conversation about that with another human being, what ends up happening is there's one fucking borderline retard who can't even tie his shoes, who says the craziest shit imaginable. And because you talk to that, like that person immediately gets lumped in with you. And now instead of you having an intelligent conversation, now you're one of these retards as well. Right? So like, think about it this way. You will be like, if we look at the finances of the Pentagon and what happened in the past, and just before the 9/11 attacks, it's incredibly suspicious that $3 billion just evaporated off the balance sheet, that there's nothing, like, there's some fucking chasm that's going on there. There's some shit going on in the background that's really, really suspicious, and we need to start questioning it. You will say that. And then the problem is the guy who agrees with you will then say, yes, and also the earth is flat. And then the people who were kind of like starting to understand your perspective on shit immediately like shut down and go, oh, fuck, this is another flat earth retard. Right? And the same thing happens on the left, right? Where like most reasonable people will be like, okay, so I think that women should have the right to choose, blah, blah, blah. There are cases where abortion is important and a woman should have access to this. And then someone on the left will be like, yes, and once the baby's born, you should have 1 year to be able to kill it with a hammer. And then the people trying to have like an adult conversation get lumped in with the fucking psychos. That happens all the fucking time, and it's so frustrating. So that's what I expect out of this. The OG Red Pill was only about learning the truth about women's self-improvement and stuff like that. Yes, that's the thing. That's where it started, right? Was like, it was learning that not everyone has like their best. They don't want the best for you. There are people out there who do not want the best for you, and they're out there to fuck you over, right? That's what it started off with. And then slowly it became this thing where now everyone is a villain and everyone is your enemy and you need to join this cult. And you also need to pay the cult $500 a week. What am I saying, $500? It should be like $500,000 a week. Red pill discussion of sexual strategy in a culture increasingly lacking positive identity for men. Exactly, right? Things like men missing healthy male role models. All the people getting famous are the extremists instead of someone being rational and reasonable who you can actually look at and be like, okay, this is not a fucking crazy person. He's probably not a bad idea to emulate this human being. And then you've got all the like propaganda kind of shit on the left. So like, I watched a few episodes of this with my wife, right? And she agreed with me on this point. We watched Sex and the City, and she was like, I will never let my daughter watch a show that's anything close to this because it will fuck her mind up. Because while she's a teenager, it'll convince her that it's okay to be an absolute whore, to ruin your fucking life, pretend like the world owes you everything, and never look for a partner or be a sensible human being. Like, that was what my wife said. She said, this is propaganda that fucks up young women. And I watched a few episodes. I'm like, shit, she's right. This is fucking up young women all over the goddamn planet if this is what they think is normal. Just fucking random dudes like every second day. Jesus. I remember the Twitter engagement data that people are famous for being bad. First stream of the year, let's fucking go. Yeah, I know. I can't believe this is the first stream of the year, kid. Or the ones that say kids can consent to sexual operations. Exactly. That's a perfect example, right? A kid can't vote. A kid can't drink. A kid can't do this, but we can chop their cock off when they're 4 years old. That's batshit insane.
To do that, they must take the red pill. Now, only then can they see the world the way it really is.
After this, there is no turning back.
Let's talk about college. In 1990, the average cost of a 4-year bachelor's degree at a private university was $9,000.
What?
The average cost of a 4-year bachelor's degree at a private university was $9,000.
What? $9,000? Hold on. We're going to ask Grook some questions. Hey, Grook. How much is the average cost for a 4-year bachelor? I'm probably going to spell that wrong. We'll just pretend that didn't happen. Hey, Grook, how much is the average cost for a 4-year bachelor's degree in the US? Average cost for a 4-year bachelor's degree US varies significantly. Fuck me. Public institution, $45,000 US. So the lowest price tag I'm seeing here is approximately $38,000. Annual cost. Annual cost. Not total. Holy shit. Fuck me. Per year. Okay. We're whipping out the calculator for this. What's that? Okay, we'll dial it down to 38,000 for the sake of round numbers. $152,000. It's 16 times as much. Holy fucking shit! There's no way inflation accounts for that. There is no fucking way that inflation accounts for that number. This is why the US university is a scam. No, I would agree. I would actually agree that from a monetary perspective, that's a massive fucking scam. Holy shit. Jesus. Thank God it's 6K per year here. Yeah, fuck me, dude. $9,000 versus $152,000. And that's $152,000 on the cheap end of things. My God.
And 80% of students graduated with no student debt and a well-paying job that allowed them to buy a home and raise a family without having to make a damn OnlyFans or a Patreon page that hosts exclusive content for $5 a month. Today, the cost of that same 4-year...
I think I actually calculated this for one of the documentaries that I've been working on with my boss. I figured out that if you started university in the US in the 1980s, if you were irresponsible with money, did a shitty degree, you would still get a job, and after 1 decade of paying off all your debts, you would have paid off your student loan debt, you would have paid off a house, and you would have paid off 2 cars bare minimum in the space of 10 years. And then I did the calculation for, I think it was 2023 at the time, and it told me that you will die of old age before you pay it all off. And remember last time I was streaming, I told you that when I traveled to the US, I met like this really rich black dude in Texas. And he was like, I had a conversation with him, and he posited a theory to me, and he said, what's more likely, that a bunch of elites got together and said, you know what, slavery bad, let's ban slavery, or option 2, slavery inefficient, why are we only doing this to black people? We should do this to everyone, but we need to convince them that it's just how the system works. And I'm like, oh man, this is starting to make me think he's right. Oh man, every day that passes, that dude just seems more right. Oh, that's scary. And I thought the 54k I accrued in the UK was bad. That's appalling. That's disastrous. Holy shit.
Your degree is 62 grand, 7 times more expensive, and the average student leaves college unemployed with 40 grand in student loan debt, only to be stuck mixed.
So you got 40 grand in student loan debt. You've got accruing interest over time. You can't get a job. You can't get paid back. Are you able to default on a loan, or if it's a student loan in the US? Surely there has to be like I declare bankruptcy, I can't pay for any of this. Because otherwise, what the fuck do you do? You're fucked. If you do, the interest goes up ridiculously and you can't bankrupt out of it. No, but daddy government might forgive it. A fucking daddy government might forgive it. It should forgive it. Not might, and fucking me, Jesus. Is there any regulatory body that's regulating these universities and their prices? Or is this like a fuck you private institution things, and it's the same as the internet companies in the US, where they all talk to each other to set a ridiculous price, and then so they all set a ridiculous price, so even if you change providers, you're still paying the same amount. You cannot declare bankruptcy on... Oh, fuck. Oh my god. That black dude in Texas I spoke to might just be right. This just might be indentured servitude. Holy shit. To be fair, before the Civil War, the North was not using slaves that much because they could only work half the year. Plantations worked only in the southern climate, so your friend's theory might hold up. Fuck. It's starting to fucking look like it.
Mixing margaritas and making latte art in Bushwick, wishing to God they'd went to trade school for HVAC installation.
You know, they could have solved all of this if all of them just stopped for a second. If they just... Hold on. Why is this not working? Damn it, that's not working. I'm fucked. If all these millennials just got together and stopped eating avocado toast and pulled themselves up by their bootstraps... Okay, first they have to afford bootstraps to pull themselves up by, but once they've done that, then they'll be fine. I don't know what everyone's complaining about. There's your average boomer take.
Still, enrollment numbers haven't dropped really, and the youth appears to still be playing the damn game, forking over wads of cash to four-year private universities like Brown, Chapman, Harvard, Princeton.
Okay, I don't actually blame the students for this, and I'll tell you why. There's like a form, I don't know what to call it, but there's like a form of indoctrination. This happens down here in South Africa as well, is when you go to a school, what you hear from day one until graduation is that the only way you're ever going to get any level of success or be comfortable ever at all is you need to go to university. And so the indoctrination hits in deep. There's no like, don't worry, you don't have to go to university. If you've got a really good business idea, you'll be okay. You're just going to need to fight really fucking hard for it. There's no, hey, You know what you might want to do is you might want to get into real estate and be like a realtor and get an apprenticeship or something. There's none of that. They were just like, if you don't go to university, you're a fucking loser, moron, failure, asshole, piece of shit. That's what they tell you from day one to graduation. So I don't actually blame the students for this because they've been indoctrinated into it their whole life, most likely. They don't want business owners, they want more workers. Exactly. So the Prussian education system, which has been the same for the last 100 years, is training you to be an office worker, not to think for yourself. What I've noticed, so like obviously, I've looked back at the guys that I went to school with, right? And I've looked at what they were doing with their lives. Interestingly enough, the one that's doing the best and is living the best life didn't go to university ever. He went and like got into like real estate and shit. And you can see the path trajectory of his life based on the pictures he like shares on social media, where like for the first 4 years after school, he looks like a fucking disaster, right? Like you can see he's working himself to the bone. And then after those 4 years, his life just gets better and he's driving fancy cars and all of this shit. The people who went to university, all of them either killed themselves or are working a fucking office job and are in massive debt. Or they left my country to go somewhere else and restart. Funnily enough, I knew a girl in engineering who, when she graduated, I asked her, this is amazing. So what are you going to specialize in? What are you going to do with your life? You know what she told me? She said, fuck all of this. I'm going to go back home to the Karoo where I was born and I'm going to sell flowers in my family flower shop because it's a more profitable path than anything else I could do in this country. And she wasn't wrong. That's the worst part. Do you really think that indoctrinations were just past generations to want the best for their child? No, this is the thing, right? They can be intimately linked, Fiend, right? The previous generation went to university, got a job, succeeded, and so obviously that's the first thing they're going to tell their kids, is this is what you got to do because it worked for me. I don't understand what's wrong with you. You just need to do the same thing I did, and then we're all good. And that's not their fault because it did actually work for them. But because the economy changes, because of price inflation, because of cost of living, because it's so fucking hard to do the basics now versus back then, right? Yeah, you got to remember back then in the 1980s and the 1990s, you could have like 4 kids, 1 job, your wife would stay at home, and you'd still be able to afford 2 cars, and you would have and you'd be a fucking plumber. Right? Now it's like people can barely scrape by. They don't have a kid. They're married and they're together, but they didn't have a wedding. Their wedding band is made of fucking wood. Right? And they're living in a shitty little apartment. So you can't really blame the older generation for this, because from their perspective, they're right. They did this shit and it worked. But the problem is the environment changed. And they're telling them to do the same thing they did where the ambient environment was different financially from what's happening today. The only thing that your education gives you is a future job interview. Okay, so this guy can show up on time for a couple of years and actually do the job. Yeah, you would think that, but even employers are now iffy about that. And I know this because I've had conversations. I've done recruiting for certain companies as well. In this regard, parents were successful from varsity, but it was their passion, not necessarily the varsity. Causation versus correlation. I think there's also another part of that. Is back in like the day of your parents and shit, if you were going to university, you weren't studying African dance theory. You weren't studying how fat people... It's not their fault that they're fat, wobbly, fucking tubby planets. It's the universe's fault that they're like that. You didn't get a degree in fat bitchonomics. You got a degree in engineering. You got a degree in copyright theory. You got a degree in something that was employable most of the time. Mr. Recruiter Rose, what do companies want from me? keep it simple. I already had the, like, you're going to have to rewind and you're going to have to go back to what I told Thingy earlier in the stream. I actually had this conversation in the very beginning about what companies are looking for. Most of the time, if you don't have a degree, what you need to have is some kind of portfolio that indicates you've got the experience they require to get what they need done. Also, fuck the boss. And then record it so that afterwards you can claim rape and you'll say, I'm gonna share this video with your wife and kids if you don't hire me. Also, I want to work from home. That works too. Just walk in and shake a hand, you'll get the job. As if fucking job applications are in person anymore. Yeah, they're not. They're really not. Oh yeah, what you need if you want to be a millionaire is you want to have a billionaire father who dies, leaves everything to you. That way, by the time it gets to you and all the taxes and shit are taken off, you'll still be a millionaire. And you can live comfortably before the economy collapses again. Then you'll be good to go.
Yale, Loyola University, New Orleans campus. But let's keep it real, yo. These schools are telling us bullshit. What if I told you you didn't have to do that? You can learn just as much and even more with a proper red-pilled education at Red Pill University. According to their website, the Red Pill University is a coalition of individuals and organizations that share a common problem, which is that peace...
So here's the problem I'm spotting already. A coalition of individuals and organizations. You know what they could have said? They would have made this make a lot more sense and made this more like rational. Is they could have been like, we are trying to be the modern day Library of Alexandria, where you don't need to like go to some super expensive course. We have all the information you need that a university would otherwise give you stored inside of this place, this repository of knowledge, and we want you to use this shit, and we will charge you $9,000 like they did back in the old days to be able to access all these courses and this information, and it's all neatly set out for you. That's what would have made sense. Coalition of individuals tells me that they've got an agenda. That's dangerous. This could have been something good, but this sounds like this whole thing is this is like one step above the YouTube guy who's telling you buy my course.
Peaceful, law-abiding citizens are experiencing ever-increasing control over their lives by governments and corporations. The Red Pill University was founded by Edward Griffin, an American author and filmmaker that some people call a conspiracy theorist.
Hi, I'm Ed Griffin, and it's my pleasure.
How old is this guy? This guy's been going at it forever. And if he's a conspiracy theorist, maybe he was right about some stuff. Because he's looking pretty healthy for being that old, that he was in black and white fucking videos. Maybe the government is putting cum in the water, and he knew not to drink it.
Pleasure to welcome you to Red Pill Expo, which is a project of Red Pill University.
So as you can see, we're in front of Holiday Inn right now. But it's not just a regular weekend at Holiday Inn. Inside right now is the Red Pill University Benefactor Private Meeting, where all the benefactors who pay over $500 a month to Red Pill University.
There it is. There it is. There's the buy my course. There it is. I tell you what, 24,000 versus 152,000 is not bad, money-wise. But what I want to see from this is I want to see them have actual courses where it's like you go in there and you say, I want to study fucking physical science, right? And you go in there and you can go through a bunch of coursework that teaches you, I don't know, optics, or that teaches you electrical engineering and the basics of it, or magnetism, or something like that. That's what I want to see. If you're paying $500 a month, and you're getting that level of information that you would otherwise get from a university, then that makes perfect sense to me. But if that's not what they're offering, if they're offering courses on, like, the government is shooting microwaves at your balls every time you're asleep, and that's why you should wrap your nuts in tinfoil before you go to sleep, then we're going to have a problem here.
Are here to discuss all things red-pilled. So we're going to go inside, see if we can see what's going on, and maybe, hopefully, gain some knowledge. We decided to start off in the conference room where Dr. Lee Merritt, who's from a small town where chickens are illegal, was giving a presentation on how the ruling class is controlling citizens.
Cock is illegal in her town? Why?
Using nefarious tactics.
You're either being blackmailed, you're being extorted, or you're going to be murdered. One of the things that woke me up...
Oh, there it is. Take a look at this room. Woman at a red pill convo. This is, yeah, but this is the grift. What does this room look like to you? Does this look like a lecture hall where you learn something? This looks like a pyramid scheme. These are the same conference halls that pyramid schemes hold their thing in. It literally, they've got the fucking pyramid thing. And you're right, it is all old people. This is a retirement home for crazies. They've got the pyramid scheme right there on the fucking board, and all these people are just eating this shit up. Never mind, fuck these guys, they can lose their $500.
One of the things that woke me up to the fact that this is a global conspiracy to murder us, at the very top are the controllers. One thing they never tell...
Are the controllers? Okay, who are the controllers? Name them. Name who the controllers are, you pink fucking tacky-shoed bitch. Who are the controllers, or are they just some nebulous body?
You that the people in charge worship Moloch, the old religion, sacrifice children,
there it is.
And promote cannibalism.
Oh, fuck, there it is. Yeah, so you're not going into this place to get Dual Shock 4. Alright, okay, so you're not going into this university to learn a marketable skill that when you leave you can actually do something useful. You're just going in here to talk about shit.
And I don't know about you, but I just don't go to dinner parties like this. So who benefits? And I'm just throwing this out there. They're keeping their...
Whoa, hold on. Okay, I take back what I said. They actually named and shamed Joe Biden. I can't believe they did that to him. Jesus. Okay, I take it back. They are talking about the controllers. I take it back.
They're keeping their bloodline very, very tightly controlled so they don't lose these powers. I mean, I'm not saying they're not human beings for sure, but they're...
Animorphs. It's fucking... You see, okay, now we know this is total bullshit because he's a robot, not a lizard. Have no empathy. Okay, that's a fair one. Imitate human emotions. That's, again, fair. Can recognize each other, but most of us cannot recognize them. That's straight up a line from the movie They Live. They avoid people who can recognize them. Again, that's just this bitch watched the movie They Live once, and she thinks that's everything. It just lists psychopaths. Mark is a fish. No, he's not. He's an android. Come on. Let's be serious here. I have this for free in random YouTube videos. I have this for free every time I go to fucking poll in 4chan. What the I don't need a university. This is free info. Just go to 4chan. The fuck do I need this for?
I'm just saying, something's wrong here. The reason that you don't know his name is they hide in the shadows. When children are used up, they're parted out for organ parts. They're forced to do this at some...
Okay, let's see. We know fucked up shit happened all across this top line, and we know Diddy's been in that boy's ass at least 7 different times. I don't know what's happened to Jonah Hill. Okay, these are all fucked up people, right? These are just degenerates from one side to the left, like to the other. I want to go to one of these and just troll. You should. Holy shit, that would be so funny.
Point. If you take the money and the fame, you're...
Imagine you're in the crowd and you put up your hand and you're like, yo, how do I know you're not one of them? How do I know that you're not trying to make me shoot up a school or some shit? Because this sounds like you're trying to motivate me to shoot up a school. What if I shoot up this event instead? What? No, you just get on the mic and you're like, nice try, FBI, you fucking glowy. I see you, you bitch. Just fucking reveal your power level and make them all look like morons. They're in the shadows. Okay, can you define the shadows? Like in the shade, in a building. We're in the shadows right now, being indoors. Yeah, no, these people are retarded. Some MK Ultra shit. You know, MK Ultra was a real interesting one because it's like... Think about MK Ultra like logically. It's the mind control experiment, right? And the CIA or whatever the fuck came out and said it failed. But if it succeeded, why would they tell you it succeeded? They'd probably come out and still tell you it failed so that you don't question it further. Wait, I can just resell Facebook posts to boomers and call myself a professor. Yes, Grim Gamer. Absolutely. That's what you need to start fucking doing tomorrow. Have you been on Facebook recently? Have you seen how much AI-generated fucking garbage there is? And all these old stupid fucks don't know how to deal with it. They all think it's real. Man, it's such a marketable space the more I think about it. If you wanted to sell shit, you could probably sell bottled water that you get out of your tap and that you piss in. And you just label it. And you say, no, the water's yellow because it's been through a purification process. And, like, the government hasn't touched it. And we've got this super complex process that we're not allowed to reveal. And you could sell bottles of water to, like, old bitches like this for, like, $500 a pop. I bet you could do that. I bet you could do that. Oh, my God. It's another version of that Flat Earth meeting for $500. Just sad, lonely people looking for a cent. Yeah, no, this is that these people are paying $500 to be around other people. That's the feeling I'm getting here. Grandpa has not been visited by his grandkids for the last 7 years, and he's just so fucking lonely right now.
Bought into this.
Yeah. Oh, hold on. I just lost volume to my headphones. I think they just died on me. Just give me a sec. I gotta hear this fucking crazy shit. This is exceptional.
Nothing to see here. I'm sure that's what you guys do.
There we go.
On the weekend also. Mock killings and kissing skulls.
They're openly satanic. Red, black, anger, fear, lies.
That's a stretch. That's a stretch. I'll tell you what, though. I'm really sad. I'm really sad that we didn't get the ultimate Joe Biden experience when he was the president, because there were a few crypto betting pools that were open where people were betting, does Joe Biden shit his pants on stage, have a dementia moment, and just say the N-word? There were actual betting pools with hundreds of thousands of dollars open. And people were like, betting on Joe Biden shitting his pants on stage this month. I got $10. I betted $10. I'm so sad for all those people that it didn't pay out in their favor. Man, this
deception, propaganda.
And so, yeah, there was a CIA project the last 6 years against me, but I take that as an honor. Stop following orders. Resistance is...
While we talk about Alex Jones all over.
Victory. Here's for.
Oh, okay. So he's doing this because it helps him pay off that $1 billion he owes. Okay, I understand. I'm not mad at Alex. I understand. The poor man got fucking raked over the coals unfairly in those court documents and bullshit because he said some shit and people got mad at him. Did he already say the N-word in one of his stutterfests? I'm not sure. I'm not sure that counts, but I want him to have like a... I was looking at the betting pools for that, and it was like he has a dementia moment. He points at one of the speakers, or the cameraman is like, "Why is there an N-word right here? Like, this is not allowed. This is illegal. Check him for drugs." And then he just shits his pants, falls over, and dies. Those were like the betting pools when Joe Biden was president.
Again.
I'm not going to change my message. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Gee, Edward, Griffin.
Unvaccinated lives do matter. And I used to be a spinal and orthopedic...
Okay. Okay, you know what I said in the beginning? Where I said you have people trying to have a logical conversation, and then you have, like, the biggest shit-eating retard who shows up and now everyone thinks you're a shit-eating retard as well. This is what this is. I mean, I kind of take all those conspiracy theories with some salt. There might be some truth in every lie if you filter out the
I kind of
useless
take all
damn
those
shit.
conspiracy theories with some salt. There might be some truth in every lie. If you filter out useless informations by certain degree of common sense. Remember?
Yes.
Snowden.
Yes, that makes sense. But here's the problem, Scourgefist, is you're thinking about this in an IQ that's above room temperature, right? Like there's likely some kind of truth that sparked this behavior, right? There's probably something that is being hidden from you. But then someone next to you will be like, yes, and also the government sucks your toes at night. Okay, here, let me give you an example. Let me give you the perfect example. I'll use her example. Unvaccinated lives matter. Right now, I've got a kid, and she goes to like this a play date thing where a bunch of kids get together and all these like toddlers are like having a good time, and some of the mothers there are like super anti-vax, right? And I've seen some wild shit go down where like one of the moms doesn't vaccinate her kid at all, and her kid ended up with meningitis and like rubella or something, and like the kid nearly fucking died because of this, and every other kid was fine. And it kind of works like this. So I'm going to bring the COVID vaccine into this. So we're about to go for a wild ride. One of the arguments that all of these mothers had, right, was vaccines are bad because they take aborted baby parts and they inject them into your child. Right? Now, I'm from a medical family. I have a very deep medical background because there's so many fucking doctors that have been in my family. The aborted babies part thing, do you know where that comes from? About 50 years ago, a group of scientists in like Sweden, in Denmark, in a bunch of European countries knew that there were certain women who had babies that were going to get aborted. So they got these women to sign a document saying, we would like we know you're going to abort this kid. We can't stop you. We would like to harvest some of these cells so that we can make safe vaccines from their cells, right? So they did a bunch of cell collection from these aborted babies' lung cells. They then manufactured them into a bunch of cell cultures. They grew viruses in these neutral cell cultures, They then took those viruses, made them inert, turned them into a vaccine, and that's the vaccine that goes to your kid. And it turns out this is a way safer thing to do because you can make sure that the virus is not contaminated outside of human cells. And since like the 1970s, they never had to harvest any other aborted baby cells again because they just needed enough to build a library of cells that they could always pull from because they didn't want to fucking do this again, right? Not even the scientists like doing this. They had a controlled environment. They could then grow a bunch of viruses safely. They could then kill those viruses or make them inert and then use them in vaccines, right? Now, when they first started doing this, like 60 or 70 years ago, these vaccines did actually have issues, right? Sometimes they didn't work. They killed the virus too hard, and then it didn't actually cause an immune response. Some of these had a negative effect because the disinfectant they used to kill off the cells, right, then got into the vaccine and then fucked with the kid. But about 70 years later, these vaccines are pretty fucking safe to take, right? Because as you can imagine, all these companies, all these medical industries are fucking terrified of all the lawsuits and the nightmares that are going to hit them. Now, when it comes to the COVID vaccine, when it was first released, what did we have? We had zero testing. We had no information on what is the effect on pregnant women and women who are breastfeeding and women who are in vulnerable states. We had zero information on a bunch of shit. We had a new mRNA vaccine, which we know is not always safe, right? That needs a bunch of testing, right? There were too many questions that were unanswered about this vaccine, right? And in particular, if you were in Africa, you got like the shittiest fucking version of this vaccine before they sent it off to Europe. They used Africa. They literally used Africa as a fucking testing ground for their dog shit vaccines. Right? Before they were like, oh, well, it looks like we fucked up half of this African tribe, so we got to go back to the lab before we put this in the Europeans, right? So, as you can imagine, this still needs a lot of work done. Right? And on top of this shit spawned like an infinite amount of conspiracy theories. But these fucking crazy mothers are thinking about aborted baby cells from 70 years ago. And they think all vaccines are bad. And then on the other side of it, you've got a bunch of retards who don't fucking question anything about vaccines, and they have this like visceral knee-jerk response of, oh, if you ever question anything about medical science, you're a like, you know, those people. So you got fucking whack jobs on both sides, and you can't have this adult conversation with anyone. Guess which side she's on? It was not possible to do a beta test. In addition, the vaccine had to be kept at a low temperature and ultimately caused too many to be lost in logistics. There was a bunch of shit that went wrong with those vaccines, right? Like they couldn't keep the temperatures low. They needed such a higher dosage. They were cranking them out at rapid fire speed. We as a global, like any country around the world had never once built a vaccine at such a high rapid speed. Right? Journalists are to blame. Yes, I agree with you. Journalists are the biggest fucking retards on the planet, and anyone who reads a news article headline and immediately believes them, I can't take them seriously. COVID vaccine was actually bad for me because it created heart complications I didn't have. Scourge Fist, you know what's really interesting? When I had a stroke in my left eye, I went to see a physician. And she immediately looked me in the eye and said, please, God, don't tell me you took one of the African COVID vaccines because I've had such an increase of this shit. They gave us the unsafe shit. And I was like, nah, I didn't. She's like, oh, thank God. Okay, so it's likely not going to fuck you up, but we do need to like send you in for testing for what the fuck happened to your eye, right? But it was scary to see that a medical professional, a practicing medical professional, looked me in the eye and said, please don't tell me you took that shit. That was pretty fucking scary, I'm gonna be honest. Is it the Zeneca? I don't know. I didn't take any of it. Aborted baby shit for COVID vax. Hold on. Aborted baby shit for COVID vax was so fucking stupid. They only used some tissue cells which came from an aborted line, reproduction of the cells to test COVID vax on. That was a thing, was they didn't want that known and didn't disclose it for those with serious religion concerns. Yeah, but you see, that's the thing. That's a different argument. Religious concerns are a completely different argument. Fine, I understand people's faith and whatever else, but the fact that they were just using a cell culture so that they could have an isolated virus that they could then use to safely inject people and shit, that's a very different argument to last year we cranked out a bunch of brand new vaccines that no one had ever taken before. That's a very different argument for, hey, we've been testing and trying this shit out for nearly 100 years now. Those are two very different zones, but no one wanted to no one wants to listen to that. They're just like, did you know that all vaccines are made from aborted babies? And you're like, what the fuck are you talking about? Right? They take the most knee-jerk, crazy thing, like, consider it reality, and then don't take it further at all. It's insane. They don't think about the complexities of any of the shit. You can't have an adult conversation with someone like this. People misrepresented what was being done, and what the companies did also didn't help. Yes, there's insanity on both sides of the shit. It's insane. Here in Chile, you couldn't enter closed spaces unless you had at least necessary and available vaccinations. That is, you couldn't enter supermarkets, you couldn't enter a mall, you couldn't enter... Yeah, I remember, I don't know how true this is, but I did see a bunch of Australians online complaining that they lost their job because they didn't want to take the vaccine. And then, like, when the whole pandemic shit was over, they had a bunch of politicians coming out saying no one forced you to have it. No one forced you to have the vaccine. You did this all on your own. Which I thought was, oh my god, that was fucking beautiful. Yeah, you weren't forced to have it. You just lose your livelihood if you didn't take it. Which I thought was hilarious. But let's continue.
Surgeon, and now I'm a professional medical rebel. We can't accept evil, and we can't participate in evil. Don't let them use your hands to kill people. It's time to repent and turn away from that. Don't participate. Yeah. And how much is your job worth? They're coming after your children.
What do you mean?
There's a pattern.
They're coming after your children. Do you see the emotional manipulation of that one?
Here of killing the elderly, killing the Down syndrome patients. I didn't read a Bible for 40 years of my life. I'm not a churchgoer. I'm just saying there's real good, there's real evil. You need to choose the right side here.
The problem is she's right in saying there is good and there is evil. Those things really do exist. But she's using that as a cover for being fucking insane. That bitch, it's a real doctor. Yes, but she's probably suffering from professionalism bias. Where if you talk to certain... You see this the most in the medical fields, right? Well played, Reckless. So, what happens is, this happens in the medical fields a lot, is a doctor will be an expert in one field of medical science, and they think that makes them an authority in every other field of medical science, when they actually don't know shit about it. They know, like, above the basics that your average person knows, but they don't actually know outside their field. It's like asking a cardiovascular surgeon about orthodontics, right? And some cardiovascular surgeons will pretend like they know everything about teeth. And you're like, no, you fucking don't. Happens all the time. My brother, who internally is wired more feminine than most guys, had the Johnson & Johnson vaccine that has been said to cause neurological problems in women. And after he started having neurological trouble. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, dude. I just think it was a weird coincidence. I mean, there are a lot of weird coincidences, right? So unfortunately, I know a few people who seemed pretty healthy, had the COVID vaccine, and then within the space of the next month had like blood clots and shit. And they died. Obviously, they died, but like their deaths were marked as caused by COVID, but they had the vaccine, so I don't understand what, like, you see what I mean? But the problem is, I can go off and be crazy and say, oh, it's the super globo homos who are doing this. But, like, that's just falling off the fucking wagon into being one of these people who says, like, the most retarded shit ever, instead of trying to pass information. Hold on, now I'm taking telmisartanum, or AT1 receptor, which prevents the production of angiotensin II. From my understanding, I need it so blood vessels don't constrict as much, but it has its drawbacks like high it's probably creatinine, you mean, not creatine, and potassium, which I need to check regularly. From what I've read in a lot of data, COVID-19 fucked up those receptors. Yeah, this is the thing, is it's any new vaccine that comes out that is rapid fire pushed to the public, and we saw this with the polio vaccine, right? When the polio vaccine came out initially, there was a certain percentage of the population that when they took the vaccine, they actually got polio, right? But if you took a polio vaccine today, that's not going to fucking happen to you, because we've had like such a long period of time to refine and perfect this shit. So same shit. Oh, what's up with the body armor? Are they hunting whites in South Africa already? Yes, they are, actually. I've had a few racially motivated incidents, but I'm scared to talk about it because my country is currently pushing to pass a law that makes talking about it treason, that they can then apply retroactively. So I'm still considering whether I should talk about it or not. I had a friend have heart palpitations from shot 1. My current GF has the shakes after exercising, only after having got it. My former girlfriend's father had a stroke after getting it, and my gran, you already... Yeah. But that's the thing, you see. Like, Africa got it real bad because we got the beta test program for that shit. Actually, no, we got the alpha for that vaccine. We really got the shitty stuff. And then they were, like, making notes on how many Africans got fucked up. And they're like, interesting. We'll have to change the formulation.
Needless to say, I was less than surprised that this was the curriculum within Red Pill University.
We are living in a parallel universe. We're living in an alternate universe. We do not understand what reality is. And the red pill is the pill that allows people to understand.
Of course they put they live in this. I was so expecting a they live, and I was expecting it way earlier.
Stand and see the world as it really is.
How many people are enrolled in Red Pill University?
In the whole program, I think we've got close to 25,000.
So like I said, this is not a university, because you are not going into this university, learning a marketable skill, and leaving. What you're going there is to hear some crazy shit and then join that pipeline. That's what you're going there for. You're not going there for actual information that's going to make your life better.
Total. Americans are waking up, and I'm really excited because I think we have maybe a higher level of people understanding that truth and starting to...
Ghosty, I'm fucking considering it. I don't want to like talk about it because I don't know how much danger I'm going to get in by talking about it, but I'm seriously fucking considering it. That's all I'll say for now. It's a grift. Yeah, 100% Faith. This is all a grift. This is the right-wing equivalent of all the, like, commie compounds and shit. This is the right-wing equivalent of going down the fucking conspiracy theorist road of, like, you know, everything is evil and shit, and you can't have an adult conversation with any of these people. You cannot have a singular adult conversation about the complexities of something, because they're just going to default to... this is the body of work of Moloch, and they'll do the same thing that you see in cults, right? Where if you question them at all, they're going to be like, oh, but you're just one of the demons trying to manipulate me, right? They'll just slap a label on you and they'll leave. You know how, like, super wacky radical left people will be like, you're a racist, you're a homophobe, you're a this, you're a that. These guys are the same, except they're like, you're a pedophile, you're a child rapist, you support the lizard people coming to fuck your ass in the middle of the night. They're like, these are the guys who'll say that. That's just labels on the other side.
Question the authorities.
You gotta ask questions. It doesn't matter what subject it is. If you don't ask the questions...
Oh, I'm asking questions, and I bet that none of these people would like the questions I'd ask them.
You're not doing your part as a citizen to say, well, I don't know, why would we do that? We just go along with it. I think that's the biggest thing that's getting everyone in trouble is we're not asking questions anymore. We've quit that part.
And that's what we need to do. Americans are all about having the freedom, having the ability to question authority, to question when we're told something.
You can't do that in my country.
We should have the freedom to make the choice for ourselves.
The goal is to red pill people, just like the Matrix. Take the blue pill, stay asleep, take the red pill, and wake up.
I think Obama's running.
The Matrix was such a good movie, and it's done so much fucking damage to, like, the idea of nuance in politics and, like, any critical thinking. It's like you've given two binary choices. Question. You'll never know, Keith. You'll never know.
The White House. I think he's serving his third term. I don't think any.
Hold on, was that real? They made Obama into a demon. What was he saying about Obama serving a third term?
I think Obama's running the White House. I think he's serving his third term. I don't think anything is.
I want you to go look at pictures of what Obama looked like before his presidency and after his presidency, right? The man aged 100 years. I don't fucking think he wants to be there anymore. I don't think anyone can. I used to think that the whole two-term thing in America was so that, like, you know, you can't, like, keep having the same person in power who can then slowly build a dictatorship. I'm starting to actually think they put the two-term thing in there because the job's so fucking stressful that you're just so burned out after 2 terms that there's no coming back from that.
Accidental.
Obama has been spotted at the White House multiple times since his presidency, missing a jump.
Okay, that's just white people genetics. He must have hoop.
Shot.
I think it's all being orchestrated, it's being planned, it's being implemented in a way that steers us into a one-world collectivist government. Everything that's happened in the world is planned. I do a podcast called Connecting the Dots.
In a way, it's comforting being around so many conspiracy theorists. Not because I spent so many of my formative years in the halls of their conferences and trade shows, but because they possess a true confidence in the human spirit.
The true confidence in whatever crazy shit they believe. That, like, you can never get these people to question their beliefs or have any single amount of self-doubt. It's insane. They have a strong belief that Michelle Obama is a man. Reckless Banana, one of my wife's friends, is like super conspiracy theorist, like pulled on that shit. And she cares about nothing else. She doesn't believe in any other conspiracy on planet Earth other than Michelle Obama has a dick. And she calls Michelle Obama Michael Obama. Every single time we talk to her. That's all she talks about is the dick on Michael Obama. And you can't get any other conversation out of her except that. It's fucking insane how focused she is on there being a dick there. That's all she cares about. You're like, what about 9/11? Was 9/11 like a conspiracy? Was it like actually done by the US government? And she's like, nah, it all started when we saw Michael Obama's dick through the dress he was wearing. I'm like, do you believe in any other conspiracy theories? The moon landing, the fucking Pentagon bombing, the whole conspiracy that turned out to be true about there being no WMDs in the Middle East when the US invaded. Like, do you believe in any of that? And she's like, nah, but Michael Obama's dick. It's great. Sometimes I like to push her just to see how many times she'll talk about it in a day.
Or rather, the ability of mankind to keep secrets for a long period of time. In a world where constant human error, loose-lipped clout chasers, and other random variables throw straightforward operations way off track on a daily basis, it's almost comforting to envision a larger, perfectly coordinated nebulous force pulling the strings behind the scenes. It assigns order to chaos, while allowing adherents to skip the intellectual legwork of figuring out who the hell these controllers actually are. Lizards? Demons? Nephilims? Haku?
I'm glad they put the father of all white people in this video. But, okay, so there's a problem with this whole idea of this giant collectivist group that's controlling the world, right? Because any group of people that grows large enough becomes super inefficient. And if you've been inside any large company, you know that at least 30% of the people around you are fucking retarded, right? Keith, don't talk about your dad that way. He is the father of white people in the true history of the world. It's why, if you want to know why white people love jacuzzi so much, it's because we yearn for the bubbling tanks of Yakub when he was making us. But the whole idea of there being some nebulous, shadowy body, the group needs to be so small that you never know who they are. And then the question is, how has no one ever rebelled against them and won? Right? I think it's more likely than not that if you start to look into shit like this, what you find out is that things are the way they are because people are self-interested and don't actually give a fuck about you. They see themselves as above everyone else, and that's all they need to justify fucking over everyone else.
Nubians? Jews? Probably all the above. The point is that somebody's got a plan.
What's the history of the university? Like, who started it?
That would be Mr. Griffin's thing. He wants to leave a legacy of knowledge behind for people. So G. Edward Griffin did start that, and since all his stuff goes clear back to the 69.
So this is G. Edward Griffin, right?
This is.
What can you tell us about the man himself?
He is a smart man. At 93 years old, I think he's got more.
Okay, so this is starting to get into cult territory. How many wives of members who've joined Red Bull University do you think this guy has fucked? 93. 93 wives, or is that his age? All of them. Yeah, I bet he's like, it's very important for the Red Pill movement that I get to fuck your wife. Oh, she's a fat bitch? Never mind. You can leave. Actually, you know what? I feel bad for you having a wife that ugly. I'll give you your $500 back, buddy. That's what I expect it's like. The real conspiracy, the people in power are simply retarded. That might actually be true. That might be closer to the truth than you realize. Is this the History Channel after midnight? It fucking might be. I don't know, the Channel 5 guy's been pretty fair to these guys. So far, he hasn't, like, pushed any overt message. He's just letting them dig their own grave, which is really interesting.
More knowledge and more ability than people at 30 do. And he just really wants the knowledge out there for people to grow with it.
What do you think's like the best DVD here, if you could recommend one purchase? I'm going to buy something.
But I would say The World Without Cancer is a cover on the B-17. And since cancer is getting bigger and bigger and becoming more of a problem, people need alternatives.
So again, what she just said is actually kind of true, right? As we add more chemicals, preservatives, we make more artificial shit that our bodies were never made to deal with because we still live in primitive human bodies, right? That were made for like what life was 100,000 years ago and shit. Obviously, we're going to have an increase in cancer. Obviously, we're interacting with more carcinogenic substances than we otherwise would. That's pretty normal. But I'm willing to bet that book probably says some crazy shit, like the government's driving past your house with a microwave every night to give you cancer.
Truly believe Ed's biggest legacy is World Without Cancer, simply because if you take away your health, you'll pay all your money to get your health back. We know the answer to cancer. We've known it for, in the United States, probably 100 years. People have been wiping out cancer with nutrition, and we've known about it, but they've done a great job at keeping us not.
So again, preservatives, economy of scale, manufacturing at scale, and using certain things to feed a nation. You have to add certain things in so your food doesn't go rancid after a day, right? And the bigger the scale of the population, the more logistical problems you start having. But on the other hand, remember I said that a lot of the time, the people at the top tend to be highly self-interested? I'm willing to bet that there's a non-zero chance that people in the pharmaceutical industries and shit, if they had the cure, the actual cure to cancer, there's no fucking point in them ever releasing it. They'll make sure it's never out there. Because why would you cure someone on a once-off payment when you can keep them on a subscription model until they die? You see, that makes sense from a self-interested perspective. Right? Like, why would you kill your own business model with a product when instead you can just keep those pay piggies coming back for more?
Knowing that. So basically you're treated like an idiot if you believe that cancer is a nutritional deficiency, and that's what it is. This world is not about healing people. This world is about...
Cancer is a nutritional deficiency. Cancer is damage to human cells caused by ingesting of certain like elements that are carcinogenic that your body can't pass. That then causes aberrant, rapid, wild growth of cells that are completely uncontrollable because the DNA inside of them is damaged. Nutrition does play a factor in that, but it's not the only factor. But do you see how he put it down to it's this one thing and nothing else? That's an issue. Probably we could reduce the rates of cancer if people ate healthier and had like less processed foods. But that's not the only factor. And we know this because archaeologically we've dug up bones of human beings who've had these weird growths and shit. And the archaeologist registered that these people had like bone cancer and stuff. And those people weren't dealing with chemicals. It's actually bizarre that Italians often die a lot more from cancer, and some people link it to sugar mostly. It might be. Like, this is the thing, is our bodies weren't meant to deal with such high levels of sugar. But we get really addicted to sugar because, like I said, we're in primitive bodies, right? And our bodies are like, we're like, holy shit, a highly dense, calorie-dense food that tastes sweet. So it kicks off the dopamine receptors in our head, and we all fucking love sugar. And we probably shouldn't be eating that amount of it, because if we were living like some kind of natural lifestyle where we all die of, I don't know, fucking dysentery at age 30 when we're cavemen, you wouldn't ever see that much sugar in your life. Shocking news, bad immune system causes sickness. Yeah. It's almost like there's a link between the things you put in your body and your overall health. I don't know, maybe that's crazy conspiracy theory talk. People are getting more unhealthy, in my opinion. More people are having a sedentary life. More people are eating more than they need. Yes, absolutely. More people are having more social problems, generate mental problems. Yes, we are rapidly moving towards a technological state that the human body has not had the time to adapt to, right? It's only, like, here's a good example of exactly what you're talking about, Keith. Our current alcohol concentrations in alcoholic drinks is not what our bodies are used to handling, because in like a natural state, when fruit used to ferment, we used to get between like 3 and 5% alcohol by volume drinks maximum. Now we get shit that's like 25% and drink the fuck out of that. And that fucks us up because our bodies just can't handle that. Our livers are not made for that shit. But it does cause an addictive circuit to go off in your head. And then you have alcoholism.
About money, finances.
The answer is that the modern medical business model is to control a disease and keep it alive, but never cure it.
It's much more profitable.
That line he just said, I can actually believe. Keep them on a subscription model for as long as possible and get as much out of them for as long as possible. Because that's down to self-interest, not conspiracy theory.
To treat someone with chemotherapy, radiation, and drugs or surgery, and less profitable doing it with nutrition.
That's a bad business model. If you cure a disease, you lose a customer.
Follow the money all the way down the rabbit hole.
That's pretty logical.
You end up in a battle between good and evil. That's what it comes down to. If you get down to the deepest parts of it, and many people nowadays are going down the rabbit hole and finding the extreme evil that they find on the bad side, let's call it, the collectivism side, where everybody's group.
Do you see that sentence? 25%? What the fuck bitch drinks are you consuming? Exactly, Faith. It's been so normalized that you call someone a pussy for drinking something that's 1/4 alcohol. Our ancestors who used to drink every single day, the peasants in the fields drinking beer all the time, their shit was like 3% alcohol by volume. Maximum. Think about that.
Group together in the same pile, and the other side of it is the individual sides. And I know that sounds like a conspiracy theory, but I have all the facts to back it up, and I have all the information to back it up. So
I would love to see where he gets his information from.
That's my passion.
You ever feel like there's an institution built on feeding you information that may or not be true in a sick attempt to make you a mindless cog in their belief system?
Yes, it's called Red Pill University.
That's because there is, and it's called the mainstream media. Different outlets push different agendas, shaping the story to fit their own narrative, which is why independent reporting matters, and
I love how if he had said this 10 years ago, everyone would be like, nah, you're a crazy conspiracy theorist. But now it's just so normalized. Everyone's like, yeah, we know. The conspiracies of yesterday are just the normal behavior of today.
We here at Channel 5 are committed to bringing y'all raw, unfiltered coverage straight from the streets. But before we even go put boots on the ground, we get informed using Ground News. Ground News is a dope-ass news aggregate that lets you see exactly how different media outlets, left, right, and center, are covering the same story using their biased distribution tool. Just look at how the mainstream...
Ground News sounds like it's an actually really, really good information source that'll tell you which way people lean. But my question is, how long before some fat, dumpy white bitches get into the HR department of whoever's running Ground News and completely fuck it up for everyone? How long before that happens? It was healthy to drink because the water was boiled and all the viruses and shit got killed off, so beer became the safest drink. Yes, water was incredibly unsafe for like peasants and shit back in the medieval era. And you'd want alcohol in your drinks because it killed everything else off. The fermentation process actually made things more sterile. So it was safer to drink a bunch of beer than water back then. Ground News has been running for a while. It's actually pretty dope. I'm not worried about it running for a little while. I'm worried about where's it 15 years from now.
Media is covering Michelle Obama's recent comments about the Trump administration.
Oh, Michael Obama and her dick is being covered?
Deportation policy. This article's headline from the left-wing radical Huffington Post reads, Michelle Obama reveals what keeps her up at night about Trump's second term.
What keeps her up at night, you say? More fuel to the fire.
While the far-right Gateway pundit reports Michelle Obama claims deportation issue keeps her up at night after...
Deportation keeps her up at night as well. She's got a fetish for watching Mexicans get thrown over the border. Now we know.
Her husband deported 3 million illegals. With Ground News, you can track and compare these dueling narratives to see what's actually being said and, most importantly, what's being left out. Another thing I love about Ground News is how it actually helps you figure out what's really news by showing you how many sources are covering a story. For example, the story about Mark Carney's Liberal Party winning Canada's recent election has 612 news sources. So you know it's not just some bullshit being covered by a handful of small outlets. That kind of transparency lets you judge the credibility of an article before repeating it in a conversation and realize.
I mean, this might actually, for now at least, be a pretty valuable news source is to do something like this. Because outside of like Asmongold reacts and memes, where else are you going to get a solid news source, huh?
You've been fed a one-sided narrative and are now a cog in the machine. Another feature I love to use is called the blind spot tool, which shows you the stories that might not be appearing in your typical media bubble. We know that it's easy to get trapped in an algorithmic echo chamber, and Ground News helps you break out of that cycle by surfacing stories you might otherwise miss. And we can't miss a thing here at Channel 5, which is why we trust Ground News to help us cut right through the noise. And right now, you can subscribe for 40% off the Unlimited Access Vantage plan, which comes out to less than $5 a month. Just scan the QR code or click the link below to sign up. So check it out, stay informed, and don't let the media tell you.
You know what, that's not actually a bad ad, especially for... That's like the perfect contextual ad for what he's covering here. Ground News needs to have a section about Kamala Yinrus. I'm not even sure what the fuck that means. I'm not sure I want to know. I've paid a sub just to don't see ads. That's fair. And now you're getting them anyway. This Channel 5 guy looks like a blonde Trudeau. So what you're telling me is that he's like the yin to Trudeau's yang. He's the force for good. And blackface Trudeau is the bad guy. That's what I'm hearing.
You what to think.
One really cool thing that I've learned about Red Pill University is that if you get to that final benefactor tier, you actually get free legal counsel from someone named Paymon Matahede, who created something called...
The guy selling a subscription service to a fake university that doesn't teach you anything. His name is Paymon. These fucking Digimon in government, goddammit. These motherfucking Digimon out here fucking shit up for everyone, huh?
Called the Freedom Law School. So I looked him up. He's actually the most wanted man in America by the IRS. I think he owes them...
Seriously? Then why don't the IRS go get him? It doesn't even seem like he's hiding.
Like $60 million. But I've seen some videos of him and he seems pretty awesome. So I'm gonna go in there and see if I can find him.
But surprisingly, Paymon was the one who found us. And of course, he was passing out the true food of freedom, pickles.
I bought it from a local store.
Oh, hell yeah. Thanks, dude.
Anybody else got one, huh, Bubbies? The best pickles.
This is like, I can see what happened. This guy read a book saying that you can assert dominance over others by feeding them pickles. And he believed it. He was like, yeah, I want you to eat my dick-shaped food in front of me. That way I know you're mine. I can tell immediately that's what's happened here. He read, he'd signed up to an alpha male course somewhere, and that's exactly what he did.
My name is Paymon Matahede, and I am the most wanted man by the IRS, and I've defeated them, as you can see by the cartoon right there. This is IRS myth and the IRS reality.
Is that fucking Ben Garrison? This guy's using fucking cartoon strips as evidence. Oh, this just keeps getting better.
Don't be afraid of the myth. Look at the reality. IRS stands for, it's as you see up here, it's really secret.
Okay, this is great. This is fucking incredible. No fucking way this is a real person. This has to be like an elaborate Sam Hyde prank. That's what this has to be. There's no way this person's fucking real.
Soviet Union in America is collapsing. IRS is a failed agency. They are a creature of the media. They're the same for over 100 years told us IRS is a god that will take you back. Look at the cartoon I got here. Right.
I bet he pays taxes. I bet he pays taxes and he knows this is all bullshit, but he's funneling it to everyone else because he knows. He knows it's horseshit, but he knows this will sell.
Look right here. These cartoons really tell it to you. This is
the cartoon. He's using cartoons as evidence. Oh my god. He's IRS undercover agent. No, this guy has to be a fucking glowy. I wouldn't believe it if this. Oh my god, he's using cartoons as evidence. This guy works for the IRS and he's trying to get people arrested. That's the real conspiracy here. Kamala Yinrus. Oh, of course, it's furry shit. I should have known. I should have fucking known.
Is the United States government. They claim they're here to help us, but they're not. There's a famous saying that people suffer for lack of knowledge. And it is true. And what is this?
People suffer from lack of knowledge, so I'm gonna fill that fucking gap for them.
Taxation is theft, Skid, but with an Indian scam.
Taxation is theft, Skid. You're not wrong, Filter.
Solution: seek the truth. And
what if IRS really stands for Indians really scamming? Not it's really Satan.
The truth shall set you free. And that's what the Red Pill Expo is all about.
What's your position here at the university?
Well, the Red Pill University is different than other universities out there. It's not a government approved.
Oh yeah, it's fucking different. You don't learn any marketable skills when you leave.
Approved or sanctioned university. It's a forum where people get to educate themselves.
Gee, I wonder why it's not sanctioned. I wonder why. No one's getting out of here and being a fucking plumber, that's for certain. Oh my god.
Because real education is not what someone indoctrinates you in your brain, is you yourself seeking the truth and empowering yourself. Freedom Law School, which I'm president of, for example, I provide courses for people to educate themselves about the law and by understanding basics of law, how they can be free. In America, for example, we've been turned into slaves. There is no law requiring.
This is the same theory that the black guy met in Texas had. So now he's like horseshoeing around to something that might be real.
To file and pay federal income taxes. I have not filed and paid any federal income taxes openly and teaching.
Oh, did you catch that? Did you catch that? That was so sneaky. I have not filed and paid income taxes openly. There it is. But privately, that's a different matter. What if he lives in a state where there isn't like an income tax requirement and there's a different kind of tax requirement? That was a very specific thing he said. That's such fucking lawyer speak.
Others to do the same for over 30 years. There's 7 steps.
For over 30 years, I've been filing taxes, but I haven't been waving it in my neighbor's face. That's what he just told me. Until he can prove otherwise.
To free yourself of IRS deception, robbery, and slavery.
After speaking to Paimon, it was time to meet the man himself, G. Edward Griffin, the creator of the university. Griffin has been in the game for decades, speaking out against things like the Federal Reserve, different aspects of communism, and has been critical of the United Nations. Some of his better-known works include World...
Okay, that's pretty base. The Fed is a piece of shit.
Without Cancer, the discovery of Noah's Ark, the capitalist conspiracy, and the creature...
Okay, and then he went off the cliff. Okay, I see how it is. He started off pretty based, and then it just all went downhill. Do you even know the legal definition of sexting? Apparently fucking not.
From Jekyll Island. We purchased a copy of The Creature from Jekyll Island and lined up to see Edward Griffin in person and ask him a few questions.
Well,
yeah.
If they were coming to the end of the line,
yes, this is
so
it.
drum up some more new business here.
You cool if we film a little bit?
Yeah.
Can you tell us your name and what year you were born?
I can't think of anything funny to say, so I'll just say my name.
Yeah.
I'm Ed Griffin. I was born in 1931. I was raised up on the east side of Detroit, which is considered to be not such a good part of town. I had no idea of that when I was young. I thought it was quite normal. Was fortunate enough to go to school, learn a few things, and then I got serious about life.
So he's a real G. He's a real original gangster. He knew the only way to climb the ladder was get rich or die trying style. Say whatever the fuck you need to say to get to the top.
I found out what was happening in the real world.
What do you think is the main issues facing the world today?
Freedom. I would say in one word, it's individual responsibility, individualism, the freedom to be fulfilled in what you want to do and what you feel.
Americans really don't know how good they've got it sometimes, you know that? Can Red Pill University be considered a church? Churches don't pay taxes. At this point, I think they fucking could be considered a church.
You should do. Freedom to be human.
Cool. Well, thanks a lot, man. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
So what name should I put?
You know what, actually, from everything he said there, he doesn't actually sound like a crazy person. He actually sounds pretty reasonable of a human being.
Here.
You can just put Andrew.
A-N-G-R-E-W.
Yeah, thanks.
You gonna read it, Andrew?
Hell yeah, I'm gonna read it.
Are you?
Andrew,
I am.
what do you think? What do you think
it's okay becoming deceptive in places like this and tell?
Oh, here we go. Here we go. We got the I got my phone out guy. Look at this. This guy's coming in here. He knows what he's doing. He's here to start shit. This guy came in here aggro. He fucking aggroed an NPC. I know what this is like. I saw the Diamol raid with Pirate Software. He aggroed the extra ogre. Shit. Here it comes.
People you're from channel whatever.
I am from
know
Channel
who
5.
you are.
Wait till you see the video that we make.
Okay, so this is
We're
good.
from channel whatever. Channel 5 News probably has more people who watch his videos than actual news stations.
Gonna be on. This isn't a documentary.
No, this is for YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah, I promise.
So it's YouTube, but you're
Yeah.
not channel whatever.
I am Channel 5 on YouTube.
Are you channel 5 on YouTube? Okay. Well,
Yeah, you see that? He's like doing the whole, oh, you're part of the system trying to shut us down. Let me whip out my phone, my government-approved tracking device, and show you a thing or two. This retard, this is the retard you have to deal with at the fucking Walmart when you take the last bag of chips before he can get to it. Oh man.
well, I'm just saying, I don't like the deception, man. I watch your stuff. Some of your stuff's okay, but you know you're coming here to punk these people.
Don't
yes,
think that's
you
true.
are. 100%.
Andrew, what's your most
Look at the fucking. He's just like throwing statements at Andrew, and Andrew's just chilling.
important thing
In life?
in life?
Probably being independent, not selling out.
I mean, this is the guy. That's why,
Yeah.
I love the fucking Oblivion music. That's so subtle.
Highly respect you.
I've been watching
I would
his.
hate to have you put him in a negative light.
I bet you I'll give you 10 grand if he looks bad.
10 grand.
Yes.
Well, that's nice. I'm Jason Burks.
Andrew.
I think he's keeping his money. I think Ricky Retardo over here is fucked, but he doesn't actually look bad. He seems pretty sensible, and this guy's not even bothered by this fucking shit-eating retard over here. He's just like, yeah, we got a few of these. Yeah, they're all over the place. They never stop. $10,000 sure made him change his mind. Oh yeah, it fucking did. Okay, what's the odds that after this video released, right, that this guy is now going to try and sue Andrew? I mean, he's going to try and sue Andrew for 10 grand. What are the odds? I'd say it's 50-50. But he might just watch this video and be like, damn, I look like such a retard.
I know
Hey,
who you are.
if this guy looks bad, I'll give you $10,000.
All right, well, that's good, because, I mean, he's done some great
That has nothing to do with that.
You're not going to take the 10 grand?
I'll take the 10.
Man, Andrew just disarmed this man. Andrew just disarmed the shit out of this guy, and he just looks like such a moron now.
No, I'm just saying, I actually care about this, so.
Do you really?
Yeah, I'm interested in alternative education in general,
Will
yeah.
you do my show?
He said his name was Jason Berman.
Okay, now it makes sense. Never mind. He came in your hot because he's like, will you do my show? Of course. Okay, there we go. What a little pussy. What a little bitch. Well, come on to my thing. What a little grifter. God damn.
Hey everybody, Jason Burmis here.
And claimed to be the creator of Loose Change.
I'm the guy that did Loose Change.
A controversial documentary from back in the day about the September.
Okay, Loose Change. I've heard of this before. What are the odds that he's lying and he's not actually the creator of Loose Change. Maybe he worked on it, but what are the odds that him saying I'm the creator of Loose Change is a lie? He's shamelessly shilled his own shit, and now he's begging Andrew to come on his show. Wait, no, sorry, reverse that order. I'm willing to bet he's lying. He's saying I'm the creator. It was probably like one guy in a team of like 50 people.
11th attacks. I should note that Burmez is not the director, but one of 6 producers involved, alongside Alex.
I'm a god. How did I know? It's almost like when I saw him with his stupid little fucking phone out, going aggro. I knew this guy was full of shit. It took me 5 seconds or less to pass what a retard this dude was. Oh. It's like you can smell them. You know, some part of your instinctual caveman brain knows that when this guy shows up at the cave entrance, it's time to go Oonga Boonga mode and kill him with a fucking hammer or some shit. God damn. He's lying because Andrew showed that he had the biggest penis. Yeah, no, he fucking did. Andrew took that like a champ. Andrew actually took that by a champ, and all he had to do was sit there and chill the fuck out.
Jones and Tim Spark. Coincidentally, a fair amount of people credit Loose Change as being their red pill moment.
But I'm a freedom of speech guy. The thing is that I see so much of the deplatforming for misinformation. Or
you want to know what was my red pill moment? Was we in school were forced to watch all the Al Gore documentaries where he said by 2013 the entire world will be underwater. And then 2013 came. And I was like, well, California's still here. All the sea level cities are still here. What the fuck's going on? Did we win? and then that took me down a slope. I watched and even believed in Inconvenient Truth. I did as well. Because when you're a fucking retarded kid, whatever documentary you put in front of you, they put in front of you, you just don't believe. I mean, you just automatically believe it.
Just like CoffeeZilla, I like your work, but don't mess with my scam.
Exactly. Phil. Oh, I like what you do, but if you come after me, then I'm gonna be mad. Man.
Or disinformation, that may or may not be. Obviously, they've shifted that with things like malinformation, right? Which can be truthful, but it's basically harmful to their agenda. That's a problem for me. And again, it seems like a
malinformation. So this guy isn't self-aware, is he? I have to ask an AI because Google is... I won't get an answer that's straightforward from Google. Well, we might be in trouble. Oh, well. Might as well go all in.
A right-left issue on that thing, but flip the script and have it be someone the Republicans don't like, and I think they do the same thing.
You are fake news.
So I don't think conservatives are going to save us. I don't think the Republicans are going to
save You see, even a broken retard can be right twice a day.
Save us. I don't think the Democrats are going to save us. I think it is individuals, and quite frankly, individualism, that's why he's important, is really what the Constitution and Bill of Rights are really all about, right? They're enshrining the rights of...
The most base document in existence. Hold on, my school had Al Gore stuff. Unfortunately, as an adult, I'm mad because companies contribute the most, but I'm the bad guy for not putting a bottle in the blue bin. Here's an even worse one, Sasha. Right? If Greta Thunberg is really all about saving the planet and shit, why didn't she go to the most industrialized factory-built nation on the planet of China and go start screeching at them, huh? Why was she touring Europe, which is like one of the most eco-friendly places on the fucking planet? Like their emissions contributions to the planet is something stupid like 2 to 3% or some shit. Why is it she's going around screeching at the people who are already doing all of that stuff? Why won't she go to China and do it, huh? Yeah. It's not you. That's the problem. You could recycle and do everything as green as possible every single day of your life, and you won't put 1 hour's dent in emission standards in comparison to any local metal manufacturing plant. Why doesn't Greta go to India to deal with the Indian brown cloud? Well, because they'll rape her, dude. Let's be honest. India's got a rape problem. India's got such a big rape problem that my country's like, damn, we got to up our game. And no, it doesn't matter if she looks like a little boy. They'll rape her still.
An individual, especially with the First Amendment, your freedom of speech, and your Fourth Amendment, to be free in your persons and property. And I think that's important.
I wanted to ask you, like, in your opinion, what can we do to make our reporting, like, more fair?
It's a good question, man.
I bet you he doesn't have an answer. I bet you he doesn't fucking have an answer. Whenever you hear someone say, oh, that's a good question.
My red pill moment was when IDK. What the fuck is a red pill moment? I only know that the blue pill tastes like pineapple.
That was my red pill moment right there, Keith. Have you noticed whenever someone like is stalling for time and they can't think, they'll tell you what a good question you're asking? I bet you he doesn't have an answer.
Not necessarily against the gotcha moments, right? And this is the first time we've met, so I don't know what's in your heart.
Positivity, for sure.
So he had zero criticism because he doesn't actually know what the fuck he's talking about.
Well, I hope so, Andrew. I'm all about people that are motivated and putting things out there. And like I said, I've seen your stuff, and I realize...
Just like my step-grandma dangling from the ceiling, all he needed was enough rope to hang himself with.
You know, you were able to sell something to HBO, which is incredible, right? That's very tough to do in this day and age. You know, I just want something that is not pushing either side, because I think the extremes on both sides are ridiculous, man.
For sure.
You know, and I'll watch some more of your stuff, and maybe I'll have a little more constructive criticism.
So he's got no constructive criticism because he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He came in hot. This retard came in fucking hot, and he just looks like more of a dumbass. And the wraparound sunglasses are not helping his case.
But I appreciate it, man. Yeah, like, you know, I hope that you understand, like, when I see G. Edward Griffin, I kind of, you know, I don't want to see that guy get punked. The other guy, well, whatever. Like, I guess that's it, Andrew.
Cool, thanks, man. I appreciate you.
I appreciate you.
Well, surprise.
Do you know who I just realized, do you know who he just had a conversation with there? It took me a second. That guy is literally this dude. He literally just had a conversation with the adoring fan.
Surprise, everybody. I got kicked out. I guess they figured out that I was not indeed a benefactor. I don't give them $500 a month. I'm just a guy who cares about the truth. It's a bummer they think that I'm a, like, hardcore, like, Antifa, Daily Show, HBO, Deep State, Biden sellout, but, you know, fuck it, we gotta keep pushing. But this is a very nice hotel with a great pool, so I'm probably gonna go in the hot tub and try to red pill myself without any help, because obviously they don't wanna assist me in my red pilling. Hey, but Pete, there's 2 crickets fucking.
Wait, what?
Right here. What the hell? You guys ever seen that before?
Channel 5 Live Worldwide, Hollywood and Vine. Fuck the authority. Channel 5 News. Channel 55. We don't fuck with custers. And 5 is the best number.
Hey, what's up, guys? Oh, shit. Hey, man, thanks for that web link. It's really working. I don't know if you guys missed the memo, but we just dropped an entire feature film. That's right, a full-blown movie at www.dearkellyfilm.com.
DearKellyFilm.com.
It's an action...
I can't believe he hired Delaware from the Mr. Beast controversy. That's a bold move.
Packed movie that revolves around the life and times of Kelly Johnson, a.k.a. Kelly J. Patriot.
Kobe Bryant was assassinated by the Quins.
Come here, Nazi, you're going to Guantanamo. Oh, my...
Kobe Bryant, the basketball player, was taken out in the helicopter by the man, I would love to know what his logic is for that.
Gosh, what did I do? Am I getting canceled?
The Democrats don't like you, they're gonna cancel you.
It documents his semi-estranged family and their attempt to pull him out of the rabbit hole.
Are you selling baby parts, yes or no? Don't tread on me!
Here we go. Oh man, this guy, don't tread on me.
Don't even think about it!
I don't want to say too much, but it's a good movie. If you guys want to watch it, it would mean a lot. www.dearkellyfilm.com. It's available for rent and buy. You can rent it for $5.55, or you can buy it for $15.55.
www.dearkellyfilm.com. www.dearkellyfilm.com.
Movie on stream together.
You know what? Maybe I'll rent it out. I'll see if I can get permission to like stream it from him and shit, because obviously I don't want to take sales away from him. I don't know how iffy they are with copyright shit in the background. And this, you got to remember, I do this for shits and giggles. This guy does this as a job. I'd watch it.
www.dearkelly.
Fucked it up at the... That was perfect. What a flawless video. It's very rare these days that you see a video of such high quality that's so flawless. And I love how he did nothing. He essentially... Andrew Callahan with Channel 5 is like... He's like the Steam version of news. All he does is nothing, and he just keeps winning. What a god. What an actual god. Now on to the important things. The more important
Let's begin today's...
Apparently Bungie set itself on fire like a monk in a protest. Guild Wars 2 later, not today. Memories tomorrow morning. I gotta wake up, and before I go to the gym, I'm gonna clear out all my bags. And then I'm gonna stream Guild Wars 2. I'm doing something really sickening and disgusting tonight. Because I have to... Look at it this way. I want to make more Guild Wars 2 videos. I'm currently focused on also making a super long Spellforce video. And I want to make a Black Desert Online video. But if I take that long to make a video, my channel goes dead again. I can't let that happen, so I need to make another video at the same time to keep it alive. So I've got a plan for a video that I've wanted to make for a while, just to check in on something. So it's going to be disgusting. You might vomit. You might throw up. It's going to be worse than Goatsy. But bear with me, okay? Is this Undertale? No. You fucking little zoomer. You zoomy zoom zoom. How dare you? How dare you call the sweet, beautiful, lilting melodies? Actually, Undertale music's pretty good as well. This is the Pokemon TCG game from the Game Boy. It was such a fucking bang of a game. And the music was top tier as well. Music's too loud. Okay. Let me fix that for you. Is that better? Sorry, I had the same audio guy as they had at OTK. You know how it is. Sometimes life gets fucked up like that. Speaking of channel, YouTube watchers give the stream... Yeah, don't do that, Faith. Don't do that. Don't worry. I don't care about the likes. I care that people enjoy themselves. So don't you worry about all the shilling of likes and all of that shit. That doesn't matter to me. I think any YouTuber, streamer, or like someone who's like so focused on, oh, please subscribe. Please give me likes. Like those people, the beggars, are the worst people in existence. And I think if you've got something good to offer... I know, I saved that one for you, Soul Man. If you've got something good to offer, people will naturally show up. Soul Man, in particular, has something amazing to offer. He plays MMOs for 10 minutes maximum, and then he does full-length reviews on them, and it causes such a fucking chimp out that I always go back to his channel just to read the worst comments, because they're so entertaining. There's a sequel to the Pokemon TCG. It was only released in Japan, but there's a fan translate. I might actually find an emulator and play that Sniper Tigress. I didn't even know that existed. Thank you for letting me know that the Pokemon TCG games didn't die with the first version, because it was such a fucking banger. Now let's find out. Let's find out how Bungie committed suicide. I want to make this clear. I know almost nothing about this game. I saw one image on Twitter and I was like, this game is going to fail. And that's all I cared about it. And apparently it failed. So I can't wait to see what he's got to say.
Skewering with a game of Spot the Difference. This is art from PlayStation and Bungie's big new live service game Marathon. And this is art by the independent artist who goes by the name Anti-Real.
Wait. Okay, I want you to see this thumbnail here. Right. No, whoop. You see this thumbnail here? I've seen this picture posted on Twitter at least 70 different times of people shitting on these two people. And I had no idea what it was about, and at that point I was too afraid to ask. I'm starting to think these people stole art from some guy, and then they did like an apology video or some shit, and people still kept on shitting on them. This game didn't fail on DEI, it failed because they stole art, is that correct? No fucking way. No fucking way, Bungie. No fucking... Bungie. The people with infinite money couldn't hire an artist. No fucking way. Oh my god, that's so much worse than it just being they put a black woman in a wheelchair as the main character. Holy shit. This new game they made is pure controversy. And most of it hinges on Bungie getting bought up, so all the high-ups are cutting costs and waiting for their benefits to clear so they can jump ship. Yeah, I would also jump ship. It's probably better that the masses aren't fed your videos. Yeah, no, I'd be cancelled so goddamn quickly, Faith. I'd be out of here so goddamn fast. I'd be like, I'd say some shit as a joke. Someone would take me seriously, and I would be like Nick Fuentes would be claiming me as his friend or some shit. But the difference is, unlike Destiny, I'm not gonna let him suck. I'm not gonna, get my dick sucked by him or whatever the fuck they did. They have done stolen art, plot, and music several times after the original team were... Are you serious? This isn't even the first time? They don't have infinite money. Wait, no, aren't they... I'm sure Bungie's owned by Microsoft, isn't it? When was the last time they released something that was profitable? I could say the same about Hollywood, but they keep on cranking out movies that cost hundreds of millions of dollars and making none of it back. So that doesn't hold. Thanks for the follow, Swedish Fish. Welcome to the mentally ill club on the internet. So you see, that argument doesn't hold water because Hollywood keeps doing that shit and somehow gets away with it. Okay, I need to learn more.
Now, do you see how Bungie haven't even fully faded out?
Ooh, they didn't even get rid of the... What, did they put this through MS Paint and they had the guy use the smallest eraser and then just go left to right?
The literal artist's signature in this piece. It's absolutely insane, and it's really only the beginning.
Hold on, Bungie hasn't been owned by Microsoft since Destiny 2. Well, thank you for catching me up. I thought they were still owned by Microsoft. They're owned by Sony now. Oh, how much worse is that? Being owned by the other people with an infinite pile of money. God damn.
Marathon is filled with stolen assets in terms of core elements of the design, and that...
Bungie is of course not obligated to hire me when making a game that draws overwhelmingly from the same design language I've refined for the last decade. Oh, I bet this guy is like an independent artist or something. And I bet, especially because of this art style, because it's not big fat anime tits, I'm willing to bet this guy can't pay his bills using his art. Oh, that's low, Bungie. Game that draws overwhelmingly from the same design language I've refined over the last decade, but clearly my work was good enough to pillage for ideas and plaster all over their game without pay or attribution. Oh man, I bet this is just some fucking guy and Bungie basically went on to DeviantArt and stole his shit.
That is not an allegation. That is something that Bungie have admitted. I do have a quick point to add though. So here's some art from art director Joe Cross. This is 13 years old.
This is so fucking scummy. Holy shit. The color scheme, the angle, the background, the fucking curve. Oh my god. I'll never forgive Sony for not making Bloodborne 2. That's fine. Someone needs to shoot up their office and just get the first Bloodborne ported to PC. Then I'll be happy. Yeah, the entire high-ups are given a bunch of stock packages by the Sony acquisition, and so they're dragging their feet and cutting costs in a lot of ways, just waiting for that 2026 pack. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That would make sense.
So long ago, and when you compare this work to that of Anti-Real, you see that these are clearly people whose artistic interests do converge. So do I think that the entire of Marathon was just yanked from Anti-Real overall? No, I don't think it's that. I think to say that would be too extreme. It would oversimplify what is complex, but in doing that, while it actually is a bit more spicy sounding, it would massively underplay just how deep the problems, the real problems here are. And of course, this doesn't take away from the problems. It does not take away from, well, how badly Anti-Real has been treated in this entire situation. Today, we're going to do the core story of the art theft. Tomorrow, then, we're going to talk about the leaks. Because while the art issues have absolutely exploded in public consciousness, there is a deeper story. It is one of staff not being listened to. It is one of leadership.
Oh, that's even worse. There were probably staff members who were like, yeah, we can't do this, dude. Bro, I know this guy. I follow him on Twitter. I see his art. It's so cool. Please don't steal his stuff. I like him. I can see that being a conversation and some high up being like, get the fuck out of my office. Bring Susan in here. She hasn't sucked my cock in the last 3 minutes. I can just imagine how bad this office is.
Not wanting to listen. It is one of Bungie leadership basically holding out till they get a big payday and they can just yeet out of there and be just fine. And ultimately, it's one of Marathon being a deeply troubled game that I don't think will be ready at all in time for its September reveal. Stay tuned for that. With that said, back to old me and the rest of the video. Marathon hasn't had a lot going for it in its public lifespan, but I think the art has been standout. Like, love it or hate it, you could, I think, at least agree, most could agree, that it was one of the most distinct things about the game. Now, I'm a bit of a design nerd. I honestly love it. And if you don't love its art, that's completely cool. I get it.
So the neon like tinting and stuff and the defined very hard lines and shit is definitely a very specific type of art style. And it like, to me, based on those pictures before, all it looks like they did was they went into Photoshop and they used the hue shifter to change it from yellow to green and black.
It's fairly easy to sum up though. Hyper-corporate dystopian cleanliness with a particular focus on lines and symbols to break up the huge panels, some real interesting texture work, which covers today's story, and in terms of identity, it's the core of the game, the beating heart of it, the thing that makes...
I can already see the problem with this game is no one's going to want to jerk off to any of these characters. None of these characters are like whip your cock out and start touching it characters. First 2 minutes of the trailer was amazing. Rest not so much. I didn't even know there was a trailer, but this is not looking too great.
Makes it feel different, feel distinct. And now we know it's broadly confirmed to have been...
Apparently the artist was trans. Wow, Bungie. Well, damn, Bungie was out here transitioning his art, or her art, to their art. They were supporting the trans community, as in transition it from mine to yours. I mean, yours to mine. Well done to them.
been stolen. Now, if you skim the news, you know the data stories.
No, I don't need to see porn of ugly characters.
British Telecom had a breach that exposed loads of my family. That was cool, and it's why I love today's sponsor. What works?
Just get rid of that shit. Get out of here.
Highly recommend. Here's how it went down. In the space of 8 hours, we went from this being allegations to a official admission from Bungie that they had plagiarized an artist's portfolio. So, let's put the victim in the center of this. Fern Hook is a Scottish artist who operates under the name Anti-Real. And for just...
Okay, so... You know it's bad if they're admitting they stole the art. Because... If you take inspiration from a certain artist and then do your own thing based on the inspiration, like, that's not theft. But they copied it so one-to-one that they had to admit to it, so you know it's fucking bad. They have to admit it or they're gonna get sued. Well, it sounds like... You know, I don't... They could, if it's Bungie and they got sued, I'm willing to bet they could drag the lawsuit out to the point that this guy cannot get a settlement and is forced into homelessness or bankruptcy trying to get the payout he deserves. I'm willing to bet that would happen.
Just under a decade, she has worked on iconography and fonts that evoke the same...
Okay, so it's a she. Okay.
...corporate dystopian feeling as Marathon. It's proper interesting, unique stuff. I love it.
That's actually fucking good. Like, that art, right? This is actually very fucking good. And you can see that this person knows what the fuck they're doing with the style, right? Very hard, clean lines, unique shapes. They've definitely built like an identity with this very specific art style. Now they need to abandon this and start drawing furry porn, and I bet they pay the bills within the first month.
In feeling as Marathon, it's proper interesting, unique stuff.
Like, look at this. You can see some thought processing has gone into all of this, right? This is not just random. Yeah, you can see this is not like random retard shit. This is like actual planning went into what they're doing here. Looks like a vibrator, the pink and the red one. Not sure which one that is. They all look pink and red to me. They will have a second account that is full of furry porn. You know what? You might be right. They might be paying for their dream by sacrificing their dignity on a second account. That's a very real possibility.
I love it. Now, on May 15th, she posted comparison images that showed the direct translation of her work into Bungie's new extraction shooter.
Ooh. You know it's bad? When someone like me, with no artistic ability, who's borderline retarded, can look at an image for half a second and see that it's been copied.
Must have been a surprise to her, but as we'll soon see, maybe it wasn't a complete surprise. Now, seeing this, she accused Bungie of stealing her ideas. Here's the quote. "Bungie is of course not obliged to hire me when making a game that draws overwhelmingly from the same design language I have refined for the last decade, but clearly my work was..."
I don't like this. This sentence is way too passive-aggressive. What this person, this anti-real person needs to say is, "You fucking sacks of shit, how dare you steal my work?" That's what that first sentence needs to be, not this passive-aggressive stuff.
Good enough to pillage for ideas and plaster all over their game without pay or attribution. That's a hell of a statement, and you know what? I'll definitely call out for being one that's, I think, very fair and mature. Yes.
Of course it's a woman, of course it's passive-aggressive. Yeah, she's like...
Wiggly good
I'm
boy.
not mad.
Earned his tendies today. Obeyed every command, tail wag, whimper roll over, dripping with need, but still behaved. Deserves extra saucy snuggles and tummy rubs. Mommy's greasy lil pup. Gets all the tendies tonight. No
Where's my gun?
tantrums, only
I need to blow my
praise.
fucking brains out. I'm so lucky I don't have that gun on my desk right now. That might have killed me. That one nearly killed me. They're trans, therefore passive aggressive. That's how it goes. I don't care that they're trans. I care that their work's good, right? And I don't like passive aggressiveness, but it does make sense if someone's a woman and they're like, babe, what's wrong? Nothing. All right. And then as you turn to leave, all years, I just think it's funny that, and you know the day's over. You know that's the rest of the day.
You can be inspired by something. You don't literally have to pay that artist because you just were inspired. You threw something in a mood board. But the point is, this goes way further. This goes way deeper. It's not only the usage of assets, but it's also,
my God,
I think, yeah, very directly yoinking key parts of this artist's style. It does make you wonder, yes, we're literally talking about a bunch of textures right now, but how much further does it actually go? And indeed, when you go back through her work, the similarities are undeniable. That's with color palette, line work, overall direction, and it stretches back through years of her portfolio. And what made this all the more damning is another claim. The claim that Marathon art director Joseph Cross and others at Bungie had actually followed her social media accounts for years.
Oh! They don't even have plausible deniability. Fuck. Man, when it's bad, huh? Shit. They've probably... Okay, this makes me think that Bungie's been stealing art for years, and they've just gotten so... Like, they've got such a blatant disregard because no one's called them out.
Now, for many people, this was as good as an admission of guilt on Bungie's part.
Yes.
Almost an admission that goes further than Bungie's own admission. And in public relation terms, an artist who has, quote, never made consistent income from this work, having...
I fucking knew it. I knew it because you're not drawing fucking fat tits on a dog. You can't pay your bills. Anti-real, do I have a deal for you? You want to stop being a starving artist? It's time to start drawing some vor, huh? The more fucked up, the more you're about to get paid. It's time to take your dignity, lock that shit up, and throw that bitch in the ocean. It's time to get down in the dirt.
Leadership, art director at a multi-million-dollar developer steal it and not even give credit, that just feels awful. Then, 8 hours later,
You're right, it did actually work for Saw Man. I literally have a shirt of a dog with tits on it because of him. It damn well worked for Saw Man.
Bungie social media confirmed after an investigation that Hook's work had been used as a part of the development of Marathon, and by their admission, quote, a former Bungie artist included these in...
Hold on, so this situation is basically Palworld 2.0. No, it's worse than that, Khaldun. It's Palworld 2.0, except Nintendo this time are the victims, who aren't suing and are just getting fucked over. If Nintendo was one person, if Nintendo was Richie, and no one else.
In a texture sheet that was ultimately used in-game. Now, the claim is that the current team were unaware of this and that they're now doing a thorough review of all assets.
Sure they were.
By that specific artist. And as well as that, they claim to have reached out to Hook to, quote, do right by her. Now, if you don't...
do you know why? Okay, so this is a sneaky little trick, right?
Don't take their explanation at face value.
No. Okay, no. Ashura, what you just said, just pay the artist, is what they should have done in the very beginning. Right? I'll tell you what this is, why they reached out to her.
Bungie has been caught stealing art before. Not the first time, it's always, oops, sorry, Mus, and no actual consequences.
Do you know why she shouldn't be, she shouldn't accept any payment or any recompensation? Because then Bungie can say, you can't sue us because we settled the matter. Right? This artist could sue for a massive payday, especially with their admission of guilt. But the second you accept any kind of compensation, that right, that ability is taken away from you. Now, if you don't know how this works, You need to go and look at Fallout 76, and you need to understand why lightwood laminate is so important, right? If you accept any kind of compensation, doesn't matter how small, you've now waived your ability to settle the matter in court because you've accepted compensation. And now I'm not a lawyer, but as far as I understand, that's how it works. And maybe I'm wrong, and I hope to God I'm wrong, but as far as I've seen, if there's some settlement that doesn't go through the legal proceedings, you've waived that right if you accept what they give you. So they could be like, oopsie, haha, here's $10. And if they accept it, then they're fucked.
This will just be us kind of calling them liars and rolling the credits. But if we do take Bungie at face value, maybe even admitting that it's not the entire picture, regardless of whether we really believe them or not, then we've got to ask a fairly simple question. In their narrative,
royalties plus million up front. Here's the problem, Ashura. You can't take royalties from their game because their game is dog shit. If they asked for royalties, they'd be paying fucking Bungie money to make up the difference in loss.
How has this happened? I mean, at the very least, the speed of admission alone suggests that Bungie staff were able to rapidly confirm this quickly and then get a statement through legal, all fairly late in the week at an inopportune time for doing business. But there's another thing to this story. Could be they're so fast at doing this because they've kind of had practice.
Oh my god.
When it comes to finding stolen artwork in their games. To be clear.
So, yeah, okay, it's like you said, this is a consistent habit. This is something they've been doing forever, so they don't even need to contact the lawyer. They just go into the PDF file of generic lawyer response underscore final no really, this is the final one, and then rename that file and send that through.
For this segment, we're not talking about the currently progressing court case that accuses Bungie of stealing the entire concept of the Red Legion campaign from a writer's blog. And in a way, it's a hilarious court case. It's actually continuing, at least in part, because Bungie cannot actually present vaulted campaign content to deny the claim. They basically...
Ah, yes. Isn't the vaulted campaign the thing that people paid money for in Destiny and then they took it offline and everyone was like, no, it's fine. They're obviously going to bring it back later and they're just going to update it and then we're going to have it back, and then it just never came back? Do I have that right? Is my Destiny lore up to par? Yeah, it was, Ashura. Yeah, I'm late to the party signing up to OTK. Yeah, you'll have to go back and watch it, Sober Paladin. And don't worry about the something disgusting later, you'll see.
You're having to show, like, YouTube videos of it being played, because you can't go and play it in Destiny. It's a funny way the Vault bit back at them. I don't think it's one that anyone expected. But no, what we're really talking about today are the at least 3 other instances on record of Bungie using an artist's work without permission. In 2021, Bungie used fan art of a character in a trailer without credit.
Holy fuck, it's like, oh... Are they like, are they running like someone else's art through like a chat GPT filter and being like, just change this up a little bit, and then it shits out the same? Do they even have artists?
In 2023, a fan noticed that their work had been used in a trailer without credit. And
Nice.
then in 2024, a Nerf gun designed to look like Destiny's Ace of Spades was alleged to be based on a fan design, even down, right, to the patterns and the weathering.
Oh my god.
I mean, there's being heavily inspired, but then there's just, wow, you've even weathered it in the same way that the fan artist did.
You know, I've been through hiring processes before, and the most recent time I did it was for a company that was looking to hire a bunch of people, and we had something like 350 applicants, and I could tell that at least half of them were Indians from a third world country who didn't speak English and ran what we said through ChatGPT, and then they just Control-C, Control-V'd and sent that through thinking that we wouldn't fucking notice what they were doing. I am less mad at those people because at least all those third world non-English speaking Indians had the fucking decency to do the work themselves instead of copy-pasting the original document we gave them, like that we put out for hiring purposes, and just posted that in the reply. Holy fucking shit. Funny thing is, ESO has stolen art way more. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised.
That looks really bad. Now, in each case, Bungie immediately apologized. They reached out to the artists involved to make sure they were compensated. And
see, that's how you avoid the lawsuit, is you compensate them. We'll give you $1,000 if you shut the fuck up. Because then they can't sue. That's genius. We stole your art. We're not going to remove it. Here's $1,000. Fuck off. That's brilliant. Because the artist thinks they're being compensated. But really, they're getting screwed over.
Credited, and they also sought permission to continue using the art. So, seemingly, that 2023 example took at least a year for the person to get their compensation. They actually brought it back up to Bungie again after the Nerf gun example happened.
You don't talk to them, you sue them. That's the only way they're going to learn, is you sue them for every penny they have.
Now, these have all been held up by the community as examples of there being something rotten at Bungie. But in at least 2 cases, the assets weren't actually made by Bungie. Bungie were just the people who approved them. Now, that absolutely does not clear Bungie of guilt, but it is...
You see, this is now the legal finagling. So what they've got is they've got a third party to blame everything on so that they can shift blame.
It's worth explaining what actually happened. So in 2021, the trailer that lifted fan art for a cutscene was made by an external vendor. Basically, that vendor found fan art, and then they thought it was official, and they included it in the scene. And honestly, to hold my own hands up, there are 1 or 2 times where that's happened to me with Blizzard-related art over in the Warcraft channel. Yeah, sometimes fan artists are just that goddamn good. But here's the thing. Big commercial studio...
Okay, you want to see a short clip of how the Bungie team seems to respond to knowing they stole other people's art? Here's your main artist working for Destiny. Oh, and for fucking Bungie, right? Every time they steal art and they get caught, this is how they seem to respond. That's it. That's their response. They don't even fucking wake up to deal with it. They're so used to it. It doesn't even faze them.
Studio, that's not an excuse. Now then there's the example with Nerf. That was a merchandising manufacturer building a third-party product using reversed colors from the original fan art, but they thought that it was Bungie's work. Now in each case, if the vendor signs off that the work is theirs, Bungie are in a little bit of a bind, right? They just have to take that vendor's word. I mean, they don't...
It doesn't matter. Ultimate responsibility lies with them. They're the ones paying for the commissioned work. They're the ones who quote, are owning it and deciding it. It means it still lies with them. Onus should lie with them. Now, legalese, obviously, we can do this dance and go back and forth. But if we're going to look at this from a purely moral, how the world should be perspective, they are to blame. Especially since they've done it over and over again. I mean, Balula or Bell something, or Bellend probably, as I call him, is a huge clickbait sausage anyway. Doesn't matter, the info is good. The info is good, that's all I need is the info.
Have to. The other thing they could do is fully review absolutely everything that outsourced workers submit. And of course, even if you do that, there's every chance that things could slip through the cracks. But at least in the 2020...
One Twitter post would solve this. They post the art on Twitter, and then some fucking artist is like, you motherfuckers stole it. And then they can resolve it really fucking fast before it becomes an issue.
2023 example, and in today's example, we are talking about Bungie employees. That's because in 2023, stylized character representations were used accidentally. And today, it's hard to think about this as purely just an accident. Okay, so Marathon has been in development for 5 or 6 years. Joseph Cross has been the art director through that entire period of time. So especially with the framing that he and others had been...
You see, I can tell this game's going to be a failure because no one wants to fuck this.
Following the artist in question on social media, I mean, it's fairly cut and dry what's happened here, in my opinion anyway. And the rough thing is that clashes with Bungie's framing, because Bungie blames this on a single employee.
Of
and
course
indeed,
they
they
do.
say they were able to find proof of this within only a few hours. How can that ring true, though, if you have loads of people on that art team actually following this artist? Now, Bungie's claim here is that a former Bungie artist...
It's not real, they just need a scapegoat.
Artist added these elements to a texture sheet that was then included in the game. Of course, Bungie has got no shortage of former staff at this point. As an example, 2019 through to 2020.
Wait, it's amazing to me how Bungie now has Activision money and still steals art. Why not employ good artists? It's probably, there's twofold reason for that, Sober Paladin. The first reason is, if I can steal it and get it for free, why would I go and buy it, right? Because what it comes down to is the people inside of Bungie want the validation of people believing that they're good enough to have done that, right? They don't want to do the work, but they want the credit for the work. The second component of that is it's likely that if you've got an artist that's as good as that anti-real person, they are likely a logical person, a sensible person, and their politics won't match with the fucking psychos inside of that company. And because of that, they consider them non-human and therefore willing to steal from them. And no, it doesn't matter if they're trans. No, it doesn't matter any of that shit. Their work is good, which tells me they probably put some work and effort and energy into their thought process, right? And if they worked in one of those companies, they would almost on day one say something that some piece of shit somewhere in the office would disagree with and call them a Nazi for.
24, which spans the development of this game, saw 475 staff actively removed from the company in mass layoffs, with, of course, many others leaving of their own volition, because, let's be real, Bungie hasn't really been looking like a hot prospect.
It really
now,
hasn't.
when people leave, knowledge gets lost. So an art asset that's understood by one person to be a reference, right, that should live in a mood board, that being mistaken for official work, yeah, I suppose you can sort of understand that. The person who knows about it's gone, a new person comes in, they see something that looks completely like it's in-house, and yeah, they don't really ask any questions.
That's bullshit. That's a bullshit excuse. In any of these companies, especially with artwork and stuff, you know what's a mood board and you know what's yours and what's not. Also, this person literally had their labels on shit. And if they didn't know what they were doing, why wouldn't they just leave the label alone? If it was a genuine mistake, they would have left the label alone instead of scrubbing it out.
Confirmation bias. And you know what? Assuming that they've been under hell levels of stress over there, I'm a little sympathetic to that. But
I'm not.
How do you thread the needle of the company having interest in Hook's work before then? And how do you explain the likes of, say, their signature being there on the alpha on...
Exactly. If some new person came into this and literally saw this and thought it was company art that they were allowed to use, they wouldn't have erased the signature. They knew what they were doing.
On a texture. And I suppose the big picture then is talking about inspiration versus theft. I mean, the concept art that you may have in, say, an art book, right, that you buy as a piece of gaming merch, that is actually not really what concept art is in a grander sense. Often what you get in those art books are effectively finished products. They're things that are kind of polished up later. Behind and before what you see in a concept art...
See, look at that. Look at that fuck ugly face. Fantastic graphics and your characters look like dog shit. Imagine having such amazing abilities to create such perfect, flawless characters. And instead you wipe your ass and put this in the game. You dig in there, you get a finger deep in there. You fucking get in touch with your inner self, and then you're like, that's staying in the game.
Concept art book, you've got half a dozen references and images that are all remixed and iterated on until you get to that point where you have a concept that can go in your concept art book. Now, we can see where Cross took inspiration from because he has openly talked about it back in 2023. Dozens and dozens of reference points and materials, and Cross alone follows many different artists like this on social media. So it does seem extremely, abundantly likely that Hook's work was something the team as a whole was looking at or at least was using in the form of a mood
basically.
board. Now, that's something that you would not normally be paid for, right? That's just referencing work that exists out in the wild. That's completely fine. But in a scenario where this works as intended, none of those original inspirations should ever make it past that stage. And at least personally, I would say, if you want to have some integrity, if the final work in your game is visually it's just indistinguishable from the thing that you're kind of like referencing, that is fairly damn.
God, look. Oh, fuck. Every time. It hurts my soul. That's not an ass, that's a bitch with a long back. These are the girls you see at Starbucks wearing yoga pants. It's always the ones with no ass. It's the ones that can't pull it off. That's a UK single mom ass. That's you know what, I can respect if that's a UK single mom ass, right? Because somehow she managed to convince a dude to fuck her in the first place. That takes skill.
That is fairly damning on you as an art team. And I remember another example of this. I think the game was called Generation Zero. It was heavily inspired by the artwork of Simon Stalenhag. He, of course, didn't really have anything to do with it.
I've seen that aircraft before.
Art team. And I remember another example of this. I think the game was called Generation Zero. It was heavily inspired by the artwork of Simon.
Okay, I know this aircraft because this was a model aircraft I built as a kid. It had the Swedish flag on it though. I remember this aircraft. That just like unlocked a memory of when I was a kid and I was fucking around with super glue. This took me forever because I kept fucking it up.
Stalenhag. He, of course, didn't really have anything to do with the game. I think there was actually some hard feelings whenever that was announced because to everybody it just looked like, I see. You saw a Simon Stalenhag, and then you did a Simon Stalenhag, didn't really put much of your own twist on it, and oh dear, you look artistically bankrupt. That's a discussion that we very much have to have now with Bungie. But what I can at least pretty confidently say is that something did not work correctly here, and we can't know exactly what that is unless Hook or Bungie tells us. Now, to be sure, what Bungie wants us to think with their framing of a single employee and how quickly it was all identified, that's them suggesting that it was just one point of failure here. Some artist who took inspiration, passed it off as their own, maliciously or not, whatever,
maliciously.
right?
Yes, maliciously.
It's in the right design language. Maybe if that doesn't get challenged by someone immediately, it gets folded into a texture sheet.
Oh, look, Jesus Christ. Maybe this is a UK single mom because she's got the right skin tone for it.
For the game, it proliferates. People leave the company, and guess what? Confirmation bias. Who's really going to be, going over everything with a fine-tooth comb? Texture sheets for the game, it proliferates, and once it's in there, no one thinks to question it, especially once an employee is gone and their work is just part of the existing library. But honestly, and, warning, this is purely my personal opinion now, I don't fully subscribe to Bungie's narrative here. I mean, mood boards aren't just seen by one person. Many people in the art team will have seen that.
No, you see, this is what I'm saying. Mood boards are labeled as mood boards. They are labeled as inspiration. They are labeled inside of companies as in, do not fucking use this. Use it as inspiration because we don't want to get sued. Right? They knew what they were doing. Some piece of shit inside their company was claiming someone else's work.
Many people in the art team were following this particular artist. And so taking it all in, I do not fully believe what Bungie are telling us. I think their story is way too conveniently clean cut. It just doesn't pass the sniff test. It's too convenient to say, oh, this was just one person who made a mistake and they're no longer with the company. It won't happen again. No, I don't think that makes sense, especially in full context and with just how much Marathon overlaps.
Hey, remember that phrase I told you? Demons are real and they wear human skin. That's what I'm talking about. That right there is what I'm talking about.
With this person's artwork. Now, do I think that Bungie are happily yanking other people's work to save money? No, I don't think they're doing that. I think that would be beyond stupid. But I do think, based on external reporting and what people in the know have told me in private, that Bungie is a shit show of a company with detached leadership. It's not a great place to work, and all of this insane bollocks can easily happen as a result of chaos. That's kind of
It's not a result of chaos. This is purposeful. This is way too intentional.
What I assume is going on here, where even if only one person did this, I absolutely think other people will have noticed. Here's what I want to know. Did people report it up the chain? If they did report it up the chain, were their reports dismissed? Were they dismissed because the person they reported to was way overworked and it slipped through the cracks? Or were they dismissed legitimately? Until someone close to the situation speaks
I'm gonna be honest, this gameplay just looks like shitty CSGO.
out, we're not going to have a firm way of knowing. That said, no matter what way you cut it, this is a damning indictment of that studio's health. Here's where we are then, and it's honestly quite spicy. So Bungie have admitted fault, and the thing is, they cannot use this work in their game without Hook's permission, and with public sentiment firmly on their side, they cannot afford for her to walk away from this situation unhappy. She has a hell of a bargaining position.
Oh yeah,
if she does, stripping all of this work out of the game will
drag them through the mud. Until people start maliciously ripping these fucking companies to shreds, destroying their reputation, making sure no one likes them and no one plays their games, they will never change.
Will take time and energy outside of the regular development. You could say it's just a few assets in a texture sheet. That certainly is what Bungie want to set up here, but if it turns out that the rabbit hole goes deeper, then the implications could be a lot worse. But regardless, making sure this hasn't happened elsewhere in the game, that will need to happen.
Okay, that's just lifted straight from Destiny. Come on. That UI style is Destiny mixed with Tarkov. Come on.
Bungie will need to check everything with a fine-tooth comb. That's going to take even more resources. And an even bigger problem then is the narrative. Consider these headlines. Bungie make good with an artist they stole from. That doesn't travel as far as Marathon's art is stolen. You know what one is going to be lodged in people's minds. That's why PR, that's why communications are vital to enacting any policy or any business strategy, including launching a game. Marathon's defining feature, the art, that is now tainted. And with the game set to release in only a few months, that is a lot of PR and communication hurdles placed in front of it.
Hold on. So remember when I said last year that anyone who wants to make a ton of fucking money needs to... I said this when we were watching the Assassin's Creed trailer. I said what you need to do is you need to go find a derivative markets for stocks, open up a massive short position, and just wait. Time to do the same here if you want to make a bunch of money. Go into this market, open a short position, and wait. That's all you got to do. Because this is not the bottom. This is not the bottom. This is, over the last month, this is what they look like. This is a pretty stable month. It's time to open a short position. Obviously, it's not financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm just saying I was right when I said this about Assassin's Creed. I'm willing to bet that I'd probably be right about this as well.
And at the core of this video is artistic integrity. That's also the core of the next video you should watch, because it's about Palworld, it's about Nintendo, and, well...
That's not Bungie. Is it not Bungie? New York Stock Exchange, Bungie Global SA. Is this... Hold on, what is this? Global Agribusiness. Okay, not on this one. Never mind, not on this one. What stock is tied to Bungie? What publicly traded company is tied to Bungie? Yeah, don't go do that on that Bungie essay. That'll fuck you up. Sony? Okay, that's not gonna work on Sony because Sony's been releasing piles of dog shit for a while now. and they've not, like, let's be honest, Sony peaked with the PlayStation 2, and it's been downhill ever since then. So it'll probably not work. It probably won't even show up in the earnings report. It won't do shit. Never mind. I retract my previous statement.
The Japanese and US patent offices. There are major developments in the story, and you can learn about them in this.
Okay, what's the follow-up? Has he done the follow-up? Okay, we just watched. Okay, there's the follow-up. Thank God.
Absolutely everything is going wrong for Marathon right now. There is a lot we're going to learn in this video, far more than just the art plagiarism stuff. But what if I told you? Because we live in a world where it's very easy for people to just say, stupid devs, don't know nothing, don't care about the players. What if I told you that lots of developers inside Bungie had been advocating for Marathon to have substantial PvE elements, but that they were not listened to?
When has a piece of shit in management ever listened to the guy who actually knew what was going on?
Maybe that is the biggest point of this video. It's what happens when an organization basically goes to shit. Now, I'm going to start with 2 quotes. The first one, morale is in free fall across all departments.
Good.
Second quote, the vibes have never been worse. Those are what sources telling Paul Tassi say the plagiarism at Bungie has basically left in the vibes of the studio. People are not happy. Now, this reporting follows, of course, in the wake of the...
Do you know why? Here, let me give you a POV of what's going on, right? Susan goes into the office. Susan's a good game dev who plays games and actually loves them. Right? She looks at Marathon. She goes to the management and she's like, this is such a bad idea. Can we please not do this? Listen, management, I've been playing games since I was a teenager. I'm one of those weird chicks that really likes FPS games. I've got such a good idea for you. And that whole management team was sitting there going, shut up, Susan. Shut your bitch ass up, Susan. You shut the fuck up. Get back under the desk. That's right, Susan. This is where you belong. You want to keep your job? Huh? That's what's happening. That's what's happening. All that experience don't mean nothing.
The truly uncomfortable stream that saw leadership in the game, well, pilloried by the internet as they tried to defend their response to the plagiarism and, of course, the criticism of the game itself. But the sources do suggest that the problems with Marathon run far deeper than any one individual. Plans have been ruined, feedback is actually worse than many people thought. And if I was a betting man, I think I would put my money in this game being delayed. There's another fun thing going on. Vercel's V0 and every no-code tool on Earth have empowered a whole generation of...
He's not wrong. What's going to happen is they're going to delay it until the earnings quarter is over and then release it in the next quarter so that they're hoping people forget about this drama. Very common tactic is if you wait long enough, maybe people will forget about this. But here's the problem is they fucked up so big that when they do release it, instead of people completely forgetting that this ever happened, what's going to happen is people are going to be like, oh yeah, isn't this the game where you just fucking stole a bunch of art, you big pieces of shit? And they're going to deserve it. Thanks for the follow, Plebmeister. They're going to deserve this.
Vibe coders, I'm sure you've heard the word.
Oh, Christ.
My editors are now...
Okay, we're going to skip this. I don't need to learn about vibe coding. I'm already a terrible programmer. I don't need to know more about this.
Purchase. So, buy the yearly plan for the largest saving, and if you don't gel with it, don't worry because there's a no-risk 30-day money-back guarantee. Bungie was supposed to run a stream on May 9th with Marathon game director Joe Ziegler discussing the reaction to the closed alpha. It was then delayed until May...
Now this makes sense. Now this makes sense to me. Now I understand all the posts on Twitter about those two guys sitting there looking like they wanted to kill themselves, and everyone was saying, fuck these guys. Oh my god, that's
16th.
beautiful.
And that delay, well, it really did cue things up in terms of the news cycle. It was very costly. You see, the plagiarism allegations and confirmations happened before that stream. And that meant there was an open question as to whether the stream would even happen. But no, it did happen, and it probably shouldn't have.
What a bad idea. Imagine you steal someone's work, you fuck them over, and then you still got the testicles between your legs to go live thinking that everything's going to be fine. You know what happened is someone in that office probably told him what a stupid fucking idea it is. And someone in management who's like, you know, a Nepo baby who's in management who controls all of the shit was like, you're going to go live and everything's going to be fine. And he doesn't know the first thing about this. I could tell that already.
The stream opened with Ziegler and art director Joseph Cross explaining that they had intended to show a lot more new stuff about Marathon. It seems that they had plans to highlight changes based on alpha feedback, but they, of course, in this stream, showed absolutely no gameplay for the full hour. They couldn't.
Gee, I wonder why.
The plagiarized assets had been reviewed and stripped out of the game. And of course, the big worry is, the more that they show, the more that people could scrutinize. Crossover.
You know what that means as well? That means that wasn't the only piece of artwork stolen. I've explained this before, right? I've had hold on, not that scene. Okay, I've explained this before, right? But as I said, I've worked as a project manager who's been contracted out to help certain companies, and sometimes it was sexual harassment lawsuits, sometimes it was like really bad underhanded shit happening inside of companies that they needed to fix. Whenever a controversy like rises to the surface and comes to the public eye, what you are seeing is approximately 10% of what's actually happening inside that company, because the rest of it is kept quiet. They didn't show any gameplay or footage because it's obvious that that's not the only person whose work they stole from, and they probably knew if they showed gameplay, there was going to be like 7 or 8 other artists who were like, hold on a fucking second, that's mine. And then it becomes like a huge deal because it turns out they didn't just steal from one person for their game, they stole from everyone. I'm telling you now, that's why. That's probably why they didn't show any gameplay. They knew for a fact that they fucked other people over.
By reading from a statement, and this is what it basically said. This was plagiarism by one artist who worked on pre-production in 2020. It was then placed on a decal sheet. That's how Anti-Real's art got there, according to the company statement and what Joe said. Now
what a fucking lie. This is so obvious. This is such a fucking lie.
Decal sheet was then used in production according to them. It was not caught, but now the review process is being updated across Bungie to stop the problem from happening again. As for fixing the problem, steps in the last 24 hours, as of the stream, included reaching out to Anti-Real, auditing all of the unnamed artists' previous work, basically meaning that no new footage can be shown until that is done, then removing anything that is questionably sourced from any asset. He then went on to describe the hundreds of internal and external artists who have worked in this game over the last 5 years. He emphasized that external partners were not involved in this one, likely because of some early connections being drawn by the public. Cross then offered a personal public apology to Anti-Real to make this right. After all of that then, the stream moved on to dealing with the response to the alpha, and I'll get to that shortly, especially the stuff that is being said by Paul Tassie's sources, because they are quite worrying. But overall, what Cross said here essentially reflects the same position that Bungie took with their first statement, right? There's a little bit more detail here, but nothing major, nothing new, and I'd say that until this audit is complete, we likely won't have any more info on this.
I said it once already. Hey boss, we've stolen a bunch of work. Are we sure we want to do this? Like don't shh. You shut the fuck up, Susan. You shut the fuck up. Get under the desk, Susan. Shut up, bitch. That's what happened there. That's what happened. Undoubtedly, that's what happened. Someone knew, and they did their best to make sure no one found out.
reactions, obviously.
It might not even have been Susan. It might have been that art director who was sitting there depressed because now he just got fucked in the ass by his boss, and then he had to go live afterwards, and he didn't even get to cry in the shower before it happened.
Were not great. Now, we weren't at Nintendo Stream Chat levels of spamming things, but audiences consistently left absolutely brutal messages, ones that the hosts were clearly reading. You could see it in their faces. Messages, of course, demanding the game is cancelled, and of course, the mimetic plagiarism will make you god riffings, cross especially.
This is the image that was all over Twitter. It's all coming full circle. It's all making sense to me now. This is the image I saw posted like 7 different times by 7 different people engagement farming off of this. Yeah. If you want it to be really malicious, you go contact this guy and you say, yo, that Keyblade, did you buy it or did you steal it? Do we have to tell Disney what you did with Kingdom Hearts? Huh? Squeenix? Do we need to go find them, huh? I see that Keyblade, bitch. You gonna put that in the game too?
Especially just, well, facing calls of, being fired. Lots of people saying Art Raiders, which is, of course, a little bit of a play on one of their major points of competition. A game called...
Is that a reference to Arc Raiders?
Arc Raiders that, funnily enough, even though it also moved from being PvE to PvP, actually has had very positive buzz recently. Anyway, all of this might have been being...
What if people find out that all the art in Arc Raiders is stolen as well?
Worse by the format of the stream itself. You see, Bungie had previously gotten a lot of fan sympathy out of just how low-tech their streams were, that it was just people talking to the camera. As the late Susan of YouTube would say, it was less polish, more texture. That's
oh, sorry. You know what? I can't pay attention to this video, so we're just gonna fix this quick. Hold on, I just realized that my camera's busted a little bit. So excuse me while I fix this. Is this the right screen? No, it's not. Hold on, just give me a second. I want you to have the full experience of this, okay? It's not fair that only I'm experiencing this in glorious HD detail, okay? So just give me a second.
Stream itself. You see, Bungie had previously gotten a lot of fan sympathy out of just how low-tech their streams were, that it was just people talking to the camera. As the late Susan of YouTube...
I wonder if it's cold in the UK right now.
Would say it was less polish, more texture. That's generally what people want. It's just that here it absolutely did hit different. It still is a very humanizing way of doing a presentation like this, but in this case, well, they had a far wider audience than they normally would. The situation is altogether much more serious. Expectations were higher. This was all made worse by tech issues. Audio desyncing was a real problem. Discord questions from the public were only fed towards Ziegler, who was clearly the only one who was planned to be there originally. This then left Joe Cross basically on camera being relayed questions like why Anti-Real isn't being hired just to make use of the assets, and comments doing things like asking why they stole Anti-Real style. So all of this is rough. It added to a deeply miserable environment, one where the most senior leadership in this game couldn't even show the game off. They couldn't really do anything in the way of show, don't tell, because it was just so lo-fi.
Look at that, 0 ass on any of these characters. Of course this game was going to fail.
And that's just the leadership, because where things really get interesting is when we go and see what's happening in the rank and file. Paul Tassie's sources have been quick to describe how things are going inside the studio, and man, it is not a pretty picture. They suggest the internal explanation for the plagiarism is exactly the same as the public one, so no new real information on that, but more importantly, both Sony and Bungie Legal are now investigating the whole situation. And on the ground,
That's terrible. It's terrible that they're investigating this, because it's like we investigated ourselves and found nothing wrong. That's what's going to happen. The whole we're investigating is just such a fucking... It's like such a dodge. It's something they always do in every single one of these things, is they dodge the idea of responsibility by saying we're launching an investigation and then nothing happens after that.
Staff are deeply worried here, and that's because plagiarism is only one part of the conversation. I think what's potentially more dangerous for them is all of this buzz about the plagiarism means that every little detail is going to be picked up on, more sources will talk, and that's why we now have to talk about Marathon as a video game. I'm going to quote from Paul's reporting. Everyone has the same concerns about what happens to Bungie as a studio if Marathon bombs.
You're going to get fired. I'm sorry. Let's say you're an artist. Let's say you're someone who works as a dev at Bungie. You are at the bottom of the ladder. You are not management. Management will just get reshuffled somewhere else. You, as an artist, let's say you are upstanding. You didn't know about this and you actually work for them. You're the guy that's getting fired even though you did nothing wrong. So if I was one of these people working in this company and I was an artist and I discovered that they were doing all this underhanded shit, I would either immediately resign or I would be as malicious as possible towards them and tell, like, I'd start leaking shit instantly because I would be so fucking pissed off that it's time to go scorched earth. And that's a terrible decision to make if you want to get hired after that, but my autism wouldn't let me let this go.
Which is something they absolutely cannot afford. Sticking with the report, TASS's sources say that they're not aware of any plans to delay Marathon past its September release date. That seems kind of insane if you ask me, and it's perhaps because changes were already in place before the plagiarism controversy began. So, as the month of May started, Bungie had, quote, pulled the plug on their planned marketing in order to counter the narrative that had came up in response. Basically, the plagiarism controversy has just simply increased the need to delay things, and they've already delayed and canned some of their marketing. As such, a single public beta in August could now become a, quote, roadmap of public tests, which would likely open up the game long-term to global audiences rather than just the people in the US who have gotten to play it so far. Now, if we were to assume that May is being written off to rebuild their marketing plan, that means that Bungie and Sony have about 3 months to audit and replace any offending art assets. Meanwhile, of course, they'd also have to
I don't think it matters at this point. They can do everything right and it's not going to fix their shitty game. It's not going to work. They're fucked.
Launch the game's reputation and get it in front of audiences, because the initial reveal that happened this year did not go well. That means this is all shaping up to be quite disastrous, and they're doing all of this ahead of a September release date that is across all major platforms. Doing all of this stuff simultaneously, if you ask me, seems completely unfeasible. I mean, even if Marathon was universally hyped, that would still be an ambitious goal, like with your team locked in and motivated. But for Marathon right now, that feels honestly impossible to reach. But the most revealing information from TASS's sources might actually be about the creation of Marathon, not the release of Marathon. And it might even explain why the gameplay critiques from the alpha aren't actually dealing with the most major complaints, which are things like proximity chat, PvE, solo modes, and loads of other things. Essentially, there's a very clear vision for this game, and it was set in stone a long time ago. Marathon was originally pitched by the good old boy higher-ups of Bungie leadership, and
okay, so it sounds like this game got the New World treatment, where it was one thing and then at the last minute they changed it into something else, and now they're paying the price for it.
As far back as 5 years ago, devs were telling them that it would and wouldn't work, and often were ignored. Many have said previously that it needed to have some sort of PvE component. And I think that last line will really ring true for a lot of you watching this video. It's pretty much been the big thing people have been saying. It's nice to know that, at least internally in the studio, a lot of people seem to have agreed. Now, overall, this is a story we have heard many times before at many different studios. Sometimes a singular vision is about delivering you a Kojima-style experience. Sometimes it's not, and in this story, we know that Marathon's former game director Christopher Barrett left Bungie in the middle of 2023 after more than 20 years at the company. Now, this came after a HR investigation.
He was accused by several female employees of inappropriate behavior. According to the people for... What did I say about Susan? What did I say about what happened to Susan? Shh. Shh, Susan. Pick yourself up off the floor and clean yourself up after I'm done with you. You don't tell your goddamn husband anything, you stupid bitch. Like, that's exactly what's happened there. It's almost like we are living in fucking Groundhog Day, and the dev studio this keeps happening to just changes every week.
That accused him of inappropriate behavior. He does maintain his innocence, and he sued Bungie for the payout that he was owed for his stocks. But there are certainly some things that he said that do, let's just say, not really look like professional speech. Now, his tenure alone likely would have placed him in that good old boy group that is being talked about by Paul Tassi and I suppose the sources within the company that he's been able to reach. And it would go a long way to explaining the game framework and direction that the team have been left to work on in these past 2 years, which of course is well beyond the game's initially planned launch. Yeah, Marathon is really late. Remember, this game was greenlit under very, very different financial circumstances. There's a popular belief, right, that Marathon is part of PlayStation's live service push. But the thing is, Bungie was acquired in 2022. Marathon was started in 2019, and 2019 is also when Bungie broke off their publishing arrangement with Activision for Destiny, and they were finally way more independent. Now, we know from Activision leadership that Bungie was consistently having to lean on Activision support studios, High Moon and Vicarious Visions, to deliver expansions and content. Basically, it didn't make Activision enough money. Bungie's stuff was eating into their resources. Then,
oh my god. You know your game's fucked when even Activision is like, no, we don't want to do this anymore. Get the fuck out of here.
with Bungie out on their own, they presumably decided to invest in another revenue stream while they could afford it, and that of course would be Marathon. Now, this was before Destiny 2's commercial high point with the Witch Queen expansion. When Barrett's departure was reported, IGN also claimed that staff expected, quote, senior company leadership to leave in droves when the 2026 stock vestments clear from the PlayStation acquisition.
Aha, so that's the thing you were talking about. Yeah, so you just coast until 2026 and you get the fuck out. Not a bad plan.
That's basically the thing. A lot of them.
Okay, so whatever is tied to Bungie, if you can find a derivative stock of that, 2026 is the year for shorting. Not financial advice, but if I was in the US and I could find what this is linked to, that's exactly when I'd start doing that shit.
Seems are just playing for time until they can escape with a shitload of money. Now that's the same leadership who dismissed executive pay cuts by saying that Bungie weren't, to quote them, that type of company, because, you know, fuck solidarity with your workers, you don't need morale to make a game, I guess. Bungie and Sony then put aside $1.3 billion for staff retention back in 2022, with 2/3 of that expected to be paid out within the first 2 years. That still, of course, does leave hundreds of millions of dollars to vest for an ever-dwindling number of staff. Now, we know that the rank and file of Bungie care about this game, and it seems reasonable to extend that grace.
That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if the rank and file care about it. No one with the power and responsibility to make it good gives a shit. Which means it doesn't matter how many people you have. This is literally the New World situation, where you have a bunch of super skilled, passionate devs that you stole from Blizzard who are getting underpaid, and then you put some fucking retard above them making all the decisions. It doesn't matter if you have a restaurant filled with the world's best chefs. If you keep telling the chefs, no, it's your fault that you didn't cook the dog shit we found in my yard this morning to the correct temperatures, that's why people hated it. Doesn't matter.
To people like Ziegler and Cross as well, right? As the public faces of it. But I think the real question is, do leadership, you know, the highest tier of leadership at Bungie, care about Marathon?
No,
do they
don't.
even care about the continued existence of Bungie outside of having to only meet their obligations towards PlayStation so they don't get fired, and so that in 2026 their options vest and they become extremely wealthy and, no longer, let's just say, tied to Bungie for their own financial success and security. Certainly, it doesn't feel like they care about the long haul. And remember, this situation has got so bad that PlayStation have taken leadership to task in recent years for overspending and missing deliveries. But not internally. Not like some PlayStation exec saying in an email, you guys are really, really dragging. No. They said this in a public earnings statement. So for the leadership of a business unit to be called out in the quarterly report, like talk, that is...
You know what this is? If this is going public and this is not going through internals, that means whoever was dealing with this, who knew what the right thing to do was getting fucking silenced nonstop, and they felt like this is their last resort, is to put it in the earnings report. Because this is devastating to put in a fucking earnings report. Right? It means whenever they raised this issue, they were like, someone was like, shut up and fuck off. Get back under the desk, Susan.
Absolutely shocking. It is not a normal thing. So all of that's been going to shit. There have been rounds and rounds of layoffs, and what might shock you is those layoffs likely could have been way worse. I say that because the wider PlayStation group have actually been salvaging incubation projects done at Bungie and support teams that otherwise likely would have been laid off. Marathon's launch has been in the middle of all of this. It feels an awful lot like leadership protecting themselves and setting staff up to take the fall here. Because
yes, that's exactly what's happening.
Realistically, as long as they're able to stay until their stuff vests, they will be just fine. And while I'm usually the type to give the benefit of the doubt, and that is something I'll extend to Ziegler and Joe Cross, I mean, it's obvious that Joe Cross hasn't just
whatever Sony's doing, they need to bring down the fucking hammer on these people and get rid of all of them. Before 2026, get rid of all of them. Make sure they get none of the shit as punishment for their behavior. They cannot be rewarded for what they've done. I don't even know if that's possible. I don't know if that would cause like some kind of lawsuit or legal action against them by the pieces of shit who are holding on for dear life until 2026. But if they can get rid of them tomorrow, they should.
All of Anti-Real's work, you just have to look at what Joe Cross himself has made as an artist, like say 13 years ago. I'll extend the benefit of the doubt to those guys. But to the top leadership, to the people who are actually making the impactful calls here at Bungie, no longer can I give them the benefit of the doubt. It has been nothing but just fuck up after fuck up after fuck up. And even their wins, even the wins that team have been able to get under extremely challenging circumstances, well, those have been rewarded with layoffs. It's a bad situation. I don't see this ending well. I think Marathon has absolutely got to be delayed. It just does not seem like they're going to be able to get the ball rolling. And a lot of the point too is, it's not like the feedback from the alpha has been particularly stellar. It seems that even without the plagiarism stuff going on, this game would still be facing a hell of a lot of struggle.
Yeah, and they deserve it. They 100% deserve it. Fuck everyone in higher management. They will not pay the price for this. This is the best part. This is like, I can think of a perfect analogy for this, right? It's like, in my country, they're killing all the farmers, right? And then they're like, no, it's fine that we're murdering all the people who are doing the important job because those aren't the people making the money at the top. Right? We can keep all the people making the money, but the people with the actual skills, no, fuck them, we can get rid of them. They're not important. This is pure self-interest by management. Fuck all of those guys, they deserve it. They deserve to fail. I hope every single one of them fails miserably. They deserve it. Motherfuckers. Now, that was a good video to go through. I'm glad I now understand what the fuck is going on. Why Bungie set itself on fire. Look at the 2 first minutes of the trailer. Okay. You know what? I will. Just because you asked. We'll take a quick look at that. And then I'm about to do the most sick, disgusting thing imaginable known to humankind. If you want to leave before you throw up, I understand. But let's see. You said the 2... Okay, this one I would assume. Let's see what they had to offer. Okay, that's not bad. That for an intro is not bad. Good music. I wonder who they stole it from. Okay, okay, I'm gonna say this now. The big concern here is all of this has been cutscenes and not a single piece of gameplay yet. Okay, so that would have pissed me off right there. Look at this. Look how emotionless her face is. She's not even looking in the correct direction. Right, the rest of this looks fantastic. But number one, no gameplay. Number two, emotionless face looking in the wrong direction. That's concerning. That's not a half bad trailer. That's actually not a half bad trailer. If I had seen that trailer and nothing else, I would have thought this was a good game. I'm just gonna be honest with you. If I saw nothing else but that trailer, I would have thought, okay, that's a pretty solid game. That might be awesome. That might be worth playing. And then they fucked it up. God damn. Is SA at risk of famine due to killing all the farmers? Yes, but it'll be a slow bleed, right? So, how do I say this without getting in trouble, Shielder? Think about it this way. What is the narrative that is being said by all the whites in South Africa? They're saying there's a genocide, right? Now, the politicians are saying there's not a genocide happening in my country because they're saying the conditions for it being a genocide have not been met, right? How do you define a genocide? What would you say is the defining factor of a genocide? I'm serious. I want your answer. How would you define a genocide? I seriously want your answer to this. A race of people is being removed. You're missing a component to it. People in culture are being wiped out. Okay. So there's a component to that, right? Let's take a look at the Rwandan genocide. You had the Hutus and the Tutsis, right? So you have one group over here, and you got another group over here. Why was the Rwandan genocide considered a genocide? Because one day, one group decided that they were going to wipe out everyone in a single blow, right? So that's a genocide. But here's the question. What if instead, one of the groups in Rwanda decided not to wipe them out all at once, but to slowly wipe them out over a series of years, over and over again, and whenever these guys complained, they said, shut the fuck up. It's not a genocide because it's happening slowly. Right? So this is basically the situation. They're trying to do it at such a slow pace that they're saying, no, it's just part of the greater crime problems of South Africa. Right? It's not a genocide. We're not eliminating you because there's not a giant wave of people going out all at once and butchering and killing everyone. They're doing it slowly over time. Sounds like what Australia did to the Aboriginals. I don't know enough about what happened to the Abos, right? But if you do it slowly over a long period of time, then you've got the excuse that, no, it's not really a genocide. But if you do it really fast all at once, then it is. So that's how they're planning to get away with it, or at least that's my theory. And I gotta say this now before, you know, the treason law kicks in. And that might have even been over the line, to be honest. Now, I'm gonna do something disgusting. Something worse than a genocide. You'll have to excuse me. While I do this. You might fucking start throwing up. So I'm just gonna prepare myself quick. So I'm gonna be right back. Gonna take a quick piss. And then we're gonna get on to the genocide of what's happening on the stream, okay? So give me a second. I'll be right back. I have to mentally prepare myself for this moment because I understand it's you know, it's gonna be a difficult one. Also, I'll put on one of my favorite songs from the Pokemon TCG game. Where is it? Here we go. This is gonna get weird. Be right back. figured since this is gonna be more gross and disgusting than an ISIS execution video, I might as well dress like one of those guys that's about to get his fucking head cut off. I'll say that again because the music was loud. Since I figured that this was about to get worse than an ISIS execution video, I might as well dress like one of those dudes with his knees in the dirt, about to get his head sawed off slowly by a blunt ass fucking thing. Or you could say I'm cosplaying as a prisoner.
Orange is the new black.
Fair enough. You could say I'm cosplaying as a prisoner because once upon a time I said I ain't never going back. But I need to make a video about this. I need to make a video about this. So you're gonna have to forgive me for I'm about to sin. It's about to get bad. If you throw up, I understand. Jesus died for our sins on the cross. And I'm saying this now, it won't be nearly as painful as me opening this game again. Monster better than coffee. It's better for me at night, at least. I will die for your sins. I am here. I begged God to let me go. To not go through the 7 stations of the new world. But I need to see what this game has become. I need to see so that I can make a video about it and shit on the game one last time. Of course, the disgusting easy anti-cheat. Am I surprised? Not in the least. I can't go back to jail. You won't believe what they did to my ass in jail. And now I'm going back. If I'm lucky, the game will just break and not let me open it. 7,100 players right now. I don't believe you. If you said 7 players, I would believe you, Keith. But I think you're lying. I think you're manipulating me. 7,000 players would be peak.
Game entry narration assistance. Press F to turn off.
Fuck off.
Game.
Imagine making a game so dog shit that you run away from what you did and run towards the fucking console players just to fuck them over too. I'll take this game makes my eyes glaze over. If that's all it does to you, you have a stronger mental fortitude than most. It would make me want to kill myself. And it's I'm at suicide risk levels right now. Speech to text, language filter, off. Invert camera. You know what I'll do? Is when I do feel like getting banned from this game forever, I'll just go into the chat and start talking about Hitler. Something like that. I'll do something. I'll be like, hey, you all heard Kanye's new song? And then start singing it or some shit. Man. Look how beautiful the colors on this oh wait, you can't see it, can you? Look how beautiful the colors on this monitor are. It almost makes New World look like an acceptable game. Look at it, it's beautiful. Man, the color on this thing is off, but I need to fix that. Don't matter. I'm going back. into the fucking war zone. Code of conduct, fuck that. Protect the community. What community? Play fair. I will if everyone else does. Respect each other. Not a chance that's happening. Expeditions Unleashed. Mahantaram. Are we just making up words now? Okay, my characters are still here. Link your platform account to Amazon Games to earn 2 transmo. Wow! Wow! No. I have 2 characters. I don't know how this character's 61. I thought that was the max level, but apparently that's changed. I have a mage, and I have a not a mage.
Okay, New World, so it's a sign for me to leave to sleep GN.
That's
friends.
fair. I completely understand. But I need game footage. The first thing I've noticed is maybe they increased the level cap. They have a new mode, Capture the Flag. I'm surprised they were brave enough to put that L in there, but okay. Suppose they're trying to be inclusive. Who do I aim at? Do I go for my melee character or my mage? Let's go for the mage. My mage was my first love. There are 2 servers in Europe. There's a low population in Ares, and there's still 1 person in queue. I can't believe it. What are the other servers like? Show the other regions. Wait, okay, you know what? You know what? Full experience. Let's see. US East. What are we working with here, bud? What are we working with? What we got? Oh no, it's gonna force me through the fucking tutorial. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this again. I'm not fucking doing this again. Get the fuck. Okay, okay. Maybe this was actually valuable to see. So now we've got archetypes. This wasn't in the game when I was playing. You just kind of made your character and then fucked off with your character. Is there an AU server or has that shut down? I think that's shut down, but we'll see. I'll go back and check. So we got sword and board. What's her name from Dota? The Wind Archer? Netflix Royal from middle of France. I see how it is. Tonight's episode, the writer's barely disguised fetish. How is it that they've got such good graphics and everything looks so generic? We've got the Mystic, which is the Void Gauntlet, and the Healing Staff, obviously. And we've got the Sword Bearer, which is the blunderbuss, the blunderbussy, and the greatsword. 3 trade skills. Okay, so they give you trade skills to start off with. So they're giving you some kind of guidance now. Pathetic. Yes, I want to exit to the main menu. I've got to be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's not looking good. Let's check the hold on. Let's check the servers. What do we got? We got EU Central. Oh, thank God, they've got a containment server for PlayStation and Xbox. It won't give me the fucking... It won't let me know. I think this API has been detached from the actual game. And I don't think these people running the New World database give enough of a fuck to reattach it. Or maybe they can't. But it is impressive to see that there's 2 servers, 2 to 3 servers. So US East gets 3 servers. US West gets 2 servers. SA East, South America, gets 2 servers. And AP South... What's AP? Attack Power? I don't know what fucking server this is. Let's see what the population player count looks like. Australia. Wow, that's not bad. I can't believe it's still got a whole 7,000 players. 8.5, that's not bad. Look at that. It's almost as many players as the people currently play. Wow, what is this? What's going on here? This is almost as many players as the people currently playing Concord. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this game is making a comeback, huh? Alright. Alright, let's go to Nisa. Entering Nisa. Don't tell her dad. New World is proof that customers will play any pile of trash. You're damn right about that, Grishy. Hey, Fallout 76 still has a player base, whether you believe it or not. It might even have more of one than New World currently does. Let's see what's changed. Let's be objective and fair about this. And by that, I mean shit all over the game non-stop. Fortune awaits in Cutlass Keys. The foggy southwest of Cutlass Keys are a lawless place with the golden greed, blah blah blah, La Esperanza treasure, gathered doubloons. Okay. UI's changed a little bit. The words are a lot bigger on the screen. I think they realized how retarded we all were. Join one of the... Okay, so I'm no longer part of the Covenant, as far as I can tell. With this character. All of my documents have been reset. So all of the things I built up. Reading... Okay, no, never mind. Never mind, they're still here. Do we get a reward for this? Absolutely not. It's fuck you, read the pages. Okay, I'm gonna need a second. Company. No. Mount. Well, okay, that's my journal. What do we got here in the journal? Okay, so this is unchanged. Completely unchanged. Mount. I got a horse. We got a dog called Sawman UK. I remember you. We'll get on Sawman quick. That's better. Now let's check my inventory. Character. Okay, all of my skills have been reset. There's a flail and shield. That's new. Before I do any of this, where's my fucking character? My pronouns are is dead, but they don't have those. I've forgotten how to get to my character page. Like, press H while looking at it. No, I don't need that. Where is my character shit? Was, were. Yeah, no, that's the perfect fucking pronouns. Where is my fucking cat? Okay. I. Is it tab? God, it's been a while. Okay, it's tab. What's my secondary weapon? Okay, that's all the shit that doesn't matter. Okay, so they've separated out the tabs. That has changed. My heart rune slot. Ooh, maybe I should play my warrior because I know how I've got that unlocked. I've got the crafted legendary staff and the crafted legendary ice gauntlet, which doesn't mean shit as far as I'm aware, because if they've maxed out the levels, that means they've changed the gear, and everything I spent all that time building up towards this now means nothing. Okay, they've got gear sets. That's good. That's a nice change. Let's do some gameplay. Is there still voice activation? Yes, there is. Okay. Now, God. You know what I should have done? I should have prepared for this. I should have got myself a Burger King hat and gone into a main city. Bezos appreciates your advertisement. I'm sure he does. God, this mount is slow. How do I get off my mount? Okay. Okay, X is the mount. Where the fuck am I? Ooh, that's a lot of markers. Hold on. I don't think I've done any of the Brimstone Sands quests with this character. So I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to my other character because I think he's got he's like more newly updated. I think he's got newer gear. He's got lesser gear, but I've done more of the quests on him that related to, like, the Brimstone Sands area. So I'll aim for him. But that was sad. Man, that looked sad. Looks like 65 is the max level. Okay, so essentially, after all this time, all the gear I built up doesn't mean a goddamn thing. Why does everything have a temp loading image? What do you mean temporary? That's there on purpose. All the UI and shit has to load because they don't know how to make a game that does smooth transitions. You have to remember they fired all the popular devs along with getting rid of the book salesman who was in charge of how this game was run. Okay, I'm closing this to watch a stream of an inactive volcano. No, wait, come back. Don't you want to have suicidal thoughts? Okay, let's see what I had on this character. Worthless now because guess what? Level 65's the max. Worthless now because guess what? Level 65's the max. Damn. Now this was my tank character. I'm not going to do the mount shit because that's terrible. I'd do that off stream. That's just the most boring shit imaginable. But hey, that's the whole game. So let's do a main story quest. Let's see what the main story quest looks like, huh? Still no sprint functionality in the game. We still jump like a retard. They've changed the jump animation. I noticed that. Probably because they realized how retarded the old one was. Oh shit, and I gotta set out my... Obviously I gotta respect my fucking character. Obviously. Sword and board. What do we got? I was a tank, so let's go for tank build. Let's see what... Okay, this has changed mildly as well. Shield bash. Shield rush. Defender's resolve. Okay, so they've reduced... No, they haven't. It's about the same. The abilities are about the same. Nothing that much has happened. So mastery points are basically what your levels are. There's no leveling in New World, right? Shellday. But there is, like, you build out points for each piece of gear, depending on how much you use that piece of gear. So we've got Shield Bash, Shield Rush, and Defender's Resolve. All good options for a shitty game. Whirling Blade, hit based on equip load. The play is light, heavy inflicts, 16% weaken. Reduces its own cooldown by 5% for each enemy hit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try an old build. We're going to try a really old build. We're going to go for Shield Bash. Wait, hold on. Actually, 15% armor. Stamina damage reduction. A magical types down. We're going full tank. Defender's Resolve was really important for that. Shield Bash kind of fucking sucks. Rush forward, staggering, pushing back foes. So all the abilities haven't actually changed at all. These are all about the same. That's more PvP than PvE. Healing and regen. Stamina when hitting a target with Shield Bash or Shield Rush. And we do defensive formation because we like to stack people on top of us just like in Guild Wars 2. Get this man a greatsword. I think I had a greatsword. But I'm interested to see what happens if I go tank a dungeon right now. So I'm just looking through the abilities, trying to remember everything. Successfully hitting an enemy with... okay, that's debuff. That might be important. Heavy attacks grant you empower, not that important. Funnel attack in your light chain. When you block an attack, gain a stack of empower. That feels kind of shitty. When you block an attack, fortify. That's better than that. What do we have? One with the shield. Hitting a target, increase the duration of all debuffs. Final blow's not important. Stamina damage reduced by 15 when blocking a ranged attack with a shield. That's more PvP than anything else. One with the shield's gonna be important. So we will sacrifice that for one with the shield. Ah, fuck, that's also important. God damn it. You know, healing and regen is not my fucking problem. That's the healer's problem. This is not Guild Wars 2. Fuck do they think they are? Cool, so that's sword and shield set out, and I think I was wielding the great axe, but I want to change that. My Guild Wars 2 raid commander said that New World was Guild Wars 2 world versus world, but well made. I've never played New World, so I didn't know what to respond. What you should have said is, I'm sorry that you're mentally damaged, but that's not my problem. I apologize for what your dad did to you in the shower as a kid. But please don't blame me for it. Now then. What was my secondary? What was my general secondary? I think it was Greatsword, actually. It was Greatsword and Hatchet. Hatchet you can use for invincibility if they haven't changed the abilities. So we could do that. No. Wait, can we use the hatchet with the shield? No, still not, because that's fucking retarded. Still haven't fixed that. So we'll stick with Curiosity and Greed. And then what we'll use is Soul. And then I'll set that out for Soul. And then we'll go from there. We'll see what this fucking shit bucket does. Okay, so hatchet abilities, the whole idea is get iframes. And I believe that's the Berserk chain. And Rage Strikes, abilities and heavy attacks deal 20% more base to targets below 30% health. Hitting a target with a heavy attack grants Fortify. Remove all bleed, burn, and poison effects on yourself if you hit an enemy while your health is below 30%. Where is it? Cooldowns reduced by 2% when hitting an enemy. See, what we want is Defy Death. More than anything else. Feral Rush might be pretty good. Increased critical hit chance. Okay, we do want this, right? Because we want to be able to throw our axe. And I think it's Raging Torrent. No, we don't want Raging Torrent. Which one was it? I think we needed Infected Throw, but you know what, we'll go for Raging Torrent. We'll go apeshit mode. 20% haste. Reactivate this ability or use basic attack to end the raging. No, okay. Grants Fortify. Base damage by 10%. Light attacks. 20% more cooldowns. What else do we want here? We don't want to be spamming heavy attacks, actually. Those are worthless. This game might be the cure to my insomnia. It might be the cure to insomnia by suicide. You'll never wake up again. Actually, it's not Raging Torrent we want. I think it's Disease Throw. Or Infected Throw. What is this? 20% damage. Not that important. Critical hits with light attacks, regen stam. Duration of disease and weaken. Disease and weaken cloud on impact. Yeah, so we got the AoEs down. Then we want that over there. We want this over here, and we want this over here. Right. Now then, let's see if this game has changed at all. I'm willing to bet that it hasn't changed at fucking all, and it's the same game at its core.
I heard disease weapons that is against the Geneva Convention.
That's fine, I just won't use the diseased weapon on Geneva. They definitely made the UI bigger and fucking chunkier, that's for sure. Gotta get our asses in here. Let's see how we do that. The fuck do I get in there? Okay, this place is owned by people called Bikini. That's nice to know. Fucking filthy ass. Cash shop, bitch. We don't need the slash spit emote in this game. Right. Now this is important because previously, with the quests and shit, there was very little voice acting, and what there was dog shit. They added it in later, and what would happen is that the character would say the first line, and then you had to read everything else. Right? Now let's see if they fixed that.
I was looking forward to spending weeks poring over these dusty tomes. Seems that we'll have to wait for some time now. Ha! The furious vengeance of the angry earth has ravaged First Light. We should have seen this coming. I should have seen this coming.
Eternity.
Okay, this is the trailer
on
thing.
Human ambition. Time has no claim on the Eternal Isle.
I've seen this trailer before.
Nature must rise and reign.
Mighty lords, let us cleanse these lands.
Wait. Have I actually done this quest line with my other character? I think I might have. I might have confused which character I had maxed out.
End them.
Well, yeah, of course it became a joke,
The future is fixed for neither man nor beast.
It does have fantastic graphics. You got to give it that.
After hearing from Imhotep what transpired here, I now realize what's happening in First Light. The vengeance of Artemis, it seems. To think that one of the ancients walked among us all this time! Oh, and you managed to prevent her awakening Sutek. Such chaos!
Okay.
I was a fool to ignore signs Adiana wasn't merely an aloof huntress, making veiled threats. Defying an ancient's will to tap the Motherwell against corruption has kindled her wrath. And First Light pays the price.
They've definitely
It's often
updated
acts committed
these.
in desperation that lead to even more desperate consequences. But we console ourselves thus. And now we must arrest the angry Earth's vengeance, else first light is only the beginning. Aye, a horrific transformation unfolds beyond the bramble wall. I accompanied the druids to witness it myself. But they are too busy looking at trees to see this goes beyond any forest. We need you there, Soul Warden.
How do I get past the brambles?
Parting the brambles is easy. But the air beyond is befouled with noxious spores, and we must prepare. The angry earth nearby carry the key element of the inoculate. Gather their seeds while I prepare the brew.
You can gather my seeds. Right, I need to double check. Because if this character is level 60 and the other one is 61... And yes, we are trying to bring back a Nuksucker Moon. I need to double check if I've already done this quest line, because I didn't recognize that, which means that they changed certain things to make it seem more interactive, which is a good change. But the problem is they may have fucked up enough that it doesn't matter how good the game is at this point. They can't pull a No Man's Sky. Brendan Fraser would be disappointed in you. I know he would be. Wait, you have a title now, Soul Warden. Yes. I just need to double check if this character's on the same quest path, or if I've already done that with this character. Let's see. Okay, that's the fort. Yeah, I've done this quest line. I've done this quest line with this character. Yeah, this is the continuation of this quest line. Man, I would rather play Destiny 2. You know what? So would I, but let's... I need to make some video clips of this so I can shit on this game and see if anything's changed, if anything's meaningfully done. I'll probably end up doing a lot of this off stream because I can imagine that this game is kind of a joke. At this point, I do need to do the Heart Rune Unlock quest, which I haven't fucking done with this character in particular, but I am further ahead in the MSQ. So the problem is on one character I don't have everything unlocked, and on the other character I've got the things unlocked, but I'm further behind in the quest line. So which one do we aim at? You know what, let's aim at this character since it's a higher level. They took away this fast travel point, which is annoying. Okay, fuck it, we'll stick with this character. Let's not fucking hop back and forth all the time. Let's keep this nice and simple. We'll keep my fire staff, which I've maxed out. Rather you play Guild Wars 2. Hey, so would I. We're gonna see if the Flammen with Verfa still works. Backdraft and Roots of Helios. Okay, so this is still the same. Incinerate was one of my favorites. Definitely going for that. I didn't like Burnout. I didn't feel it was that valuable. I preferred Fireball. The Boomer Magic, much more valuable. Attack Steel, 10% increased bad target's burn. Dodging through an enemy melee attack inflicts a stack of smolder. Firestaff smolder effect deals... Okay, we're going to go for that. We're going to go for that because we're going to be relying very much on the Flammen Verfa all the time. So we're going to go for damage over time. We're going to go for the Condi Mage. Haste. Critical hits with Firestaff abilities inflict a stack of smolder. And That's not important. After not taking damage, empower. 10% chance to critical strike. Yeah, we'll go for spell slinger. Yeah, there we go. So that needs to be the Flammenwerfer. Yeah, that's good. That's good. And then what was my secondary? I think it's the Ice Gauntlet. Yes. How is it, do you think, that this game released both after Black Desert Online and Guild Wars 2, and it's still such a joke in comparison? Okay, Entombed is very important because this is the character that I play with PvP on all the time. Doubles ice pylon. Yeah, okay, so we're gonna do this. We're gonna go for the ice pylon. And we're gonna go for the AoE. Critical chance. Base damage. Restore 10% of your max mana whenever you critically hit. No, that's not gonna help. That's not gonna help. You gotta remember I'm playing on high latency, so I can't rely on basic attacks as much. %20 fortify, that's what I'm gonna need. That's a pretty useful ability if used right. I'm probably gonna fuck it up. And we'll do increased crit chance. That'll be valuable. And movement speed. We want that on F. We want this on Q. And we want that on R. It reset my key bindings as well. That's what I just realized. Okay, cool. What game is this? It's called I Like to Fuck Over the Community 1. Otherwise known as New World. A devastatingly bad game that fucked up all its PR all over the place, ruined itself. I'm checking back in on an old ex, essentially, is what I'm doing right now. I'm seeing how she's doing, and let me tell you, she's sucking dick behind the Walmart. Had potential. I was even thinking about buying it. It really did have potential back in the day. And I'm hoping that they have at least fixed some of the obvious fuck-ups, bugs, and exploits. But they may have, like, just built up such bad reputation with every community that it'll never be a big game again. It'll never be anything beyond the shitty game it is right now. The only problem in BDO is that I'm at the end game, and so either I do 200 hours of grinding for a piece of equipment or enhance it the way and risk. So there's a way around that, right? Instead of doing the 200 hours of grinding, you could spend 50 hours learning to program a bot to do the grinding for you. So that's a quarter of your time saved there. Let me see if I can remember how to play the game. We'll find something to kill out in the open world. Something that's not a fucking turkey. Here we go. Okay, that's way too low level, so that's not gonna help. Where do we need to go? To the left here. Up the mountain path we go. The world looks decent. So, the best parts of this game, or at least what used to be the best parts of this game, was the crafting systems were fantastic, the graphics were good, and the sound design was incredible, right? Like, as much as I meme on this game, it does have certain components about it that are fantastic. But the issue is, they fucked up the community goodwill so many times by lying, by manipulating, by twisting things, by changing the original function and meaning of the game. And by the time they started fixing it, it was too late. And then instead of continuing with the fixes, they instead re-released the game as a port for the console games. Because they were like, we've burned the PC community's goodwill to the ground so badly that instead of worrying about what they think about us, we'll instead just aim at the console fanboys. And it turns out that console fanboys, generally speaking, play FIFA, not games like this. Is auto-target turned on? No. Is there an auto-target? Hold on. I think auto-targets are reserved for console players because they can't figure that shit out. Get me the fuck out the store. Keyboard and mouse. Set whether to turn the character towards the movement input direction. No, leave that off. Controller. Is there auto aim? Aim assist, yes. If you're playing on controller, you get aim assist. But the bot must be programmed to have like small latency between skills so it could mimic a human. All you do is you set there'd be a percentage latency timer, right? So some of the abilities fire off, sometimes it waits like a few seconds, that way it looks less obvious because your abilities aren't being stacked up all at the same time. You swear auto-target was for PC as well. I don't see it here for PC. Keyboard and mouse. Freeform movement, camera direction. Nope. OD controller. Nope, going the wrong way. Again. The movement feels weirder. I gotta say that. I don't remember it being this clunky. The feel of the movement. I don't know if that translates. Tell us about your guild in New World and the drama it had. Man, it was so bad. So, back in the day when I started streaming Guild Wars, New World, I made a guild, a company called, called Sanctus Infernum, which translates to Holy Hell. It was pretty cool. We were the biggest company on the server, and it was a really, really fun time. But it was a fun time because of the people I was playing the game with. Iconic Geek picked Arthur Gore. We had a really good time. It was really entertaining. It was really fun. But then this absolute fucking pussy bitch from another guild started talking shit behind our backs. And my solution was the wrong solution to his little pussy bitch behavior. Instead of being proactive like I should have been, I said, why don't we leave it alone and just stay away from them? Because I think everyone else will be able to see what a pussy little bitch he is. And I was dead wrong. He just kept on sucking everyone else's cock and making us look bad. And over time, it made the company fall apart. because that little homoerotic bastard went out of his way to shit-talk us all the time and cry like a little bitch and act like a cry bully. So what he would do is he would do all the shittiest things, and then he would blame us for them. And then everyone else started believing him. You can set a keybind to target lock, which locks center mass. I think you're right. Oh yeah, no, that's the middle mouse button. You're right. Look at that. It is on keyboard and mouse. I stand corrected. What a joke.
A fellow soul warden out here? Well, I won't look a gift horse in the mouth. Care to help our brethren one more time? Don't worry. This is a blessing for us. I hope.
I'm listening.
You may have heard the rumors about a soul warden's heart gem can grant additional powers through the etching of specific runes. I'm looking for a way to unlock that power, and Brimstone Sands seemed like a good place to start.
Yeah, it was shitty, but a lot of people started quitting because they had their fun with the game. It was fun for like a few months, and then everyone just kind of gave up, and I can't blame them for giving up, because the game deserved it for all of its fucking shitty, trashy behavior.
Yes. The most promising site is the Wall of Nebetet, but it's crawling with guardians. I'm overmatched, I admit. But you could get
inside. Am I retarded for thinking you did the right thing?
Look
yes.
for anything that reacts to your
I'm
heart
retarded
gem.
for doing that thing, so if you're retarded, I'm 10 times more retarded. Right, what I should have done, right, was I should have been way more proactive. I should have saved every conversation that guy had. I should have, like, screenshotted all the times he talked shit about other companies behind their back to me. I should have gone out of my way to make him look as shitty as possible. I should have literally set up, like, a component of my company to be like a propaganda wing, where I shit all over him and made him look like trash all the time. I should have realized that there's no way to win that fight unless you fight dirty, and never given him the opportunity to fight back. Right? And what you gotta realize is there's no morals when it comes to this shit. Right? If you want to win, you gotta win. That means you play with everything. You socially engineer people, you manipulate everything, you act like an asshole, you fucking act like a little bitch. You essentially, everything that, like, conspiracy theorists I think Jews are, you've got to be that all the time. Was this just a random guy or a fellow in the influencer space? No, this is a guy who ran a competing company who kept on losing to us. And eventually they stole a territory from us. They raised the taxes. And then they pretended like, oopsie, haha, that was such a mistake that we made so much money off of people for like an entire week by raising the taxes to an unreasonable amount in this one very specific region we owned. You sound like an Eve player. Look, I think the Eve players may have it right. You gotta make everyone else around you look like shit. It's not enough that you succeed, you need to drag others down around you. So that way you look way better. It was a really fun time playing it though. People took it too seriously and the drama got fucking ridiculous. When it came down to the running of the company and stuff, I also made another mistake, is I tried to act like a meritocracy. Right? I tried to reward players and listen to everyone's opinions, and what I should have done instead was listen to one person. One or two people, and that's it. And everyone else, it should have been shut the fuck up or get the fuck out. And we would have done a lot better under dictatorship than democracy, to be honest. I tried to be the good guy, and that's the worst thing you can be. I should have been a toxic sack of shit. I should have used as many exploits as I could. I should have done everything in my power to be a bastard. Wow, look how trashy the mobs still are. Nothing's changed. I'm in no danger. Oh, whoop. Hit the wrong button. I need to change those keybinds. Let me just quickly change this. Settings. Settings, keyboard and mouse. Where's my key bindings? Okay, so what I need is I need to change E and F around. Weapon ability. F needs to be E. Yes, and interact needs to be F. Yes. Which makes way more sense than the way they put it up. What the fuck is that spell? Oh, what? You mean this Flammenwerfer? It takes the enemy and it gives him a nice toasted time, yeah. It's not dangerous. This game was a masterpiece because you see it had the und trains, and it had the Flammenwerfer, and it had the German community who played the Marauders, who we like to fuck with on a regular basis. So here, let's try some of the other abilities. Wow, that does nothing now. Yeah, you see he has the stamina bar, and he's und staggered, and now he is und dead. Wow, holy shit. They really reduced the damage on the Inferno. That fucking trash. They really fucked that up. That does nothing now. My god. This is worthless now. God damn it. Okay, he's gonna come for us. Oh, wow. Holy shit. Just gonna sit here for a little bit. Oh, fuck. Okay. He hits hard. I'm gonna blame that on latency. Oh, fuck. He can turn. They used to not be able to do that. Okay, this is an elite enemy. That's why I'm getting fucked here. Not too bad. Oh, I'm too far away from him. Okay, go back here. Remember how to do this properly. And we sit here, we let our shit do its damage. Sometimes Ice Gauntlet is bullshit. Because you don't even need to do anything. So you see, look at the fundamentals of this game. It's got everything it needs to do things the right way, and then it does them all wrong. That's what hurts about this game, is it's got all the potential in the world, and it just fucks it up. Isn't the food buffs really strong? I mean, yeah, I think they are, but I don't know if I have any food on me, actually. I'm sure I do. Yeah, there we go. Mana regen. Yeah, we get that, and I think I can only have one food buff, but I might be wrong. We'll see. No, oh, yeah, only one food buff. Whoop, he's back. That's a higher respawn rate than I remember. I'm definitely in the wrong place here. Yeah, it was 3. You used to be able to stack them. Now it looks like they've changed it out so you can only do 1 at a time. A little bit disappointing, but you know, that's life sometimes. Guess we've got to go to the right area. Climb the rubble to reach the top. Nice clear instructions. Big dumpy retard letters. You know what I really need in this game for the climbing puzzles? I need yellow paint. Is New World fun? I don't know, I'm trying to figure that out right now. I'll tell you when I find the fun. All the fundamentals for a good game. None of the follow-through. It's really sad. To think how much time I wasted maxing out. Hold on, let me see. Where's my character? Look how many of the crafting skills I maxed out. Do you know how fucking difficult it is to get 200 logging? It takes for fucking ever. Man, so much wasted time. What do they give me? Brimstone. Okay, that's just the heart thing. Use the new knowledge to pass through the sealed door. Okay, now I have to go downstairs, I think. All RuneScape skill caps, maybe. Fucking maybe. You know what? It bit. I'll give New World this. It bit off of RuneScape for its crafting skills, and that wasn't a bad decision. Yeah, just hold still. Danke. It looks like it's not maxed anymore. No, so what happens is, it's like a maxed out skill, but what happens is kind of like in Guild Wars 2, you know how you hit max level? You can still gain extra mastery on top of it. And when you gain extra mastery, where is it? Oh no, fuck it. Oh yeah, here's your reward track, by the way. Oh, there's no pay to win. Wow, so wonderful. Where is it? So if you look here, what happens is, with the trade skills, is you hit 200, and then the circle continues to fill out, and every time you hit that pip, you get a reward. And you get like gypsum or something else that lets you upgrade your weapons and shit. If I remember correctly. Yeah, so every interact that involves you using the staff is always the same, right? Because that's lazy fucking programming. They didn't want to do unique animations for putting things in place, opening doors, so it's always just hold out your stick and wave it around long enough. Whoops. Interrupted that. So it's always the same thing. Because they got lazy with the animations. When they launched this game had like maybe, I don't know, fucking 3 or 4 different humanoid enemies that were all the same. So the animations are all going to be the same, you'll notice. Okay, that's a convenience teleport. Come on. Take me there. Take me there, bitch. Nope, not working. I can go fuck myself. Now then. How the fuck do I get out of here? Oh, it looks like level 70 is now the max level. So they increased it again. So once more, anything you farmed... Look how easy it is to dodge arrows, by the way. Oh wow, he does damage. He does damage. Now he's gonna fuck me up. Watch, I'm gonna die now. There we go. Really action-packed. As you can see, very molasses-like combat. Very clunky. It's action combat at its slowest. It could have been a lot more than what it currently is. And one of the worst changes that they made early on between, I think it was the alpha, and where the game currently sits, is they had a stagger mechanic in the game. And everyone hated the stagger mechanic because you could be in full plate gear, heavy armor, and some little fucker with a hatchet would come along and just keep you stagger locked, so you can't get out of it. And instead of fixing the stagger mechanic, they just removed it entirely, which made the combat feel weightless. Right? When what they could have done was tie the stagger mechanic into your gear, kind of like in Dark Souls, and give you a reason to feel the way you do. Well, that's a healer. I'm not going to pick a fight with him, because as you know, if you're fighting a healer, he's going to win, because it's just a battle of attrition. I know because I used to be a healer while I was playing this game and leveling up. Why does the wolf run like he has 3 chromosomes and his tail is shoved up his ass? Because Amazon game devs don't know how to how to make animations. You'll notice this with all enemies. They actually slide across the floor, and it just looks like they're walking because they couldn't tie the movement to actual animation. So it's all got that super clunky feel. It's real sad, because this game really could have been something. See, I'm also gonna have to respec, because it turns out my spinny flame inferno that used to do something back in the day is now fucking worthless as an ability. Which is really sad. Because it used to be so good. You should play a Flammenwerfer on your NG. I mean, that's what I've been doing. I mean, I'm getting to the point where it's all plant enemies and shit, so I might just whip out the flamethrower and do nothing else. But yeah, if you see shitty animation loops, just know that, yeah, that's an Amazon problem. Also, they built this off of the Cry engine. They made something called Lumberyard, and they did such a bad job with it because, yeah, you know, the game, the engine that they built it in wasn't actually made to deal with an MMO. It was made for FPS games. And as you can imagine, that's not a good way to go about things. I know, it's shocking to hear that, right? You'd never expect that. Smolder lasts longer. 4 haste. Critical hits. 10% fortify. And then we want to stack out in this tree. I'm starting to remember a little bit. Not taking damage, we want the Empower. Fire Staff, your critical strike damage is increased. And then I think we wanted Pillar of Fire. Because this is AoE for group dungeons and shit. Invoke a burst of flames with a 2.5 meter radius. 5% more. Gain 15% of your max mana per enemy hit. Definitely good. And then we'll see if we can change something else out. Okay, well actually, you know what? We need that for that. So we can't drop out of any of those abilities. I think we drop that, and if we're going for crit, we might as well go for proper crit. So this should be E, and then this can be... Wait, hold on, this should be R. And then this can be E. There we go. That's better. Wasn't New World supposed to be the flagship game on Lumberyard, and they were going to sell access to Lumberyard? Yes. Yes.
You're back! What a relief. I wouldn't know what to say to the other Soul Wardens if something happened to our hero. And there's something different about you. You're still you, but with a sharper edge.
I found this glyph.
This bizarre shape unlocked your heart gem? Every time I think the ancients can't get stranger. Anyway, I'll send a missive back to the other Soul Wardens. Thank you for salvaging my mission.
You know, this game would look a lot better if you could change the tit size on the female characters, but they won't allow that. This is Amazon we're talking about. Yeah, this was one of the cosmetics I unlocked. I wasn't going to pay them money for cosmetics. Fuck that. So I unlocked it in game, and I can't remember how I did it. You gotta remember, New World is a lot of repressed memories for me. Equip the heart gem. Okay. We will place that shit in there. Now, if only I could figure out where it was. Okay, what does this do? Summon a cannon and fire a powerful long-range shot that deals 100% heart rune damage. This attack has grit. Okay, so... this is basically... think about it this way. You build up towards an ultimate. Oh, what the fuck was that? I missed that. Okay, this can fuck off. Where's that goddamn heart gem? Okay, this is just my stats. I went for an int constitution build. I could probably drop my constitution and bump my int a little bit, but that won't make too much of a difference. Basically, also, keep in mind with the attributes, right? They could have made this into a super complex system where you could be like a dexterity mage and it's tied to your abilities and certain things you want and don't want, but they locked everything down to certain stats require certain weapons. Therefore, they could force you down a certain path as opposed to you like doing off-meta fucking complexity shit. They made sure that you never got the chance to experiment. You just found out your local radio station has an Asian radio host called Squinty. Does that Asian radio host just so happen to look like that other lady that got stabbed? Because if so, I want you to know that's very racist of you. What the fuck am I supposed to do here? What? Nope. Put that back on. Augments. Oh, look at that. We can open the store and buy more shit. What's this button do? Change skins. So these are all the ones I earned in-game. I didn't pay a fucking cent for them because I wasn't going to do that. Some of these were Twitch drops, to be honest. And some of these are from, like, seasonal events. Look how much time I wasted here. It's real sad. It's real fucking sad. You know what? If we're gonna be a clown, we might as well dress like one. Nope. There we go. Nice bright red pants. I can't even remember what event this comes from. We'll use that. Click your link. The star. Could this be the chink in Trump's armor? Did I read that fucking right? I don't understand it. How come people who are journalists get to be racist, but the rest of us have to be cancelled for it? I don't understand. Jesus Christ. Now, do you think he got fired or promoted for that post? Promoted, obviously. Yeah, you're right. What am I thinking? Of course he got fucking promoted for that one. Now what was the quest I had to follow? Was that the entire hot gem quest because they knew people were fucking tired of that shit? Hold on. Search chest for sapphire. You know what? I've seen enough of this game. Then maybe we should try. Maybe we should try, Oh, look at that. No one's playing the fucking game, so there are no lobbies to get into the dungeons. Oh, am I shocked? I'm astounded. My little quaking heart is broken. Shattered beyond belief. Oh, wow. What, you mean a game with a low player count? Doesn't have any of these motherfuckers in the game? What? No way. No. I don't believe you. How could this happen? Fucking no one. No one is queuing for dungeons. Is there anyone even queuing for the arena? Probably not. What about here? No. No, there's no one playing this game? No, say it ain't so. Am I just fumbling around in a dead world? Nah, of course, no. Nah, absolutely not. It must just be that, you know, I'm just not high enough level for this shit. Obviously. That's me. Oh my god. What a fucking disaster. I am one man wandering around a dead world right now. At 4 in the morning. You know, like in the US, there's those like YouTube channels where like guys go explore like abandoned malls and shit from the 90s. That's what I feel like I'm doing right now. Like I'm just like wandering through a dead area where nothing is. Let's see if there's any low levels running around. No, absolutely not. Of course there isn't. Why would they be? Jesus Christ. Holy fucking shit. Oh look, I got free rep. Oh, I definitely need XP gain. That's going to be very important. By the way, all of these things, these reputations you gain, they're such a fucking trap because the only thing that's actually worthwhile is more storage space. Nothing else matters. What the fuck is this? Alright, well, let's see what else I can do here. Let's do the 4 Seasons tour, since it's at the top of my list. What do we got? I think these are supposed to be, you know, take your mount and do a little racing course. Oh wait, there's people in the chat. There's one guy, so you gotta kill mobs. Okay, looking for 1 DPS, last boss, Hive. Oh man, there are people out there. There are actually people out there playing this game, and it's 2 people. You wanna know something fucking devastating? Oh, okay, I'm dead. I'm dead. You wanna know something truly fucking devastating about this game? Cross-platform is such a foreign fucking concept to the devs who made this game that the game didn't launch with cross-platform. So the only people you would ever see were the people who were in your world when it came to like dungeons and instances and shit. New World, I played this and the game is so damn generic I couldn't tell. I have 300 hours, couldn't even tell what game it was. Exactly. It's the same as the Avatar movies, right? Think about the Avatar movies, right? All this wondrous shit, 0 cultural impact. I'm dead. Wow, fuck me. Apparently I've got legs of fucking steel. They made it impossible to commit suicide, as it turns out. Because they knew everyone who played this game wanted to kill themselves. At least the Avatar movies had a hot alien bitches. I gotta say this about the Avatar movies, right? That blue pussy must be insane. Like, blue pussy must be ridiculously good. Because imagine betraying the entire human race just for some fucking blue minge. That shit must have been like crack cocaine. Because that's the only explanation I can see. Oh fuck, okay, this is a timed event, but I've already lost direction on which way I'm supposed to go. Great, I've lost direction. Fuck. I think it's that way. No, that's the board. Oh boy. What a disaster. Didn't they use their sex? Yeah, basically he stuck his cock in a flying bird. And that bird was like, yo, you need to chill, bro. You need to stop this nonsense. The bird is like, please, I'll do whatever you want. Just don't hit, don't strap your cock to me again, please. Imagine having a dick on the back of your head.
Baldy Daddy streamer, your shiny dome reflects pure dominance. Every dono, every deep chuckle chef. Kiss, I wag, I drool, I obey you game, I simp. Drip me in gamer sweat and call me your loyal little lag spike. Good stream, great scalp.
Okay, I'm just gonna save that for later. Thank you for that, Ashura. It's less painful than playing this game, I'll give you that. Ask Grok, will it tell you to travel to your own country? Probably. It'll be like, well, if you're in South Africa, all you have to do is wait. It'll happen. Right, now then. Let's see if I can not fuck this up and figure out which direction I'm supposed to go. Oh, sorry. I forgot. With the last time I was doing this and I was playing this game, obviously I forgot that the audio is broken. And if I'm riding a dog, there's only one way to do it.
White girls fuck dogs. White girls fuck dogs. White girls fuck dogs.
Sorry about that. Completely forgot.
When they come home from the bar and they're all alone, white girls fuck dogs and their big red bones. They don't do it 'cause it's good for their health. It's just the way white girls express themselves, yeah.
Where am I supposed to fucking go for this quest? I don't understand where this fucking quest wants me to go. I don't see any key marker indicators that are telling me which direction to go. Fuck it, I'm leaving. Who cares?
They spread whipped cream on their genitals to get their dog to lick all inside their holes, yeah. White girls fuck dogs. They fuck up. White girls fuck dogs. They really fuck up. White girls fuck dogs. White girls fuck dogs. White girls fuck dogs.
What game is this? It's called A Cry for Help. It's called You Don't Have to Do This. There are people who will help you. Think about your family.
They can't resist. They never will admit it, but they know that it's true. It's just the thing that every white girl loves to do, yeah. White girls fuck dogs. They fuck up. White girls
It wanted me to go all the way down there?
White girls fuck dogs.
Why didn't it just tell me?
White girls fuck dogs. They really fuck them. White girls fuck dogs. White girls
Okay.
fuck dogs. White girls fuck dogs.
Hold on. Hold on, we can't have this song play. It's too based. Let's fix that quick. That's better.
Peanut butter on my balls, let the dog lick it. Peanut butter on my balls, let the dog lick it. Peanut butter on my balls, let the dog lick it. Peanut butter on my balls, let the dog lick it. Peanut butter on my balls, let the dog lick it. Peanut butter on my balls, let the dog lick it. Peanut butter on my balls, let the dog lick it. Peanut butter on my balls, let the dog lick it. Hey dog. You wanna lick my balls? Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Got some Skippy, rub it on my balls. Smear it real good, feed it to the dogs. You can call it wrong, I don't really give a fuck. Got peanut butter with extra nuts. This ain't your usual dog food. Real chunky and nutty, like squirrel poo. Why waste your money on home brand when your dog could be licking these gonads? Yes, so please don't test me. I got canines licking on my testes. I heard dogs like to play with balls, so I let dogs play with my balls. Peanut butter on my balls, let the dog
good night for now.
Peanut
Good
butter
night,
on my
Ashura.
balls, let the dog lick it.
I know this game puts you to sleep. It puts everyone to sleep, don't you worry. This is called engaging gameplay by Amazon. It's running through a fucking thing. This is apparently the quest I'm supposed to do. Man, what a disappointment, huh?
Peanut butter on my balls, let the dog lick it. Peanut butter on my balls, let the dog lick it. Peanut butter on my balls, let the dog lick it.
Reminds me of a thread I read of some bitch who got her OnlyFans banned and fought away. I'll read that now.
Peanut butter on my balls, let the dog lick it.
The music's too loud.
Let the dog lick it.
Ashes is on par with this. That's not a good sign.
It's filthy prank, motherfucker.
You know, that's really not a good sign that you say that. That Ashes is on par with this. Ooh, that's bad. Oh God, I hope not. I was planning for my workout streams that I was going to play Ashes for an entire month. No, I need to listen to the bestiality songs, Faith. You don't understand. If I'm going to be riding a dog around... Oh, it reminds me of the thread I read of some bitch on OnlyFans. Fired from a job because she uploads a video of her fucking a dog to her OnlyFans. That's, yeah. Her Twitter got swarmed and people said a bunch of shit about her. But she got mad after being fired from her job. You put a video on the internet of you fucking a dog and you're upset that people didn't like that. She eventually said the harassment needs to stop. People need to stop calling her an incest slut because she hadn't fucked her cousin yet. Yeah, the yet is very important. Dog not riding you. Not yet, he's not. We'll just wait until the next New World update. Give it a little time. Man, I don't think I'm gonna be making it with this quest because I was so fucking confused about what this wanted from me. Jesus Christ, what engaging gameplay. You know what I'll do? Because I can feel the suicidal thoughts coming back in. Right? I don't know if anyone's like, I don't know, guys have this thing where every time we walk past the bathtub, Like, you know why dudes don't take a bath, right? And why we prefer to shower. It's because every time you see the bath filling up with water, you can't help but have that thought. Where you can see yourself sitting in the bathtub, opening your fucking wrists. Yeah, this game is the bathtub. Running out of time. Definitely not making this. Okay, so now I know what I need to do. Because for 10 minutes I need to randomly sprint off in some fucking direction. Thanks, Amazon, for such great gameplay. I don't know what I would do without you. What dog shit. Let's see. Yeah, we're not making it there in a minute. I'll tell you what, I'll restart. We will go find this marker, we will restart. I'm doing this and I'm stopping playing this fucking game because it genuinely makes me want to die. The gameplay has not improved. The loop is exactly the same. The game, I'll tell you what, the Amazon bot was right. The game feels good different, and by good different, I mean it's the same fucking game, they just changed the name and re-released it on console. Good lord. Are you gonna pick a fight with me? What? Oh no, you're such a threat. Right. Let's try that again now that I know what the fuck I'm looking to do. Seems offing oneself is a cultural thing in South Africa. Yeah, pretty much. We're all a little bit suicidal to live down here in the first place. We've just got different methods of doing it, right? So, like, whites tend to do things like, you know, walk into the wrong neighborhood and say some racist shit. And thinking they're gonna be fine. Black people down here prefer to starve slowly to death after they've killed all the whites who were, you know, making all the farm shit for them. Like, you know... It's just how it is. It's a cultural thing. You wouldn't understand. Before you log off, we'll open the shop and see what they've added. That's a good idea. I'll tell you what. We'll try complete this quest one last time. And then we'll go for it. I wonder if the numlock key would still work here. No. Damn it. I was hoping there was an auto-run feature so we could look at the cash shop while we ran away. While we skedaddled off into the fucking distance, but no. Apparently not. There's an auto-run keybind. It was numlock if I remember correctly. But it only seems valid for when you're running and you're not on the mount. Because they want you to engage with the gameplay. Don't you understand how important it is? You just don't get it, man. Running for 10 minutes. Fuck. Jesus Christ. If only you could understand the artistic meaning behind running into the fucking distance for a solid 20 to 30 minutes. Since you want more songs like this, I'll look at songs later. I'll tell you what, this is breaking me a little bit. I'll be honest with you. Sometimes I play this game, and all I can think about is, you know, I start asking myself like the real questions in life. Is like, is this what slavery was like for black people in America? Because if they had to suffer this bad, I get it. I understand why they're so mad about everything. Yeah, I should actually turn down the sound effects. That's for certain. Let's see if I can. Nope. Okay. We stop moving if I turn down the sound effects. It would be amazing if you got jumped just before the end. Yeah, it's not gonna happen. So if you're on a mountain, you got your PvP up. No one's knocking you off the mount. That's just not happening. Maybe with a musket, actually. I don't know how that interaction works. Listen to the dog run. I can't believe Sawman let us ride him like this. So I think they probably left the sound effects so high because it's one of the only things this game has going for it is its sound design was pretty fucking good. But what I've noticed is, like, as they added the expansion, as they added extra stuff, the sound design quality went from fantastic to just annoying. So, like, for example, if you listen to this dog and the way, like, the noises it's making and shit, it's not like it's a part of the world. It just feels irritating. It feels like, how do I get this fucking shit to stop? Whereas, if you mine in this game, if you mine stone or any of the mineral resources, it's got like this very notable, very novel sound effect that goes with it. And so I think they're trying to emphasize what they did best. But the problem with emphasizing what they did best is it's like that one kid who did one good drawing in school who keeps on showing you the same drawing over and over again. You're like, yeah, okay, that's great. But what else can you do? What else are you capable of, kid? Or is that it? Or is that the entire, like, skill set you had? Was that all you could pull off? I don't even know if we're gonna make it this time. Good sounds repeated a million times a minute. Yeah, so here's the thing, right? There is a way around this problem, but I don't think Amazon was smart enough to actually program this in because they didn't think about this from a game design perspective. So what you do is you're supposed to vary the sound effect in pitch and tone. And then you hit a randomizer, so each and every time you hear the sound effect, it's like just slightly different, and that prevents like audio fatigue. But the issue is I don't think they did that. I think they just kept the same sound effect, forgot to put in the randomizer that changes a certain percentage of pitch and tone, and they just stuck with it. And it's just the saddest shit imaginable. Man, what engaging gameplay this is, huh? Can you imagine doing this for another 60 hours? Another 70 hours, perhaps? I can't. Yeah, so I'm gonna make a video on New World and what's changed about it. But I think I'm probably gonna be doing these things off stream because this is probably devastatingly fucking boring to watch. Hey, we're nearly there. And you know what's the worst part is think about how smart Guild Wars 2 mounts are. They've got their own health bar and abilities and shit. Now, this thing is just the same as, you know, what WoW did 25 million fucking years ago. Which was, oh, what does the mount do? It makes you move faster. That's it. That's all it really does. Does it do anything else? No, not really. Does it feel good? Eh. Not really. Only Amazon would stop getting publisher contracts. Well, as far as I'm aware, they lost the Blue Protocol one. Right? Because as shitty as Blue Protocol was, they were gonna make it worse. So this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna probably be playing this game off stream to make a video about this next. Just to, like, indicate what a disaster this is. And that the disaster hasn't been fixed. This is the same game it was 3 years ago. Nothing fundamental has changed about the experience. And I'm already getting that vibe about this fucking game. And I can tell you what's going to happen, right? Is most people are going to be like, thank God you did this. Because then I don't have to. But the people who still play New World, all 5 of them are going to get in the comments and get real fucking mad at me. In-game shot. We'll get there, don't you worry. So, this game has given me too many suicidal thoughts, but I do need to also duck and go get some fucking sleep, because I've got to be up and in the gym tomorrow morning, because I'm a fat fuck and I need to not die. But let's take a look. Let's take a quick look at the demon button. What do we got? They put another cat pet in the game that's complete shit. Unsurprising. Mounts still look like a disaster. All of this is, okay, so all of this is you've got to spend money to do this, right? So what you have to do is you have to get these token things, right? And you get these token things by going here and paying a bunch of fucking money. Now, if you pay for this many tokens, that's like, that's 2 AAA games right there. That's like 17 amazing fucking 5 out of 5 indie games right there. What a disaster. The cash shop, surprisingly, get this, right? The cash shop in this game, from day one, is the only part of this game that has functioned flawlessly without any bugs or errors or problems. Does that not tell you where their priority lies? Oh god, they're adding in the furries. They even tried to get to the furry market here, and that didn't work. Oh god. Oh, look how much shit you can buy. Oh, I almost want to, like, add up how much money you would have to spend to buy everything in the cash shop. I bet it's a ridiculous amount. I bet it's like fucking something like $10,000 or some shit. I bet it's an unreasonable amount. Look at that. These are all the emotes. There was only actually one emote in this game that's ever been worth anyone's time. And I'll tell you what it was. It was the table flip emote. Because if you could down someone in combat and then do the table flip emote, the table flip emote does exactly 1 damage to someone. So in a down state, you could kill someone by flipping a table on top of them. Emotes cost half amount. Do they? No, so these are 20,000. These emotes are between 3 and 5,000, 6,000, 7,000. Yeah. Nearly half an emote. Nearly. But look how long this list is of shit that I can scroll down. And it's still all cash shop. I'll give them this. None of this is going to make you better at the game. All of this is visual. But here's the problem. Here's the biggest problem that this game has, right? There is boosters, pay to win. Yes, right? You're right about that. There are boosters which automatically makes it pay to win. Right? You get additional gear slot, which means you win back your time by getting another gear slot for your character over here. Which means that instead of faffing around, switching out gear for your gear slots, you get an extra one of these, which makes you automatically means it saves you 5 to 10 minutes every single time you swap out a gear slot, right? The boosters mean you gain XP faster, which means you play the game for less time, which makes it pay to win. However, much like Guild Wars 2, the pay to win in this game is negligible. It is there. It is pay to win, but it's negligible because all of this is cosmetics. Now, here's the fucking problem that I do have with all of these cosmetics, right? All of these cosmetics automatically remove any visual progression your character might have going through this game. So you will never know, you will never have that feeling playing this game where you go, God damn, this guy looks awesome because he's so good at the game. No, you're like, this fucking piece of shit paid for every piece of gear out of the cash shop. And that's such an issue because this game is so reliant on its visuals. So, they fuck themselves over by relying on their visuals and then removing visual progression. And the only thing I can say to that is it's time to kill myself. Cool. What a disaster. What a shit show of a game. Bet you can get more views from hopping into Heart of Thorns. I've already warned people that it's coming. Yeah, no, I know, Faith. So, this is my plan. I do plan to stream tomorrow. Right. I do have to, unfortunately, disappear now. I've got to get some sleep. Unfortunately, I do have to go pass out so I can be in the gym tomorrow. That did feel like a public execution playing that game. What a shit show. I'm probably going to keep playing it offline because I need to make a video about it while I work on longer videos at the same time so my channel doesn't die. But this game is a disaster. When you're going to play ESO, I don't know. When I'm a multi-billionaire and I can play the cash shop, that's when. Tomorrow, Guild Wars 2. If I don't manage to stream tomorrow, it's going to be the day afterwards. All depends on how far I get with my work and how much sleep I get. So, I hope you enjoyed. Or I hope you at least don't want to kill yourself. The only thing I have to say is, don't forget what happened to Susan in the Bungie office. Don't forget that someone was like, shh, Susan. Susan, Just the tip, Susan. Hold on. Just the tip, Susan. Put it in your mouth. Put it in your mouth, Susan. Susan, you want to keep your job, right? No, I don't care that you've been game deving for the last 5 years. Put it in your mouth, Susan. That's right. Open wide.